McCuddy Productions presents a Dave Wolverton story, The Dathomir Trap. Forward. For nearly 3 decades, Dave Wolverton's 1994 novel The Courtship of Princess Leia has stood as a foundational pillar of the Star Wars expanded universe. It permanently shaped Star Wars lore, introducing readers to the matriarchal Hapes Consortium, the brutal wilderness of Dathomir, the Nightsisters, and the brilliance of Warlord Zsinj. But as the chronological timeline of the expanded universe grew, a glaring issue emerged. If you read the novels in timeline order, passing from Aaron Allston's masterful Wraith Squadron books directly into Wolverton's original text results in severe narrative whiplash. The 1994 novel completely ignored the grueling campaign General Solo had just fought. More importantly, it contained one of the most heavily criticized and problematic subplots in the history of the franchise: Han's so-called courtship. In the original text, a battle-hardened New Republic general was regressed into a desperate, jealous smuggler who used a mind-control device to kidnap Princess Leia in a misguided attempt to win her heart. It was out of character, uncomfortable, and a disservice to the growth of both Han and Leia. For years, fans have debated how to reconcile the incredible world-building of Dathomir with a catalyst that felt so intrinsically wrong for our heroes. This unofficial edition was created to answer that exact question. You will immediately notice the title of this volume has been changed to *The Dathomir Trap. This new title reflects the story this book was always meant to be. It shifts the narrative focus away from a toxic romantic rivalry and points it directly at the real engines of the plot: Warlord Zsinj's ultimate military snare, and the high-stakes political trap Queen Mother Ta'a Chume attempts to spring on the New Republic. As the editor of this revised edition, my goal was not to rewrite the book from scratch, but to act as a restorer. I wanted to completely excise the problematic character regressions while preserving 100% of Wolverton's incredible overarching story and atmospheric world building. In this unofficial revised edition, the text has been adjusted to reflect the following. The problematic kidnapping is gone, all mentions of the gun of command, the Dathomir sabacc game, and the abduction have been surgically removed. The General Solo restoration, Han's arrival at Dathomir, is no longer an accident of kidnapping. It is the calculated climax of a legitimate New Republic military operation. He is here to hunt down the Iron Fist and finish his task force's mission. Leia's agency restored. Leia is no longer treated as a passive prize in a geopolitical suitor battle. Her arc has been realigned to highlight her as a fiercely capable diplomat navigating a realpolitik alliance with Hapes on her own terms. The love triangle dismantled. The awkward romantic rivalry that once defined Han and Isolde's dynamic has been surgically revised. Their conflict is now rooted in strategy and politics, not jealousy. The Wraith Squadron bridge. The Wraiths now appear in the climactic space battle, their presence seamlessly binding the Allston continuity to Wolverton's dark side Nightsister magic. This project exists to heal the timeline. The problematic elements are gone, the narrative bridge is solid, and the heroes of the rebellion finally act like the seasoned veterans they fought so hard to become. The trap is set, and the hunt for Zsinj ends here. Welcome back to Dathomir. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. It is a time of fragile hope. The New Republic has driven the Empire to the brink of collapse, but the galaxy remains fractured. Warlords vie for power in the void left by the Emperor's death, and none is more dangerous than the cunning and relentless Warlord Zsinj. For 5 months, General Han Solo has hunted Zsinj across the Outer Rim, leading a weary task force in a campaign of attrition that has cost the Republic dearly. The Warlord superstar destroyer, the Iron Fist, was believed destroyed, but the debris told a different story. Now, Han has returned to Coruscant to find his old life in chaos. The matriarchal Hapes Consortium has opened its borders for the first time in millennia, offering untold riches and a strategic alliance that could change the course of the war. But the price is high, and it may cost Han the woman he loves. While politicians scheme and warlords plot, a dark power stirs on the forgotten world of Dathomir. There, in the ruins of an ancient Jedi Academy, the exiled Nightsisters gather under the leadership of the witch Geth Zurian, and they have made a deal with Zsinj that could doom the galaxy. The trap is set. The hunt for Zsinj ends here. Chapter 1. General Han Solo stood at the command console viewport of the Mon Calamari star cruiser Mon Ramonda, his jaw tight, his hand resting on the console as if he could will the ship to go faster. They were dropping out of hyperspace at Coruscant, but his mind was still back at Jurox, still sifting through debris that didn't add up. Warning sounds tinkled like wind chimes as the ship prepared to make its final approach. Wedge Antilles was already at the tactical display, reviewing the same data they'd been over 100 times in the last 5 months. It had been so long since Han had last seen Leia. 5 months hunting the Warlord Zsinj's superstar destroyer, Iron Fist. 5 months of skirmishes, false leads, and attrition warfare that had cost the New Republic more ships than Han cared to count. He'd lost good people out there, good pilots, good soldiers, good friends. The campaign had been successful. The Iron Fist was believed destroyed. But the war wasn't over. And now, returning to Coruscant, he found himself facing a different kind of battle. The white starfield on the screen resolved as the hyperdrive engines cut, and Chewbacca roared in alarm, across the blue velvet of space where the city night lights of Coruscant blazed from a dark world were dozens of enormous, saucer-shaped starships that Han recognized immediately as Hapan battle dragons. Among them were dozens of slate-gray Imperial Star Destroyers. "Get us out of here!" Han shouted. He'd seen a Hapan battle dragon only once before, but it had been enough. "Full shields! Evasive action!" He watched the 3 dorsal ion guns of the nearest dragon, expecting them to knock him from the sky. The blaster turrets on the saucer's rim all swiveled toward him. The Mon Ramonda twisted and dove planetward, toward the lights of Coruscant. Han's stomach wrenched. His Mon Calamari pilot was well schooled, and knowing that they could not run before setting a new course, he surged into the thick of the Hapan warships so that they could not fire without the risk of hitting one another. Like all the technology on the Mon Calamari ship, the viewport was exceptional, a work of art, so that as they hurtled past the command port of a Hapan battle dragon, Han could make out the startled faces of 3 Hapan officers, the silver name tags sewn into their collars. Han had never seen a Hapan. Their star sector was renowned for its wealth, and the Hapans guarded their borders jealously. He'd known that they were human, for humans had scattered like weeds across the galaxy, but he was surprised to discover that without exception, all 3 of the female officers were astonishingly beautiful, like fragile, living ornaments. Wedge braced himself against the console, watching the tactical display with a pilot's practiced eye. "They're not locking weapons. Energy signatures are defensive only." "Cease evasive action!" shouted Captain Onoma, a salmon-colored Calamarian officer who sat at a control console, monitoring sensors. "What?" Han shouted, surprised that the lower-ranked Calamarian would reverse his orders. "The Hapans are not firing, and they are broadcasting as friendlies," Onoma answered, swiveling a large golden eye at Han. The Calamarian cruiser ceased its crazy headlong dive and slowed. Friendlies? Han asked. They're Hapans. Hapans are never friendly. Nevertheless, they've apparently come to negotiate a treaty of some sort with the New Republic. The accompanying Star Destroyers are theirs, captured from the Imperials. As you can see, our planetary defense forces are still intact. Captain Onoma nodded up toward a Star Destroyer in another quadrant, and Han recognized its markings. Leia's flagship, the Rebel Dream. It had seemed so huge, so vast when they'd captured it from the Imperials, but here beside this Hapan fleet, it looked small, insignificant. Huddled around the Rebel Dream, he saw a dozen smaller Republic dreadnoughts, their hulls still painted with the markings of the old Rebel Alliance. The first time Han had seen a Hapan warship, he had been smuggling guns with a small convoy fleet under the command of Captain Rula. Since the Hapans hadn't yet fallen to the Empire, the smugglers had been using an outpost in neutral territory near the borders of the Hapan star cluster, hoping that their proximity to the Hapans would keep the Empire off their back. But one day they came out of hyperspace and found a Hapan battle dragon hovering in their path. Even though they were in neutral territory, even though they made no aggressive moves, only 3 of the 20 smuggler ships managed to survive the Hapan attack. Han let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Well, that's new. The Wraiths didn't flag anything about a Hapan fleet, Wedge said, his voice tight. Face sent his last report 3 days ago. Nothing. Then he wasn't looking in the right place, Han said. Or the Hapans are better at hiding their movements than we thought. Either way, I want a full recon sweep of the Quilii sector. If Zsinj's out there, the Wraiths will find him. Wedge nodded, his expression grim. I saw the analysis. Zsinj faked his death. He's out there, Wedge. And now the Hapans are here, offering us the galaxy's greatest treasures at the exact moment when we're most vulnerable. Han's eyes narrowed. That's not a coincidence. The Wraiths are running sweeps of the outer sectors, Wedge said. We're finding scattered supply depots, but nothing definitive. He's gone to ground. Then we need to flush him out. Han turned from the tactical display, his mind racing. But right now, I have to deal with this. The Hapan delegation is causing chaos in the Senate. I need to get down there. Wedge met his eyes. What about the task force? You have it. Keep a lid on things out here. And keep the Wraiths on it, Face, MY and Piggy. If Zsinj's out there, I want to know where he's hiding. They're already on it, Wedge assured him. We'll find him. Han clapped him on the shoulder. I know you will. Just don't let him get under your skin. That's what he does. He gets inside your head, makes you second-guess yourself. I've read the Wraith's reports on Project Chimera, Wedge said. I know what he's capable of. Good, Han said. Then you know why we can't afford to lose focus. A communications officer said. General Solo, we're receiving a call from Ambassador Leia Organa. I'll go to my quarters and pick it up there, Han said, and he hurried to punch up the call. As the bridge doors closed behind him, he heard Wedge already issuing orders to the tactical crew, redirecting the Wraith's search patterns, adjusting the task force's positioning. The war wasn't over. It had just changed shape. Han walked the familiar corridors of the Mon Ramondo with Chewbacca at his side. The Wookiee's presence was a comfort, steady, loyal, unflappable. Chewie had been with him through every battle, every close call. He'd seen Han at his best and his worst, and he never flinched. You think this is some kind of trap? Han asked as they walked. Chewbacca growled a response, a complex series of rumbles that Han had long since learned to interpret. Maybe, Han agreed. Or maybe they're just that desperate. The Empire's been squeezing the Hapan borders for years. If the warlords are pushing into their space, they might actually need us. Another growl. Yeah, that's what worries me. The Hapans don't do anything without a price. They reached Han's quarters. He palmed the door open and strode to the small hollow unit in the corner. Leia's image flickered to life, a blue-white ghost shimmering in the air. She was wearing her Alderaanian ambassador's uniform, hair longer than he'd ever seen it, and in it she wore the silver and opal combs he'd given her. Han, she said, and her voice carried a warmth that made his chest ache. You're back. Just arrived, he said. Orbit approach. What's going on down there? Leia's expression shifted, a brief flicker of frustration that she quickly suppressed. The Hapans are complicated. Their ambassador is here, and the Queen Mother herself is arriving with the fleet. They're offering gifts. A lot of gifts. Gifts? Han repeated flatly. What kind of gifts? Everything, Leia said. Rainbow gems from Galanor. A wisdom tree from Salab. Star destroyers captured from the Empire. The gun of command from Cheruba. 63 worlds worth of treasure. And what do they want in return? Leia hesitated. Their prince. They want me to marry their prince. Han's jaw tightened, but he forced himself to keep his voice level. And you're considering it. I'm considering the implications, Leia corrected. The New Republic is exhausted. Our fleets are stretched thin. The warlords are pressing on all fronts, and our supply lines are crumbling. The Hapans could change the balance of power overnight. I went to Hapes 3 months ago to ask for their aid against Zsinj, and they wouldn't commit. Now they're here, offering everything I asked for. Everything except what you actually want, Han said quietly. Han was silent for a moment. Then, quieter. When this is over, when Zsinj's dead and the galaxy isn't falling apart, what happens to us? I don't know. Her voice was small. I haven't let myself think about it. That's the problem. You never let yourself think about it. He leaned closer. I'm not asking you to marry me. Not yet. I'm asking you to think about it. To actually think about it. Not about duty. Not about politics. Just us. Leia looked away. I don't know if I can do that. I know. His voice softened. That's why I'm asking. Leia stared at him. You're impossible. I know. A half smile. But you like me anyway. That's debatable. It's not, actually. I know you, Leia. You're scared of saying yes. You're scared of what it means. But I'm not asking you to figure it out now. I'm just asking you to keep the door open. She shook her head. You have to survive this campaign first. Working on it. And you have to stop making promises you can't keep. I keep my promises. He paused. Asked Chewie. Leia almost laughed. Come down to Coruscant. To the Grand Reception Hall. I want you here. I need you here. I'll be there. He paused. Try not to marry the Hapan prince before I get back. The transmission ended. Han stood for a moment, staring at the space where Leia's image had been. Chewbacca growled softly, a question. She's going to do it, Han said quietly. She's going to marry him. Chewbacca rumbled a question. Because she's convinced herself it's her duty. Because it's easier than admitting she doesn't want to. He ran a hand through his hair. And I can't even argue with her without sounding like a jealous idiot. Chewbacca growled again, softer this time. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. Han slumped back in his chair. Maybe I should just let her. Maybe that's what she needs. The Wookiee made a skeptical sound. I know. I'm not going to let her. Han almost smiled. I never know how to let her. Chewbacca put a massive hand on his shoulder. Thanks, Han said quietly. I'm fine. He wasn't. But that wasn't the point. The hangar doors hissed open. Han turned. Lando Calrissian strolled through, resplendent in a burgundy cape, a datapad tucked under his arm. Heard you were shipping out, Lando said. Thought I'd see you off. I'm not shipping out, Han said. I'm going to war. Same thing. Lando waved a dismissive hand. You fly into danger, you shoot things, you try not to die. I've seen you do it before. Chewbacca roared a greeting and clapped Lando on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. Lando regained his composure, brushing off his cape. Good to see you too, Chewie. Still ripping people's arms out? Chewbacca growled something that might have been agreement. Han crossed his arms. What do you want, Lando? Can't a friend wish you luck? No. Fine. Lando held out the datapad. I heard you're heading into the Quilii sector. Zsinj's territory. And I heard the Falcon's still running those old sensor jammers you scavenged from the rebellion. Han took the datapad, scanned it. His eyebrows rose. Where did you get these? Let's just say I know people who know people. Lando smiled. They're military-grade signal spoofers. Should help you slip past Zsinj's picket ships. Han looked at him. Why? Why what? Why are you helping me? Lando's smile faded, just slightly. Because you're going to fly into the middle of a warlord's territory to finish a war that should have ended years ago. And because, he paused, you're my friend. Even when I don't deserve you to be. The words hung there. Han remembered Bespin. Remembered the carbonite. Remembered Lando's face when he'd realized he couldn't stop it. You're not doing this out of guilt, Han said. No. Lando met his eyes. I'm doing it because you need help. And I can give it. That's the most honest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it. Lando clapped him on the shoulder. Now go. Kill Zsinj. Come back in one piece. And if you see any attractive Imperial admirals, send them my way. Han snorted. You're impossible. I know. Lando turned and walked toward the hangar exit. He paused at the door, looked back. And Han? Yeah? If you hurt her, if you mess this up with Leia, I'll be the one to kill you. Not Zsinj. Han blinked. Then, I wouldn't expect anything less. Lando nodded once, and was gone. Han looked down at the datapad in his hands. Chewbacca rumbled a question. Yeah, Han said quietly. I know. He tucked the datapad into his jacket and crossed to his command console, pulling up the intelligence files he'd been studying during the journey home. Zsinj's movements. The Iron Fist's last known coordinates. The strange gaps in the Warlord's supply chains that didn't quite add up. I don't trust this, Chewie, Han said. I don't trust the Hapans, and I don't trust their timing. Zsinj's been quiet for months. Too quiet. Someone's been moving ships through the Quilii sector, and it's not us. Chewbacca growled a question. No, I don't know who. But I'm going to find out. Han closed the intelligence files, grabbed his jacket. Come on. Let's go see what the Hapans are really offering. Han and Chewbacca hurried through the streets toward the grand reception hall on Coruscant. They were in an ancient part of Coruscant where the planet-wide city had not built over the top of ruins, so that all around them plasteel buildings rose up like the walls of a canyon. The shadows thrown by the steep buildings were so deep that overhead the shuttles streaming through the spaces between buildings were forced to keep their running lights on even in the daytime, creating a massive tapestry of light. By the time Han and Chewie reached the grand reception hall, the processional band was already playing an oddly mincing marching song, using janglas and deep wood horns. The grand reception hall was an enormous building, more than 1,000 meters long, with 14 levels for seating, but as Han neared the entrance, he found that all of the portals were jammed with curious onlookers, eager to see the Hapans. Han ran past the first 5 entrances, then suddenly saw a golden protocol droid nervously trying to jump or stand on tiptoe to see over the crowd. Many people claimed that all droids of a certain model looked alike, but Han recognized C-3PO instantly. No other protocol unit ever managed to look quite as nervous or excited. 3PO, you hunk of tin! Han shouted to be heard over the crowd. Chewbacca roared in greeting. General Solo! 3PO responded, a note of relief in his voice. Princess Leia asked that I find you and escort you to the Alderaanian ambassador's balcony. I was afraid I'd miss you in the crowd. You're fortunate that I had the foresight to wait for you here. This way, sir, this way. 3PO led them back across a broad street and up a side ramp, past several guards. As they climbed a long winding corridor, passing door after door, Chewbacca sniffed the air and growled. They rounded the corner, and 3PO halted by a balcony entrance. Within, only a few people stood looking through the glass onto the procession below. Han recognized some of them: Carlos Rican, the Alderaanian general who had commanded Hoth Base; Threkin Horm, president of the powerful Alderaanian Council, an immensely fat man who rested in a repulsor chair rather than tried to carry his own weight; and Mon Mothma, commander of the New Republic, stood next to a bearded Grey Godel, who gazed dispassionately toward the main floor, head tilted, aiming his sensor horns in Leia's direction. The diplomats were all speaking softly, listening to comlinks and watching Leia, who sat on a dais, regally gazing on a Hapan diplomatic shuttle that had landed on a pad built within the great open-air hall. Perhaps 500,000 beings had gathered on the main floors, eager to catch a glimpse of the Hapans. Tens of thousands of security guards had cleared the gold carpet between the shuttle and Leia, and Han looked up to the balconies. Nearly every star system in the old empire had had its own balcony here, and beside each balcony was the nation's standard. Over 600,000 of those standards hung now on the ancient marble walls, showing the membership of the New Republic. Down on the floor, silence fell as the shuttle dropped its loading ramps. Han went to Mon Mothma. What's going on? He asked. Why aren't you down on the dais with Leia? I was not invited to meet the Hapan ambassadors, Mon Mothma replied. They asked only to see Leia. Since even the Old Republic had very limited contact with Hapan's monarchs over the past 3,000 years, I felt it best to remain aloof until invited. That's very considerate, Han said. But you are the elected leader of the New Republic? And Queen Mother Ta'a Chume feels threatened by our democratic ways. No, I think it best that Ta'a Chume's ambassadors speak through Leia, if she makes them feel more comfortable. Have you counted the number of battle dragons in the Hapan fleet? There are 63, one for each inhabited planet in the Hapes cluster. Never have the Hapans initiated contact with us on such a grand scale. I suspect that this is to be the most important contact our peoples have made in the past 3 millennia. They waited only a moment before the Hapans began to disembark. First from the shuttle came a woman with long dark hair and onyx eyes that glittered in the lights. She wore a light dress of peach-colored shimmering material that left her long legs exposed. Microphones on the floor fed into the balcony, and Han could hear a sigh pass through the crowd as the beautiful woman made her way up the promenade. She approached Leia and dropped gracefully to one knee, keeping her eyes on Leia. In a strong voice she spoke in Hapan. Elin Celebethi Ta'a Chume. Shakal Leia, Ireneseth Apel Serenal Hapes. Renethel Sarun. She turned and clapped her hands 6 times, and dozens of women in shimmering gold dresses began descending from the shuttle, running quickly and playing silver flutes or drums while others sang over and over in clear high voices. Hapes, Hapes, Hapes! Mon Mothma listened intently to her comm link as a translator broadcast the words in Basic, but Han couldn't hear the translator. Do you speak this stuff? Han asked 3PO. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, sir, 3PO said regretfully. But I think I must be experiencing a malfunction. The Hapan ambassador cannot have said what I heard. He turned and started to walk off. Darn these rusty logic circuits! Excuse me while I report for repairs. Wait, Han said. Forget about the repairs. What did she say? Sir, I think I must have misunderstood, 3PO said. Tell me, Han added more forcefully, and Chewbacca growled a warning. Well, if you're going to be that way about it, 3PO affected a hurt tone. If my sensors monitored her correctly, the delegate reported the words of the great Queen Mother, worthy Leia, I offer gifts from the 63 worlds of Hapes. Take joy in them. Gifts? Han said. That sounds pretty straightforward to me. Indeed it is. The Hapans never ask a favor without offering a gift of equal value first, 3PO said condescendingly. No, what troubles me is the use of the word shakal, worthy. The Queen Mother would never apply that word to Leia, for the Hapans use it only when speaking to equals. Well, Han hazarded a guess. They are both royalty. True, 3PO said, but the Hapans practically worship their Queen Mother. Indeed, one of their names for her is Aranida, she who has no equal. So you see, it would not be logical for the Queen Mother to refer to Leia as her equal. Han looked back down to the unloading ramp and shivered as a sense of foreboding washed through him. The sounds of drums thundered. 3 women in bright, almost garish silks rushed from the shuttle bearing a large container the color of mother of pearl. 3PO still spoke to himself, shaking his head and saying, I really must have these logic circuits repaired, as the 3 women spilled the contents onto the floor. The whole crowd gasped. Rainbow gems from Galanor! The gems glittered with their own fire in dozens of shades from brilliant cardinal to blazing emerald. Indeed, the invaluable gems were not gems at all, but a silicon-based life form that glowed with its own brilliant inner light. The creatures, often worn on medallions, matured only after thousands of years. 1 gem could buy a Calamarian cruiser, yet the Hapans had thrown hundreds of mated pairs to the floor. Leia showed no surprise. A second trio of women, far taller than the others, descended from the diplomatic shuttle wearing leathers in colors of tawny ochre and cinnamon. They danced lightly to the sounds of the flutes and drums, and between them floated a platform that bore a small, gnarled tree with ruddy brown fruits. Twin lights floated above it, beaming steadily like the suns of some desert world. The crowd murmured quietly until the ambassador explained. Salaba, Terafel and Lazarla. From Salab, a tree of wisdom, bearing fruits. The crowd suddenly shouted and cheered in delight, and Han stood dumbfounded. He had thought the wisdom trees of Salab to be only a legend. It was said that the fruit of the wisdom trees could greatly boost the intelligence of those who had passed into old age. Han's blood pounded in his veins, and he felt light-headed. A man came forward to the sound of the music, a cyborg warrior dressed in full Hapan body armor, black with silver trim. He stood nearly as tall as Chewbacca, and strode purposely, pulled some sort of mechanical device from his arm, and laid it on the ground before Leia. Cheruba and Dara, Mela and Cecilter. From the high-tech world Cheruba, we offer a gun of command. Han leaned against the glass for support. The gun of command had made the Hapan troops nearly irresistible in small arms combat, for it released an electromagnetic wave field that virtually neutralized an enemy's voluntary thought processes. Those shot with the gun of command stood helpless as invalids, unaware of their surroundings, and tended to follow any orders given them, for they could not distinguish the command of an enemy from their own voluntary thoughts. Han's stomach turned. He'd seen weapons like this before, not exactly this, but close. Brainwashing tech. Mind control. The race had reports on something similar, something Zsinj was developing. He filed the thought away, his suspicion deepening. Han began sweating. Their every world, each planet in the Hapes system, was offering its greatest treasures. He watched over the next hour. The music of the drums and flutes and the high, clear calls of the women singing, "Hapes, Hapes, Hapes," over and over again seemed to pound through his veins, through his temples. 12 of the Pura worlds each gave Leia star destroyers captured from the Empire, while others brought things that held more esoteric value. From Arabanth came an old woman who spoke only a few words on the importance of embracing life while accepting death, offering a thought puzzle that her people held to be of great value. Ut sent a woman who sang a song so beautiful that the sound seemed to carry Han away to her world on a warm breeze. At one point, Han heard Mon Mothma whisper, "I knew Leia had asked for money to help fight the warlords, but I never imagined." And finally, the singers stopped singing and the drums stopped beating, and a portion of the wealth of the hidden worlds of Hapes lay scattered on the floor of the grand reception hall. Han found that his breathing came ragged from his lungs, for he kept unconsciously holding his breath as the gifts were offered. The silence on the floor of the hall seemed heavy, ominous. More than 200 ambassadors from the worlds of Hapes stood on the promenade, and Han marveled at them, for once again he was impressed by their grace, by their beauty, by their strength. Until today, he had never seen a Hapan. Now he would never forget them. No one spoke as the Hapans held their silence. Han waited to hear what they would ask in return. His blood thrilled, for he realized they could only want one thing, a pact with the Republic. The Hapans would ask the Republic to join an all-out war against the combined might of warlords who served as the last remnants of the Empire. Leia leaned forward from her throne, looked over the gifts approvingly. "You said that you had gifts from all 63 of your worlds," Leia told the ambassador. "But I see here gifts from only 62. You have offered me nothing from Hapes itself." Han was shocked by the remark. He had lost count of the gifts long ago, stunned by the wealth the Hapans offered, and now Leia's comments seemed churlish, greedy. He expected the Hapans to scoff at her bad manners, take everything, and leave. Instead, the Hapan ambassador smiled warmly, as if pleased that Leia had noticed, and looked up and held Leia's eyes. She spoke, and 3PO translated, "That is because we have saved our greatest gift for last." She motioned with her hand, and all the Hapan ambassadors stepped aside, clearing the aisle. Without fanfare, without the music of horns, only in silence did they bring their last gift. Two women, modestly dressed in black with silver ringlets in their dark hair, came from the ship. A man walked between them. He wore a silver circlet that held a black veil in front of his face, and his long, blonde hair fell down around his shoulders. The man was bare-chested except for a small silk half-cloak fastened with silver clasps, and in his muscular arms he carried a large, ornate box of ebony inlaid with silver. He brought the box and set it on the floor. He sat on his haunches, hands resting lightly on his knees, and the women pulled back his black veil. Beneath it was the most incredibly handsome man that Han had ever seen. His deep-set eyes were a dark blue-gray, like the color of the sea on the horizon, and promised wit, humor, wisdom. His powerful shoulders and firm jawline were strong. Han realized that this must be some high dignitary from the royal house of Hapes itself. The ambassador spoke. Hapesa, Rurasan Ta'a Chume, Alessa Isolde Chumda. From Hapes, the Queen Mother offers her greatest treasure, her son Isolde the Chumda, whose wife shall reign as queen. Chewbacca growled, and in the crowd below everyone seemed to talk at once, an uproar that swelled in Han's ears like the sound of a storm. Mon Mothma pulled off her headset and gazed at Leia thoughtfully. One of the generals in the room swore and grinned, and Han stepped away from the window. "What?" Han asked. "What does that mean?" "Ta'a Chume wants Leia to marry her son," Mon Mothma answered softly. "But she won't do it, will she?" Han said, and then his certainty faltered. 63 of the wealthiest planets in the galaxy. To rule as matriarch over billions of people, with that man beside her. Mon Mothma looked up into Han's eyes, as if gauging him. With the wealth of Hapes to help fund the war, Leia could overthrow the last remnants of the Empire quickly, saving billions of lives in the process. I know how you have felt about her in the past, General Solo. Still, I think I speak for everyone in the New Republic when I say that, for all our sakes, I hope she accepts the offer. Han said nothing. His mind was already racing, to the wraiths, still hunting, to the intelligence reports that didn't add up, to the ghost he knew wasn't dead. Zsinj's out there. And now the Hapans are here. Too many coincidences, he murmured. Chewbacca growled a question. Han shook his head. I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. Chapter 2. Luke could sense the ruins of the ancient Jedi Master's home before his whip-hid guide brought him to the place. Like the landscape of Tula itself, a barren plain where the short purple lichens thrust up from patches of thin winter ice, the ruins felt clean and refreshing, yet empty, almost as if they had never been visited by humans. The clean feeling assured Luke that the ruins had once been inhabited by a good Jedi. The huge whip-hid, its ivory fur ruffling under the spring winds, trudged over the purple moss, a vibroaxe fitted in its paw. It stopped and raised its long snout in the air so that its massive tusks pointed up at a distant purple sun, then gave a trumpeting whistle, glaring ahead with small black eyes. Luke pulled back the hood of his snowsuit and glimpsed the danger on the horizon. A flock of snow demons was dropping from the shelter of storm clouds, hairy wings flashing gray in the slanting sunlight. The whip-hid whistled a battle cry, afraid they would attack, but Luke reached out with his mind and felt the snow demons' hunger. They were hunting a herd of shaggy motmets that moved like icy hills on the horizon, seeking a calf small enough to slaughter. Peace, Luke said, reaching up to touch the whip-hid's elbow. Show me the ruins. Luke tried to use the Force to calm the warrior. But the whip-hid quivered, clenching its vibroaxe, eager for battle. The whip-hid whistled a long reply, pointing north, and Luke translated by power of the Force. Search the Jedi's tomb if you must, little one, but I go to hunt. Having sighted an enemy, honor demands that I attack. My clan will feast on a snow demon tonight. The whiphid wore a weapon belt as its only article of clothing, and from the array hanging there, it pulled free a black and iron morning star. With a weapon in each huge fist, it charged over the tundra faster than Luke would have believed possible. Luke shook his head, pitying the snow demons. Arto whistled from behind, asking Luke to slow his pace as the little droid negotiated a treacherous patch of ice. Together, Luke and Arto traveled north until they reached 3 huge flat rocks that rose from the ground to form the roof and sides of a tunnel. The tunnel smelled dry, and Luke pulled a mini lantern from his utility belt and made his way down. A short distance from the surface, the tunnel had been caved in. A huge boulder blocked the path. Black soot on the boulder showed where a thermal detonator had blown the stone free in ages past, closing off whatever lay beyond. Luke closed his eyes and reached out with his mind until the force channeled through him. He shifted the rock, lifted it free, and held it. "Go ahead, R2," Luke whispered, and the droid rolled forward, whistling in dismay as it passed beneath the floating rock. Luke ducked under the hovering boulder, then let it settle behind him. On the dirt floor immediately behind the rock, Luke found the boot prints of Imperial stormtroopers, still preserved after all these years. Luke studied the prints, wondering if any would have belonged to his father. Darth Vader probably would have had to come. Only he could have killed the Jedi Master who had lived in these caverns. But the footprints told him nothing. The tunnels wound down through storage rooms carved deep beneath the ground. The air carried the stale scent of rodent dung and fur. A small, square power droid lay dead in one hallway, long since drained of energy. A thermal heater filled another room, its power cables chewed away by small animals. Luke followed the tunnels toward the clean feeling of the Jedi, and finally found the dead Master's room. The body was gone, dissipated as Yoda's and Ben's had, but Luke could feel the residue of the Master's force, and he discovered a snowsuit, slashed and burned, with a lightsaber nearby. Luke picked up the lightsaber, flipped it on. A stream of opalescent energy shot out as the lightsaber hummed to life. Luke wondered momentarily about the man who had owned the lightsaber, then flipped it off. He knew little except that the Jedi Master had served the Old Republic in its final hours. For months now, Luke had followed the man's trail. As curator of records for the Jedi at Coruscant, the man had seemed only a minor functionary, hardly worthy of notice by the invading Imperials. Yet he had fled Coruscant with the records of 1,000 generations of Jedi. Such records, Luke hoped, would be more than a mere catalogue of the Jedi's deeds. Instead, they might contain the wisdom of the ancient masters, their thoughts, their aspirations. As a young Jedi who had not been thoroughly educated in the ways of the Force, Luke hoped to learn the deeper mysteries of how the Jedi had trained their warriors, their healers, their seers. Luke cast about the room, looking in the feeble light of his mini-lantern for anything that might provide a clue. Arto had gone down a side passage, guiding himself through the dark using his headlamps. From the passage Luke heard a mournful whistle and followed. It was a hallway that led to blackened rooms carved in the stone where cell after cell of holographic video recordings had been stored. But the recordings were blasted and burned to cinders. Computer cylinders lay in piles of molten slag, their memory cores fried. Thermal detonators had melted the things, but Luke also found chunks from EMP grenades. Whoever had destroyed the holovids had done his or her best to erase them first. Luke paced the tunnel, passing dozens upon dozens of cells, gazing into each cell in turn, and his heart went from him. Nothing was left. All of it gone. the knowledge and deeds of 1,000 generations of Jedi. It's no use, R2, Luke said, and his words seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, the silence of the empty tunnels. R2 whistled sadly, rolled on down the corridor, lifting up on his wheels to peek over the lip of each cell. Gone. All of it gone, Luke realized. The Emperor had not been content to hunt down and murder the Jedi. He had felt the need, in his bid to gain absolute control of the galaxy, not only to extinguish their fire from the universe but to crush their embers, scatter their ashes, so that the Jedi would never rise again. So that after months of searching, Luke found only ashes. Luke sat on the floor, put a hand over his eyes, wondering what his next move should be. Certainly there had been other records, other copies. He would need to go back to Coruscant and begin the search there. From down the hall, near the end of the tunnel, R2 began to whistle excitedly. Found something? Luke asked, and he got up, dusted cinders from his clothing, forced himself to walk slowly. R2 had found a cell where the records were not melted. A thermal detonator still lay atop them, an obvious dud. The EMP grenade had fragmented, but Luke wondered how effective it had been. He took a computer cylinder from the top, plugged it into R2. The droid whistled and bent forward, preparing to display the hologram, but after a moment ejected the cube with a grinding wheeze. Come on, Luke whispered hopefully. Reaching near the bottom of the pile, Luke freed a second cylinder, popped it into the droid, and R2 flashed the image of a man dressed in flowing, pale green robes. Yet static so interfered that the hollow image soon broke up. R2 spat out the cylinder, and light from his headlamp shone once again into the cell, urging Luke to try again. Okay, Luke sighed, and he searched for a cylinder farthest from the EMP grenade. He dug through the pile, found one in a far corner on the floor, and was about to pull it free when he felt the force tug him in another direction. He fumbled among the cylinders, until his fingers brushed one. Very distinctly, he felt a sense of peace. This one, a voice seemed to whisper. This is what you seek. Luke grasped it, pulled it free, and stepped away. Somehow, he knew that to search the caverns further would be useless. If any answers were to be found here, they were in his hand. He popped the cylinder into R2, and almost immediately R2 caught a signal. Images flashed in the air before the droid, an ancient throne room where, one by one, Jedi came before their High Master to give reports. Yet the hollow was fragmented, so thoroughly erased that Luke got only bits and pieces. A blue-skinned man describing details of a grueling space battle against pirates. A yellow-eyed Twi'lek with lashing headtails who told of discovering a plot to kill an ambassador. A date and time flashed on the hollow vid before each report. The report was nearly 400 standard years old. Then Yoda appeared on the video, gazing up at the throne. His color was more vibrantly green than Luke remembered, and he did not use his walking stick. At middle age, Yoda had looked almost perky, carefree, not the bent, troubled old Jedi Luke had known. Most of the audio was erased, but through the background his Yoda clearly said, "We tried to free the Chuan-Thor from Dathomir, but were repulsed by the witches, skirmish, with Masters Giariatin and Violatin. 14 acolytes killed, go back to retrieve." The audio hissed away, and soon the hollow image dissolved to blue static with popping lights. Other people gave reports, but none of their words seemed to offer hope. Again and again, Luke reflected on the words Chuan-Thor from Dathomir. Was the Chuan-Thor a single person, perhaps a political leader, or could it have been a whole race of beings? And Dathomir, where was it? R2, Luke said. Run through your astrogation files and tell me if you find any reference to a place named Dathomir. It could be a star system, a single planet, Maybe even a person, he thought with dismay. R2 took a moment, then whistled a negative. I thought not, Luke said. I've never heard of it either. During the Clone Wars, so many planets had been destroyed, made uninhabitable. Perhaps Dathomir was one of those, a world so ravaged that it had been forgotten. Or perhaps it was a small place, a moon on some planet on the outer rim, so far from civilization that it had merely been lost from the records. Maybe even less than a moon, a continent, an island, a city. Whatever the case, Luke felt certain that he would find it, sometime, somewhere. They went up topside, found that night had fallen while they worked underground. Their whipped guide soon returned, dragging the body of a gutted snow demon. The demon's white talons curled in the air, and its long purple tongue snaked out from between its massive fangs. Luke was amazed that the whipped could haul such a monster, yet the whipped held the demon's long hairy tail in one hand and managed to pull it back to camp. There, Luke stayed the night with the whiphids in a huge shelter made from the rib cage of a mammoth, covered over with hides to keep out the wind. The whiphids built a bonfire and roasted the snow demon, and the young danced while the elders played their claw harps. As Luke sat, watching the writhing flames and listening to the twang of harps, he meditated. The future you will see, and the past. Old friends long forgotten. Those were the words Yoda had said long ago, while training Luke to peer beyond the mists of time. Luke looked up at the ribbed bones of the mammoth. The whiphids had carved thick letters into the bone, 10 and 12 meters in the air, giving the lineage of their ancestors. Luke could not read the letters, but they seemed to dance in the firelight, as if they were sticks and stones falling from the sky. The rib bones curved toward him, and Luke followed the curve of bones with his eyes. The tumbling sticks and boulders seemed to gyrate, all of them falling toward him as if they would crush him. He could see boulders hurtling through the air, too, smashing toward him. Luke's nostrils flared, and even Tulla's chill could not keep a thin film of perspiration from dotting his forehead. A vision came to Luke then. Luke stood in a mountain fortress of stone, looking over a plain with a sea of dark forested hills beyond, and a storm rose, a magnificent wind that brought with it towering walls of black clouds and dust, trees hurtling toward him and twisting through the sky. The clouds thundered overhead, filled with purple flames, obliterating all sunlight, and Luke could feel a malevolence hidden in those clouds and knew that they had been raised through the power of the dark side of the Force. Dust and stones whistled through the air like autumn leaves. Luke tried to hold on to the stone parapet overlooking the plain to keep from being swept from the fortress walls. Winds pounded in his ears like the roar of an ocean, howling. It was as if a storm of pure dark force raged over the countryside, and suddenly, amid the towering clouds of darkness that thundered toward him, Luke could hear laughing, the sweet sound of women laughing. He looked above into the dark clouds, and saw the women borne through the air along with the rocks and debris, like motes of dust, laughing. A voice seemed to whisper, "The witches of Dathomir." Luke blinked. The vision faded, but the sense of urgency remained. R2 rolled closer, beeping a question. "I saw something," Luke said quietly. "A planet. A storm. Witches." He looked down at the droid. "Dathomir. I need to go there." R2 whistled, skeptical. "I don't know what's there," Luke admitted. "But it's connected to the Jedi. I felt it." He paused. "Yoda used to say that the Force guides us. I think it's guiding me now." R2 beeped again. "I know it's a risk," Luke said. "But I've been following dead ends for months. This is the first real lead I've had." He looked back at the ruins of the Jedi Master's home. "There's something on Dathomir. Something the Jedi left behind. I need to find it. He turned to Arta. Are you with me? The droid whistled, a sound that might have been agreement, or resignation, or both. Luke almost smiled. That's what I thought. Chapter 3. Leia unplugged the comm link from her ear and gazed at the Hapan ambassador in shock. Hapans were hard to deal with, so culturally distant, easily offended. The roar of the hundreds of thousands in the crowd began to swell, and Leia looked up to the windows of the Alderaanian balcony, wondering what to answer. Han had turned away and was speaking excitedly to Mon Mothma. Above the uproar, Leia said to the ambassador, Tell Ta'a Chume that her gifts are exquisite, her generosity unbounded. Still, I need time to consider how to respond. The offer is generous, but marriage isn't something I can agree to lightly, or at all, if it comes to that. She paused, wondering how long she could legitimately take. The Hapans were a decisive people. Ta'a Chume had a reputation for making decisions of monumental importance in the space of hours. Could Leia take a day? She felt dizzy, almost giddy. Please, may I speak? Princess Leia asked in accented basic, and Leia halted, surprised that a soldier could speak her language at all. She looked into his gray eyes, remembering the warm thunderheads over the tropical mountains of Hapes. Isolde smiled apologetically. There was a certain strength to his face, a rindiness. I know your customs differ from ours. Among the ancients, this is how we arranged our royal marriages. But I want you to feel comfortable with any decision. Please take time to get to know Hapes, our worlds, our customs. Take time to know me. Something in the way he spoke made Leia realize that this was an unusual offer. 30 days? She asked. I would take less time, but I must leave for the Roche system in a couple of days. A diplomatic mission? Prince Isolde lowered his eyes in acceptance. Of course. A queen must forever be at the call of her people. Then he added apologetically, If you are leaving on a diplomatic mission, will I have time to meet with you prior to it, under less formal circumstances? Leia considered furiously. She had a great deal of studying to do before she left. Trade agreements, registered complaints, studies in exobiology. The Verpines, an insect race, had apparently broken dozens of contracts to build warships for the carnivorous Barabels, and it was very unhealthy to break a contract with a Barable. Meanwhile, the Verpines claimed the ships had been taken by one of their mad hive mothers and felt no obligation to force the hive mother to return the merchandise. The whole affair was complicated by substantiated rumors that the Barabels had begun negotiating to sell Verpine body parts to chefs among the insect-loving Kabatsis. Leia told herself she had no business letting her personal life interfere with her work, at least not now. But even as she thought it, she knew it wasn't entirely true. The personal and the political had never been separate for her. They never could be. Leia glanced up at the observation deck. Han had left with Chewbacca, and now Mon Mothma stood, holding the comm link to her ear. Mon Mothma did not move, but beside her sat Threekin Horm, president of the Alderaanian Council. Threekin nodded the affirmative, urging Leia on. Yes, of course, Leia said. If you are free to join me before the mission. My days and nights are yours, the prince said, smiling gently. Then please, Leia asked, join me for dinner tonight, in my stateroom aboard the Rebel Dream? Isolde lowered his eyes again, used his thumbs and index fingers to pull the black veil over his face. Leia had marveled at the beauty of the Hapans during her visit, but now felt a twinge of regret that Isolde hid his face, felt guilty about wanting to gaze at him longer. Leia left the grand reception hall, thousands watching her departure. Leia felt anxious and only wanted to find Han. She went to her quarters at the embassy, hoping Han would be there, but the apartments were empty. Perplexed, she used her comm link on the military frequency and found he had left Coruscant on his way to the Rebel Dream. That was a bad sign. The Millennium Falcon had been docked aboard the Rebel Dream, awaiting Han's return. When Han felt worried or frustrated, he liked to work on the Falcon. Working with his hands, solving familiar problems, seemed to ease his mind. So he had run to his ship, to work. This proposal must have disturbed him deeply, probably more deeply than even Han knew. Leia was bone-weary, but she could see why Han would be in a bad mood. She summoned her personal shuttle. She found the Falcon at Docking Bay 90. Han and Chewie were in the main cabin at the control panels, worrying over the tangled mass of wires that connected to various projectile and energy shields. Chewie looked up and roared in greeting, but Han sat holding a plasma torch, facing away. He switched off the torch but did not shift in the captain's chair to look at her. "Hi," Leia said softly. "I was hoping to find you back in my room on Coruscant." "Yeah, well, there were some things I needed to check into," Han said. A datapad lay on the console beside him, its screen still glowing with tactical readouts, supply chain anomalies, flagged trade routes, the Wraith's latest recon summary. Leia recognized the markings. Military intelligence. Classified. Leia didn't answer for a long moment. Chewbacca got up and hugged Leia, pressing the fur of his tawny belly into her face, then went down below, leaving them alone. Han turned to face her. His forehead was sweaty, though she knew he couldn't have been working long enough to perspire. "So, how did it go down there? What did you tell the Hapans?" "I told them I needed time to consider the alliance. That I wasn't committing to anything." She didn't feel ready to tell him that Isolde would be visiting aboard the Rebel Dream that night. Han nodded. His eyes flicked to the data pad, then back to her. He was holding something back. Leia took his grimy hands in hers. She said softly, "I couldn't just send them away, it would be rude. Even if I have no intention of marrying their prince, I can't destroy our chance to build a relationship with Hapes. Their military support could change the war. The Hapans are very powerful. The whole reason I went to Hapes was to see if they would aid in our fight against the warlords." "I know," Han sighed. "You would do just about anything to win against them. Now what is that supposed to mean? You're already treating this like a done deal. You've got it all planned out, the alliance, the security guarantees, the political benefits. You're just waiting for the paperwork to catch up. But I've been tracking Hapan border activity for 5 months. There are gaps in their story, Leia. Big ones." Leia's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what I'm thinking." "Don't I? You get that look, the one you get when you've already decided something and you're just waiting for everyone else to figure it out." "And what look is that?" "The one that says I'm right, and I don't have time to explain it to you." She opened her mouth to snap back, then stopped. He was right. She hated that he was right. "I'm not trying to pick a fight," Han said, softer now. "I'm just saying, maybe take a breath before you sign your life away to a guy you barely know." "I'm not signing anything. I'm negotiating." "Same thing, Princess. Different paperwork." She was quiet for a long moment. "And what would you have me do? Tell the Hapans no, walk away from the alliance, and leave my people with nothing? I'd have you do what you want. For once." "What I want?" Her voice cracked, just slightly. "What I want is a home. What I want is for the galaxy to stop burning. What I want. She stopped, shook her head. What I want doesn't matter. Han stepped closer. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said. Excuse me? You heard me. You're the most stubborn, infuriating, wonderful woman I've ever met. And you think what you want doesn't matter? He held up a hand. You're so busy saving everyone else that you forget you're allowed to save yourself, too. Leia stared at him, caught between anger and something else she didn't want to name. Leia looked at him, really looked at him. I want you. Is that what you needed to hear? Yeah. His voice was quiet. That's exactly what I needed to hear. But I'm not saying yes to everything, she added, raising a hand. I'm saying yes to those 7 days. To giving you, and myself, a real chance to figure out what we actually want. That's all I'm asking. I know. She touched his cheek. That's why I'm saying it. She shook her head. And if I decide I want to marry him? Han flinched. He couldn't help it. Then you marry him. I won't stop you. You won't? I can't stop you. He shoved his hands in his pockets. I can't make you love me. I can't make you choose me. And I'm not going to beg. His jaw tightened. But I can give you a choice. That's all I've ever wanted for you. A real choice. Leia said nothing. Think about it, Han said quietly. That's all I'm asking. He turned and walked toward the gangplank. Where are you going? Leia called after him. To figure out how to get your prince to stop looking at you like you're a trade agreement. He paused at the top of the ramp, glanced back. And if you decide you want to come with me, you know where to find me. And if I don't? Then I'll be out there hunting Zsinj. But I'll always make time for you. That's never going to change. He disappeared down the ramp. Leia stood alone in the Falcon's hold, her heart pounding. You're impossible, she whispered to the empty space. A muffled voice echoed up from below. I know! That's why you like me. She looked at him, surprised. He shook his head. I see you doing the same thing I used to do. Putting everyone else first. Forgetting you're allowed to want things. And it kills me, Leia. Because you deserve better than that. Han. I know. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to deal with it. But I'm not going to stop saying it. He met her eyes. Not because I'm trying to push you. Because I can't stand watching you disappear. Normally, she imagined, he would take something like the Hapan proposal as a joke, but he was quiet. Something more was going on. Something was hurting him very deeply. What's wrong? You aren't acting like yourself. Han was silent for a long moment. Then he picked up the datapad, his thumb tracing the edge of it. It's just this last mission. Coming back to this. I'm so tired. You saw what the Iron Fist did on Salagis. It turned the whole colony into rubble. I kept following it for months, and everywhere we went it was the same. Star stations obliterated, shipyards ruined. Just one superstar destroyer with a murderer at the helm. He activated the datapad, brought up a tactical display. And the whole time, I had Wraith Squadron running recon sweeps ahead of us. Face Lauren and Wyandanos. They were tracking supply convoys, ghost shipments, fuel depots that didn't officially exist. We thought we were running Zsinj down. But the Wraiths kept finding anomalies. Trade routes that didn't make sense. Cargo manifests with false signatures. Ships moving through the Quilii sector that shouldn't have been there. The Quilii sector? Leia asked. That's unmapped. Uncharted. Yeah. And that's exactly where someone who doesn't want to be found would hide. Han set the datapad down. We found debris at Jurox, Leia. But not enough raw durasteel to account for a superstar destroyer's main hull. Zsinj faked his death. He's out there rebuilding. And the Wraiths have been tracking his supply lines for months. They know he's active. They just can't find him. So this isn't just about the Hapans, Leia said quietly. This is about the war. It's about everything, Han said. Back when the Emperor died, I thought we'd won. But I keep finding that we're fighting something so huge, so monstrous. Every time we blink, another Grand Moff announces another lofty unification scheme, or some ragtag sector general rears his or her ugly head. I have dreams at night that I'm fighting this beast in the fog. I can't see where it's coming from, I can't see the body. I know it's out there, but it's all invisible. We've lost so much, and we're still losing. He paused, jaw tightening. The Wraith's mission was compromised twice. Leaks that only a few people could have made. Leia's been maneuvering against the military for years. Organized that council meeting on Noquivzer, knew Zsinj would retaliate, use the attack to consolidate his power. He's not fighting Zsinj. He's fighting anyone who threatens his status. Leia absorbed this quietly, then said, We've lost so much, and we're still losing. The war? Leia said, her voice softening. It must feel that way, out on the front lines. The warlords, like the empire they served, thrive on fear and greed. But as a diplomat, almost all I see are victories. Every day another world joins the new republic. Every day we make some small inroads. We may be losing some battles, but we're winning the war. What if the Empire were perfecting the cloaking devices for their star destroyers? Han asked. We keep hearing rumors. Or what if Zsinj or some other Grand Moff just builds another ship like the Iron Fist, or a fleet of them? Leia swallowed. Then we'd keep fighting. It takes so much energy to run a superstar destroyer of that size. Zsinj could not afford to run more than one or two at a time. The expenses are too high. Eventually, we would wear him down. This war isn't over, Han said. It might not end during our lifetimes. He picked up the datapad again, scrolling through the Wraith's recon summary. And that's what worries me about the Hapans. Their timing is too perfect. They show up offering everything we need, right when we're most vulnerable, right when Zsinj's gone to ground and the Wraiths can't find him. You think the Hapans are working with Zsinj? Leia asked, incredulous. I don't know what I think. But I know what the Wraiths have been tracking. There are gaps in Zsinj's supply lines, places where cargo disappears and reappears in Hapan-adjacent space. I can't prove anything yet, but... He trailed off, frustration bleeding through his voice. But you don't trust them. I don't trust anyone who offers you the galaxy's greatest treasures for nothing. She had never seen Han like this, looking so drained. If we can't win peace for ourselves, then we'll fight for our children, Leia answered. Han leaned back, rested his head against Leia's breast, and she knew what he was thinking. She had said our children. Han would be thinking about the Hapans. I have to admit, Han said, the Hapans sure made a tempting offer today. You hear rumors about the riches of the hidden worlds, but wow! Did you get to see much of Hapes when you were there? Yes, Leia answered firmly. You should see what the Queen Mothers have built over the centuries. Their cities are beautiful, stately, serene. But it's not just the homes or factories, it's their people, their ideals. It feels like peace. Han looked up into her eyes. You're not in love with the soldier, you barely know him. But you're in love with his world. When the Emperor destroyed Alderaan, he destroyed everything you loved, everything you were fighting for. You can't put that behind you. You're homesick. Leia caught her breath, realizing it was true. She had never quit grieving for Alderaan, for friends lost. And there was a certain similarity between the two worlds in the simplicity and grace of the architecture. The people of Alderaan had had such a respect for life that they refused to build their cities in the plains where the inhabitants would trample the grasses. Instead, their majestic cities rose from the tops of sandstone bluffs among the rolling fields, or were wedged into crevices under polar ice, or stood on gigantic stilts in Alderaan's shallow seas. Leia put her hand over her eyes. The tears started to well up. Those had been simpler times. Here, here, Han whispered, and he pulled down her hand and kissed it. There's no need to cry. Everything is such a mess, Leia said. This mission to the Verpines, the battles with the warlords. I've been working so hard, taking on one mission after another. And through it all I keep hoping we'll find a home world, but nothing seems to work. What about New Alderaan? Support services found you a nice place. And 5 months ago some of Zsinj's agents discovered it. We had to evacuate, at least temporarily. That fits, Han said quietly. The Wraiths flagged a spike in Imperial reconnaissance activity near that sector about 4 months ago. Vuert Binring ran the analysis. It was Zsinj's signature. He's been probing our defenses, looking for weak points. Leia absorbed this silently, then continued. I'm sure something else will turn up. Maybe, but even if we find something, it won't be like home, Leia said. We've been holding meetings with the Alderaanian Council every month. We've discussed terraforming one of the worlds from our own system, starting a space station, or buying another world, but most of the refugees from Alderaan are poor traders or diplomats who were off-planet when the Empire attacked. We don't have the kind of money it takes to buy or terraform. It would impoverish us for generations. Meanwhile, the Scouts are looking for some unmapped world on the fringe of the galaxy, but our traders rightfully don't want any part of that. They've already established trade routes on other worlds, and we can't ask them to isolate themselves from their sources of income. We're reaching an impasse, and some of the council members are just giving up. What about the gifts the Hapans gave you today? They would go a long way toward making a big down payment on a planet. You don't know the Hapans. Their customs are very strict. If I accept their gifts, it's an all-or-nothing deal. Unless I marry a soldier, I have to give it all back. Then give it back, Han said. I don't think you want to get involved with the Hapans. They're a bad lot. You don't even know them, Leia answered, astonished that he would speak that way about an entire culture that spanned dozens of star systems. And I suppose you do? Han countered. A week on Hapes doesn't make you an expert on their civilization. I've been tracking their border activity for 5 months. The Wraiths have flagged anomalies that don't show up in any diplomatic briefing. You're talking about an entire cluster here, Leia said. Billions of people. You've never seen a Hapan before today. How could you talk about them that way? Han picked up the datapad again, his jaw tight. I've been reading intelligence reports from the Wraiths for 5 months. They've been tracking Hapan-adjacent space the whole time. And what they've found... He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. There are patterns, Leia. Cargo shipments that don't match any known trade routes. Ships that enter Hapan space and never come out. I'm not saying they're working with Zsinj. I'm saying they're hiding something. The Hapans have kept closed borders for over 3,000 years, Leia said. I've seen firsthand what happens when you get too close to them. Believe me, they're hiding something. Hiding something? They've got nothing to hide. All they have is a peaceful way of life that they feel is threatened by outside influences. If this Queen Mother is so fantastic, why would she feel threatened by us? Han asked. Nah, Princess, she's hiding something. She's scared. I can't believe this, Leia said. How could you even think that? If things were so terrible in the Hapes cluster, don't you think we'd see defectors, refugees? Nobody ever leaves. Maybe it's because they can't get out, Han said. Maybe those Hapan patrols don't just keep out the troublemakers. That's absurd, Leia said. You're paranoid. Paranoid, huh? Han set the datapad down, his voice rising. The Wraiths have reports on something called Project Chimera. It's a brainwashing program, conditioning agents, sleeper cells. We've been tracking it for months. And the gun of command they offered you today. He trailed off, shaking his head. I don't know if it's connected. But I know Zsinj's been developing mind control tech for years. The timing is too close for comfort. Oh, you sound so sure of yourself. Do you really feel so threatened by Isolde? Threatened? By that big lout? Me? Han pointed at himself. Of course not. She knew he was lying. Then you won't mind that I'm having dinner with him tonight? I need to understand what Hapes really wants before I commit to anything. Dinner? Han asked. He stopped, caught himself. Why should I mind? You're doing your job. He shook his head. I don't want you making decisions based on what's convenient. Not when there's so much we don't know. You're impossible, Leia said, her voice edged with frustration. I came here to invite you to dinner too, but I think maybe you need to sit up here and think about what you're really afraid of. I'm afraid of losing you, Han said, the words coming out raw and honest. I'm afraid of this war. I'm afraid that nothing I do will ever be enough. He met her eyes. And I'm afraid that if you let yourself get pulled into whatever the Hapans are planning, you're walking into a trap that none of us see coming. He met her eyes. Is that what you wanted to hear? She turned and walked toward the gangplank. Leia, wait. She stopped but didn't turn around. 7 days, he said. That's all I'm asking. She turned to face him. 7 days for what? For you to figure out what you actually want. Not what your people want. Not what the council wants. What you want. And after 7 days? After 7 days you go home? You marry him. You save the galaxy. Whatever you need to do. He held up his hands. But at least you'll have actually thought about it. You think I haven't thought about it? I think you've thought about everyone else. I don't think you've let yourself think about you. She looked away. That's not fair. Maybe not. But that doesn't make it wrong. She was quiet for a long moment. And what about you? What about me? What do you get out of this? Han almost smiled. Same thing I always get. A headache. She almost laughed, caught herself. You're impossible. I know. If I come with you. She stopped. If I come with you, you don't push. You don't pressure. You don't guilt me. You have my word. Your word isn't worth much, Solo. Then let me prove it. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she walked back to the gangplank. 7 days, she said. and then I decide. That's all I'm asking. She paused at the top of the ramp, her back still to him. I love you, Han. I've always loved you. But I won't let fear make my decisions for me. If you want to come tonight, come. If you can't do that without picking a fight, stay here. She left him standing in the Falcon's hold. Han watched her go, then slammed a fist against the wall. He was about to turn away when he saw a figure in the doorway, Isolde, his bodyguards at his back. You were listening, Han said flatly. I was waiting to say goodnight, Isolde replied. His expression was unreadable. I couldn't help but overhear. You have legitimate concerns. But if you keep treating every Hapan as an enemy, you'll miss the real threats. What do you care? Isolde considered the question, his gray eyes distant for a moment. I care because she is important to me, politically, yes, but also personally. I am not a man who falls in love easily. I have been burned too many times. But I have learned enough to recognize when I am in the presence of someone genuine. Han stared at him. You're telling me you actually care about her? I am telling you that I have spent my entire life surrounded by scheming and manipulation. I have never met anyone like Leia. Someone who values principle over power. Someone who is not trying to use me. Isolde met Han's eyes. I do not know if what I feel for her could become love. But I know that I want to find out. And I know that I would treat her with the respect she deserves. Han was silent for a long moment. What do you want from me? Nothing. Isolde turned to leave, then paused. I won't stop pursuing this alliance, General Solo. But not because of any rivalry between us. I believe Leia represents the best chance my people have to escape the schemes that have consumed my family for generations. He walked away, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Han watched him go, then let out a slow breath. He's good, he admitted. That's the problem. He's really good. Chewbacca growled softly from the doorway. I know, Han said. That's what scares me. He looked down at the data pad, still glowing with the Wraith's intelligence. 5 months of chasing ghosts. 5 months of losing people. And now Leia was caught in the middle of it. I'm not crazy, Chewie, Han said quietly. The Wraith's intel is solid. Something's wrong here. I just can't prove it yet. Chewbacca growled a question. No, Han said. But I'm going to. 2 hours of hard work later, an entourage entered the docking bay with fat old Threekin Horm in the lead. The president of the Alderaanian Council floated in his repulsor chair as he led Princess Isolde, the prince's bodyguards, and half a dozen curious minor officials around the hangar bay. This, as you can see, is one of our repair docks, Threekin Horm said in his nasal voice, planting a thumb firmly between his third and fourth chins. And this is our esteemed General Han Solo, a hero of the New Republic, working on his private, ship, the Millennium Falcon. Princess Isolde scrutinized the Falcon, gazing at the rusting metal exterior, the odd panoply of components. Somehow, in all his years running the Falcon, Han had never felt quite so embarrassed by the thing. It truly did look like a hunk of junk, sitting there on the gleaming black floors of a star destroyer. Isolde stood taller than Han, and his thick chest and arms seemed somehow intimidating, but not as intimidating as his regal manners or the calm strength of his face, the sea-gray eyes, the straight nose, and the thick hair hanging around his shoulders. He wore a different outfit now, another silk half-cape, over a white top that did not conceal the sculpted muscles of his belly or the prince's dark tan. Isolde looked like some barbaric god come to life. Han here is an old friend to Her Highness Princess Leia Organa, Threekinhorn added. He has, in fact, saved her life a number of times, if I am not mistaken. Isolde shifted his attention to Han and smiled warmly. So, you are not only Leia's friend but her savior? Isolde asked, and in his eyes Han thought he saw true gratitude. Our people owe you a great debt. Isolde's strong, soft voice had an odd accent. The long vowels were deeply inflected, as if the prince were afraid he would cut them short. Oh, I guess you could say I'm more than her savior, Han answered. We're lovers, to be precise. General Solo! Threekin sputtered, but Prince Isolde raised a hand. That is all right, Isolde said. She is a lovely woman. I can understand why you would be attracted to her. I hope my appearance here hasn't been too unsettling. Annoying is the word, Han answered. I mean, it's not as if I wish you were dead or anything. Neutered perhaps, not dead. I apologize, Prince Isolde. Threekin stuttered, then shot a venomous glance at Han. I rather expected more civility from a general in the New Republic. I thought he would at least know how to behave himself. Threekin's frown suggested that Han was seriously in jeopardy of losing his rank, if Threekin had any control over it. Isolde studied Han a moment, then bowed slightly so that his long, sandy blonde locks danced around his shoulders. He smiled at Han. Believe me, no offense is taken. General Solo is a warrior, and he wishes to do battle for the woman he loves. That is the warrior's way. General Solo, would you kindly show me the inside of your ship? Gladly, Your Highness, Han answered, and he led Isolde up the gangplank. Threekinhorn sputtered and tried to follow, but two of Isolde's female bodyguards stepped in Horm's path. One beautiful redhead casually dropped her hand to her blaster, and a silent alarm sounded in Han's head. He'd seen people like her before, people who were confident, people so familiar with their weapons that the blaster seemed almost an extension of their bodies. This woman was dangerous. Threekinhorn must have realized this, too, for he stopped in his tracks. As Han climbed up into the ship, he kept waiting for Isolde to slug him from behind. Instead, the prince simply followed, listened attentively as Han showed off his hyperdrive unit, the sublight engines, and the weaponry and defenses that he'd slowly built up through accretion over the years. When Han had finished, Isolde leaned toward him and asked, seeming bewildered, Do you mean to say that it actually flies? Oh yes, Han said, wondering if the prince was truly astonished, or if he were merely impudent. And she's fast. The fact that you can keep this ship together at all speaks very highly of your skills. This is a smuggler's ship, no? Fast speeds, secret compartments, hidden weaponry? Han shrugged. I'm familiar with smugglers. I left home when I was young and worked for a few seasons as a profiteer, Isolde said. Have you seen one of our Hapes Nova-class battle cruisers? No, Han answered, looking at Isolde, feeling curiosity and a sudden sense of respect for the prince. The prince clasped his hands behind his back, said thoughtfully, They are over 400 meters long, go without refueling for over a year, are very fast, and could blow this ship out of the sky before you had time to cry out. Are you threatening me? Han asked. No, Isolde said, then whispered conspiratorially, I will give one to you, if you promise to use it to fly far, far away from here. Han leaned forward, whispered back in the same tone, No deal. Isolde grinned, admiration shining from his eyes. Good, you are a man of principles. Then let me appeal to those principles. General Solo, what can you really offer Leia? Han faltered a moment, unprepared to answer. She loves me and I love her. That's enough. If you love her, then leave her to me, Isolde said. She wants the security that Hapes offers her people. But loving you would only cramp her, give her a smaller life than she deserves. He began to leave, edging past Han in the small hallway, but Han grabbed the prince by the shoulder and spun him. Wait a minute, Han said. What's going on here? Let's put all our weapons on the table. What do you mean? Isolde asked. I mean there are a lot of princesses in the universe, and I want to know why you're here. Why did your mother choose Leia? She has no wealth, nothing to offer Hapes. If you want a treaty with the New Republic, there are easier ways to get it. You're a suspicious man, General Solo, Isolde observed. I've had reason to be, Han said, his voice flat. I've spent the last 5 months chasing a warlord who faked his own death. I've got intelligence reports that place his supply lines in Hapan-adjacent space. I've got Wraith Squadron recon teams tracking cargo shipments that don't exist on any official manifest. And now your mother shows up offering the galaxy's greatest treasures at the exact moment we're most vulnerable. He met Isolde's eyes. I don't know what you're hiding. But I know you're hiding something. And I'm going to find out what it is. Isolde studied him for a long moment. You speak of truth as if you know it. But you don't know Hapes. You don't know my mother. And you don't know me. Then tell me, Han said. Why Leia? Isolde looked down into Han's eyes and smiled. I understand that Leia has invited you to dine with us this evening. I think perhaps both of you should hear what I have to say. Chapter 4. When Han arrived at Leia's stateroom for dinner, dressed in his finest military blues with all the appropriate bangles, the party was already into its second course. It was obvious that Leia had not expected him. Prince Isolde sat to Leia's left, dressed in a conservative dinner jacket, with his Amazon guards at his back. Han couldn't help staring at the women for a moment. Both of them were dressed in seductive outfits of fiery red silk, with silver-plated blasters sheathed on one hip and intricately decorated vibro swords on the other. Threekin Horm sat to Leia's right in his repulsor chair, acting as a dinner escort. As the servers hurriedly set a place for Han, Leia introduced him to Isolde. Threekin Horm blurted rather icily, They've already met. Leia looked at Threekin, whose face was reddening in anger, and Han said, Yeah, the prince stopped by for a chat while I was working on the Millennium Falcon. We, found that we have some things in common. Han turned away rather quickly as he took his seat, hoping that Leia wouldn't see his embarrassment. Oh, really, I'd like to hear all about it. Leia's tone hinted at reprisal. Yes, General Solo, why don't you tell her all about it? Threekin growled. There was an uncomfortable silence, and Prince Isolde cut in. Well, for one thing, I was fascinated to learn that both General Solo and I had once worked as privateers. It really is a small universe. As privateers? Threekin asked suspiciously. Han released a breath in relief. Yes, Isolde said. When I was a boy, still in my teens, privateers attacked the royal flagship and murdered my older brother. That is when I became the Chumda, the heir. I was young, idealistic, so I secretly left home, assumed a new identity. For 2 years I plied the trade lines as a privateer, working on ship after ship, hunting for the pirate who killed my brother. What an intriguing story, Leia said. Did you ever find him? Yes, Isolde said. I did. His name was Haravan. I arrested him, and we held him in a prison on Hapes. Working with pirates must have been very dangerous, Threekin interjected. Why, if they had ever discovered your identity. The pirates were not so dangerous as one might think, Isolde said. The greatest threat came from my mother's naval forces. We had frequent encounters. You mean your own mother didn't know where you were? Leia asked. No. The media believed I was hiding in fear, and since my own mother did not know where I had gone, she downplayed my disappearance, hoping I would resurface. And the pirate that you captured, Haravan, what became of him? Han asked. He was murdered in prison while awaiting trial, Isolde said heavily, before he could ever name his accomplices. There was an uncomfortable silence for a moment, and Leia looked at Han. She obviously recognized that Isolde had changed the topic to protect him from her anger. Han cleared his throat. Do you have a lot of problems with privateers in the Hapes cluster? Not really, Isolde said. The interior of the cluster is remarkably secure, but we consistently have problems on the rim, no matter how well we patrol. Our encounters on the rim are frequent, and frequently bloody. I survived one of those encounters as a privateer, Han said. After what we went through, I'm amazed that pirates would work your cluster. Han studied Isolde with renewed respect. The prince had worked as a privateer, risking his life against the might of his mother's own navy, gambling that the pirates he worked with wouldn't discover his identity. Isolde was handsome and wealthy, but beneath that polished exterior was someone with real grit. He wasn't the kind of man who needed to hide behind Amazon bodyguards, and Han had to admit that made him a more serious opponent than he'd expected. Isolde shrugged. The Hapes cluster is very rich, and that always attracts interest from outsiders. But I'm sure you know our history. Certain young men tend to glorify the old lifestyle. Your history? Han asked. Leia smiled. Didn't you learn anything at the academy? I learned how to pilot a fighter ship, Han said. As for politics, I leave that to the diplomats. Leia said. The Hapes cluster was originally settled by pirates, a group called the Laurel Raiders. For hundreds of years they stalked the trade routes of the Old Republic, seizing ships, stealing cargo. And when they found a beautiful woman, some raider would take her as a prize to the hidden worlds of Hapes. In short, Han, the raiders were your kind of people. Han began to protest, but Leia smiled warmly, teasing him. Threekinhorn said in his high voice. So the women of Hapes raised their children as best they could. The pirates would steal the boys, making them pirates in turn. They would leave for months at a time, then come back to rest. Han looked up. Threekinhorn was studying Isolde's bodyguards with as much interest as he usually showed food, and Han suddenly understood why so many of the Hapans were beautiful. They had been bred for it over generations. Prince Isolde said. When the Jedi finally wiped out the Laurel Raiders, the pirate fleets never returned. The worlds of Hapes were forgotten for a time, and the women of Hapes took control of their own destiny and vowed that no man would ever rule them again. For thousands of years now, the Queen Mothers have kept that vow. And they've done a fine job for their worlds, Leia said. Still, sadly, a few of our young men feel powerless in our society, Isolde added. And so they glorify the old ways. When they rebel, often they become pirates. Thus we have a perennial problem. Han ate a few bites of dinner, some type of meat that tasted spicy and amphibious, and he realized he had no idea what he was eating. But we are off the subject, Threekinhorn said. I believe Leia asked only a few minutes ago what you two talked about today. He glared at Han. Ah, yes, Prince Isolde said. Han asked a question that I believe deserves an answer. He wondered, with all the other princesses in the galaxy, including many that are far more wealthy than Leia, why my mother would choose her. The truth is, the Queen Mother did not choose Leia, Isolde said, his voice calm and measured. I did. Threekin inhaled sharply, coughing into his napkin. Isolde's gray eyes settled on Leia, studying her with the careful attention of a man who had learned to read people as a survival skill. When your shuttle landed on Hapes, you met my mother for a soiree in the gardens. You were surrounded by dignitaries, and I doubt you even knew I was alive. But I watched you. I studied you. I saw how you handled yourself, how you negotiated, how you refused to compromise your principles, how you inspired loyalty without resorting to fear. He paused, and Han noticed the prince's hands were perfectly still on the table. Not nervous. Controlled. You were everything the women of my family are not. And you represented something I desperately needed, a way out. Isolde's voice remained level, almost clinical, but there was something beneath it, a weariness that seemed older than his years. My mother has controlled every aspect of my life. She had my brother killed because she found him too weak to rule. She had my betrothed drowned in a reflecting pool for the same reason. If I married a Hapan noble, she would continue to manipulate me through them. If I married an outsider, I would be seen as weak, a puppet of a foreign power. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving Leia's. But you offered something different. A political alliance with the new republic would strengthen Hapes against the remaining imperial warlords. It would give me an independent power base. And you, personally, were someone I could respect. Respect, Han repeated flatly. That's quite a courtship. Isolde turned to him, and for a moment, his composure cracked, just slightly. I am not a boy who falls in love at first sight, General Solo. I am a prince who has learned to see the board clearly. I have spent 2 years undercover as a privateer, hunting my brother's killer. I learned the value of patience, of strategy, of choosing my battles carefully. He looked back at Leia. I asked my mother to arrange a marriage because it was the most strategic move I could make. Not because I was enamored. But I will not pretend I feel nothing. I respect you, Princess. I believe you would make a remarkable queen. Whether that respect could grow into something more, that is a question I cannot answer from a distance. I came here to find out. Leia studied him for a long moment, her diplomatic mask firmly in place. She'd spent her life around politicians. She knew the difference between sincerity and calculation. And Isolde was offering neither. He was offering something rarer, honesty about both. You're telling me this was never about love, she said carefully. I'm telling you that I have never had the luxury of separating politics from anything else. In my world, love is a weapon used against you. He held her gaze. But that does not mean I lack the capacity for it. It means I have learned to be careful. Han's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. There was nothing to say. Isolde had just laid out his hand, all of it, and Han couldn't find a single lie in it. Isolde took Leia's hand and kissed it. Leia blushed, simply staring at Prince Isolde. Han watched the exchange, his expression carefully neutral. Isolde's confession was either the most romantic gesture he'd ever witnessed, or the most calculated political move. Han couldn't decide which. But he did know one thing, Leia's blush was real. She's genuinely torn, he realized. Not because she loves him, she barely knows him. But because he represents something she's been searching for her whole life, peace. Security. A home for her people. And Han couldn't offer that. Not yet. Not with the war still raging, with Zsinj's fleet still out there, with the Republic still fighting for survival. Maybe that's what I need to focus on, he thought. Not fighting Isolde. Fighting the war. Winning the peace. Giving Leia something better than a political marriage. Han forced himself to stay present through the rest of the meal, engaging in the conversation when necessary, maintaining his composure. He couldn't match Isolde's romantic confession, but he could prove that he was still the man Leia had trusted with her life. As they prepared to leave an hour later, Han kissed Leia goodnight, swiftly, and wondered afterward how it had felt to Leia, as if kissing were some athletic event she would judge. Threekin shook Leia's hand warmly and left first, while Prince Isolde stood and talked quietly with Leia for a moment, thanking her for the dinner, thanking her for the time she had spent with him. He made some small joke, and Leia laughed quietly. Just as Han realized that Isolde was hesitant to leave Leia, the prince kissed her goodnight, holding her close. It started as a friendly kiss, the kind that dignitaries often exchange, but he lingered a second, and then for a second more. He stepped away, and Leia gazed into his eyes. Isolde thanked her again for a wonderful night, glanced at Han, and a moment later Han and Isolde were outside her door, Isolde walking off with his bodyguards at his back. Han watched Isolde walk away with his bodyguards, then leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. The man was genuine, that was the problem. He wasn't trying to compete. He was trying to find a way out of his mother's schemes, and Leia represented that way out. Chewbacca emerged from the shadows, growling a question. "I don't know," Han said quietly. "I think he actually believes what he's saying. That doesn't make it easier." Long after dinner with Prince Isolde, Leia lay in bed, wide awake. She nearly fell asleep once, but the whining of the ship's engines as technicians tested the hyperdrive awakened her. On her dresser the rainbow gems of Galanor smoldered in their dull lights, and in a corner, the salab tree gave off an exotic, nutty scent that suffused the room. Threekin had insisted on storing the treasures in Leia's room, but Leia tried not to dwell on the riches. Instead, Isolde filled her thoughts, his courtesy to Han during dinner, his attentiveness, his small jokes and easy laughter. And finally, his profession of love. It was a good performance. She almost believed him. But she couldn't stop thinking about Han either. The way he'd sat through the dinner, quiet and composed, not rising to Threekin's bait. The way he'd kissed her goodnight, swift, almost hesitant. The way he'd looked at her when Isolde kissed her hand. He's trying, she realized. For the first time, he's actually trying. And that meant more than she'd expected. In the middle of her normal sleep cycle, Leia rose from bed. In an attempt to get her mind off Isolde, she sat down at a computer console and studied the Verpines. The large insects had long been a spacefaring race and had colonized the Roche asteroid belts before the Old Republic was born. They had developed an odd form of government. Because they communicated via radio waves using a strange organ in their chests, a single Verpine could talk with the entire race within seconds, allowing the Verpines to develop something of a communal mind. Yet each Verpine considered itself completely aloof from the group, not controlled by the hive. A Verpine who made a decision that might be considered wrong by the group was never punished, never condemned. The acts of the mad hive mother who had sabotaged the variable contracts weren't seen as a crime to be rectified but only as a sickness to be pitied. Leia looked through the files and found ample evidence of Verpine criminals in the history books, murderers, thieves. And she discovered something very interesting. Nearly all of them had one thing in common, a set of damaged antennae. This fact made Leia wonder if the Verpines hadn't developed more of a communal mind than they realized. A Verpine without antennae was forever alone, unreachable. Whatever the reason for the Verpines' behavior, the Barabels were mad enough to slaughter the whole species and chop them into hors d'oeuvres. Leia knew she wouldn't find an answer until she reached the Roche system and met the Verpines. She probably wouldn't understand the whole truth, even if she met the Mad Hive Queen herself. Leia rubbed her weary eyes, but was too wound up to sleep. Instead, she walked the long corridors to the hollow vid room and said to the operator, "I would like to arrange a broadcast to Luke Skywalker. You should be able to reach him at the New Republic Embassy on Tula." The operator nodded, made the connection, and spoke with an operator there. "Skywalker is in the wilderness. We can have him at the hollow vid screen within an hour, if it is an emergency." "Please do," Leia said. "I'll wait for him here. I can't sleep anyway." She took a seat nearby, then waited for Luke. When he appeared, he stood in a tall building wearing a dark wool greatcoat. Behind him was a huge window of cut glass. A pale red sun shone coldly through the glass, scattering light all around him in a fiery halo. "What's the emergency?" Luke asked, breathless. Leia suddenly felt embarrassed, shy. She told him about Isolde, about the treasures piled in her room and the Hapan's proposal. Luke remained calm, studied her face a moment. "Isolde frightens you? I can feel your fright." "Yes," Leia said. "And you feel something for him, respect, maybe even affection. But you don't want to hurt Han, and you're not sure you can trust Isolde's motives." "That's closer," Leia said. "I don't love him. I barely know him. But I respect what he's trying to do, and I know he's trapped in something he didn't choose. That doesn't mean I'm going to marry him." Luke studied her face. "You're still not telling me everything. I told you about Isolde. About the proposal. About the pressure. You didn't tell me how you feel about Han." Leia looked away. "That's complicated." "It always is." Luke was quiet for a moment. "Is he wrong?" "About what?" "About you being afraid." She didn't answer. "I don't know what you should do," Luke said. "But I know you. You've been making choices for other people your whole life. You've never let yourself just what? Just feel something without having to decide what it means." She was quiet for a long moment. "How do I do that?" "I don't know." He smiled. "I'm still figuring it out myself." "Look, I'm not going to tell you what to do, Leia. I'm just saying, you deserve to be happy. Not because you've earned it. Because you're a person who deserves to be happy. That's all." "Oh, I'm almost sorry I called you with something so trivial." "No, this isn't trivial," Luke said, and suddenly his pale blue eyes seemed to look beyond her, focusing on something in the distance. "Have you ever heard of a planet called Dathomir?" "No," Leia answered. "Why?" "I don't know," Luke said. "Just a feeling. I'm coming to you. I sense an urgency. I should reach Coruscant in 4 days. I'll be to the Roche system in 3. I'll meet you there then." "Good," Leia said. "I'd like you nearby." "In the meantime," Luke offered, "take things slowly. Find out how you feel. You don't have to decide between the two in a day. Forget about Isolde's wealth. You wouldn't be marrying his planets, you would be marrying him. Just give him the same consideration you would give to any other man, okay?" Leia nodded, suddenly became conscious of how much this call would cost. "Thank you," she said. I'll see you soon. I love you, Luke said, and he faded. Leia went back to her room, lay in bed for a long time before she fell asleep. She was wakened in the early morning by door chimes. She found Han at the door, holding a starburst plant. I came to apologize for yesterday, Han said, offering the plant. The brilliant yellow flowers on their dark stalks seemed to twinkle as they opened and closed. Leia took it, smiled warmly, and Han kissed her. How do you think dinner went? He asked. Fine, Leia said. Isolde was a perfect gentleman. Not too perfect, I hope, Han said. Leia didn't laugh at his joke, and he hurried to add, I've been thinking about what you said. About me being jealous. You were right. I was. Leia raised an eyebrow. That's a surprisingly quick admission. I've had time to think. Han met her eyes. You were right about another thing, too. I'm afraid. Afraid of losing you. Afraid that this war will never end. Afraid that I'll never be able to give you what you need. How did they taste? Leia asked. Oh, you know. I ended up going to one of the ship's galleys in the middle of the night, looking for something tastier to eat. Leia laughed, and Han stroked her cheek. There's that smile. I love you, you know. I know. Good, Han said, taking a deep breath. So how do you think the dinner went? You aren't going to give up, are you? Leia asked. Han shrugged. Well, he seemed nice enough, Leia answered. I guess. I plan to invite him to stay here on the ship while we go to the Roche system. You what? I'm going to invite him to stay here on the ship. Why? Because he's only going to be here for a few weeks, then he'll leave and I'll never see him again. That's why. Han began shaking his head. I hope you didn't fall for that line about how he fell in love with you from a distance, he said carefully, and how he begged his mother for the chance to marry you. Does that bother you? Of course it bothers me. But that's not the point. Then what is the point? The point is, I don't think he's being entirely honest with you. Not about his feelings, maybe those are genuine. But about his mother. About the politics. About what's really at stake. Leia frowned. What do you mean? I mean he's trapped. He's been trapped his whole life. And he's looking for a way out. He thinks you're that way out. Han shook his head. But I don't think he knows what he's getting into. His mother isn't going to just step aside and let him marry anyone he wants. There's going to be a fight. A nasty one. You're saying he's using me? I'm saying he's desperate. And desperate people do desperate things. I think, Leia said, her voice tight, that maybe you ought to take your stupid plant and give it to the prince with your apologies. You know, someday your slow wit and quick tongue are really going to get you in trouble. Ah, you've been listening to Threekin too much. It's obvious he's trying to get you too cozy. Did you know that your precious prince offered to give me a new battle cruiser if I promised to fly away and leave you two alone? I tell you, the guy is slime. Leia glared at Han. Maybe you should accept his offer while you can still get something out of this deal. Han stepped back a pace, frustration etched on his face. Hey, look, Leia. I'm not trying to be difficult. I know Isolde seems like a nice guy, but last night in the galley I listened to people talk. Everyone is talking. As far as they're concerned, they've got you two married already. And I'm here trying to hold on to you, and the harder I hold, the more you slip through my fingers. Leia considered what to say. Han was trying to apologize, but he didn't seem to realize that at this moment, she found his whole manner offensive. Look, I don't know why people would even begin to think that I'd marry the prince. I certainly haven't given anyone that impression. So don't listen to them. Listen to me. I love you for what you are, remember? A rebel, a scoundrel, a braggart. That won't ever change. But I think I need some time to myself for a few days. All right. In the silence that followed, communicator tones sounded. Leia went to the little hollow unit in the corner, flipped the switch. Yes? A small image of Threekin Horm expanded in the air in front of her. The old ambassador was resting his enormous weight on a daybed. Folds of fat nearly concealed his pale blue eyes. Princess, Threekin said jovially, we are convening a special session of the Alderaanian Council tomorrow. I've already taken the liberty of calling the usual celebrities. A special session of the Council? Leia asked. But why? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Threekin said. Everyone has heard the good news of the Hapan's proposal. Since the marriage of Alderaan's princess into one of the wealthiest families in the galaxy will affect all of us refugees, we thought it best to convene the council so that we could discuss the details of your impending marriage. Thank you, Leia said angrily. I'll be sure to attend. She punched the off button with disdain. Han stood in the doorway, watching her. That was Threekin, wasn't it? He's convening the council. They're already planning the wedding. How do you feel about that? How do you think I feel? I think you feel like everyone's making decisions for you. He crossed his arms. And I think you're so used to it that you don't even know how to fight back anymore. She looked at him sharply. And you're going to teach me? No. I'm going to ask you a question. He stepped closer. Do you want to marry him? That's not the point. Yes or no, Leia? She was silent for a long moment. Then, no. Then stop letting everyone act like you have to. It's not that simple. It is exactly that simple. You just don't want to admit it because if you say no, then you have to figure out what you actually want. And what if what I want is you? Han blinked, clearly not expecting that. Then say it. I just did. Say it again. Han. Say it again. She looked at him, really looked at him. I want you. Is that what you needed to hear? Yeah. His voice was quiet. That's exactly what I needed to hear. But I'm not saying yes to everything, she added, raising a hand. I'm saying yes to those 7 days. To giving you, and myself, a real chance. That's all I'm asking. I know. She touched his cheek. That's why I'm saying it. Good. Now go away. I need to figure out how to tell Threekin to stop planning my wedding without starting a diplomatic incident. Han almost smiled. I love you too, Princess. I didn't say. You didn't have to. I've always known. He slipped out the door, leaving her standing alone in her quarters. Leia stared at the closed door, her heart pounding. You're impossible, she whispered. But she was smiling. Han gave her a knowing look. I guess I'll see you at the council meeting. I guess you will. He nodded, turned, and left without another word. In the sterile white corridors of the Rebel Dream, Han leaned against a wall and considered his options. His attempt at an apology had failed miserably, and Leia was probably right about Isolde. He seemed like a nice enough guy, and Han's concerns were probably bred out of jealousy. Yet Han had seen the yearning in Leia's eyes as she spoke of the peaceful worlds of Hapes. and Isolde was right. Even if Han won Leia's hand, what could he really give her? Certainly not the kind of wealth the Hapans offered. If Han convinced Leia to marry him, Alderaan's refugees would only lose in the end, and Threkin Horm stood at Leia's shoulder, reminding her of that fact every step of the way. Leia was endlessly loyal to her people. Han chuckled to himself. I think I just need some time to myself for a few days, Leia had said. He'd heard that line before. It's the one that is always followed a few days later by, "Have a nice life." Captain Astarta, the prince's personal guard, woke Isolde in his room. She was a woman of rare beauty, with long, dark red hair and eyes as dark blue as the skies of her planet Terrafon. "Flared or Rellerin? Was dinner spiced well?" she asked almost casually. As Isolde lay in bed, he watched her eyes scan the room more thoroughly than normal, her scrutiny moving from dresser to bed to closets. Her movements were fluid, cat-like. "Dinner was spiced well," Isolde answered. "I found the princess to be charming, good company." "What is wrong?" "We picked up a coded message just an hour ago. It was beamed to all the ships in our fleet. We suspect it was an assassination order." "The signal came from Hapes?" "No. It was beamed up to our fleet from Coruscant." "Who was to be assassinated?" "The order did not name the target, or the time or place," Captain Astarta answered. "The complete message reads, 'The Temptress seems too interested. Take action.' I know it's cryptic, but to me at least the meaning is clear." "Did you notify New Republic security that Leia is in jeopardy?" Astarta hesitated. "I'm not convinced that Princess Leia is the target." Isolde did not say anything. If he died, the royal line would fall to his Aunt Sichia's daughter. Someone had also killed Isolde's betrothed once before, Lady Elier. They had found her drowned in a reflecting pool. Isolde could not prove his beliefs, but he was sure that his Aunt Sichia was behind the killing, just as he was sure that his aunt had hired the pirates who had assassinated his older brother after sacking the royal flagship. The pirates would have known that the Chungda was worth a great deal to his mother, yet they had killed the boy without seeking a ransom. Isolde asked, "So you think I am to be the target this time?" "I think so, my lord," Astarta answered. "Your aunt could blame it on the outsiders, on factions within the New Republic, on some warlord who feared the marriage union, even on General Solo." Isolde sat up in bed, closed his eyes, thinking. His aunts and his mother, all were vicious women, cunning and deceitful. He had hoped that by marrying outside the Hapes royal line he would find someone like Leia, someone untainted by the avarice that plagued the women of his family. It hurt him to think that someone had managed to plant assassins in his own fleet. "You will notify New Republic security of the threat. If my aunt has managed to plant an assassin on this ship, perhaps they can help uncover her identity. Beyond that, you will assign half of my personal guard to protect Leia." "And who will protect you?" Astarta asked. Isolde could see the sense of betrayal in her eyes. She loved him, could not neglect him. He had always known that. It was what made her so good at her job. Perhaps Astarta even hoped a little that Leia would die. Yet Isolde knew that Captain Astarta would follow his orders. Above all, Astarta was an excellent soldier. He pulled a blaster from under the covers of his bed, saw the flicker of surprise in Astarta's eyes at having missed the presence of a gun pointed at her chest. "As always," Isolde said, "I will watch my own back." Han walked the corridors of the Rebel Dream, his mind racing. The card game was a dead end, he knew that now. Gambling away the Falcon wouldn't solve anything. It would only make him look desperate. There has to be another way, he thought. Something I'm missing. He stopped at a viewport, looking out at the stars. Somewhere out there, Zsinj was rebuilding. Somewhere out there, the war was still being fought. And somewhere out there, maybe, was the answer he was looking for. He pulled out his data pad, started scrolling through the intelligence files. There was something there. He could feel it. A pattern he'd been missing. And he was going to find it. Chapter 5. That evening, Han found himself in a seamy dive in Coruscant's underworld, a casino that literally had not seen sunlight in more than 90,000 years. The moist air smelled of decay, and deep within the gloomy shadows, Han could make out many pairs of large eyes, furtively watching. But he wasn't there to gamble. He was there to meet a contact, someone who claimed to have information about Zsinj's movements. The contact was late. Han nursed a glass of Corellian ale and tried to look like he belonged. Chewbacca sat in the shadows behind him, a silent, furry sentinel. A Rodian slid into the booth across from Han. "You're solo?" "Who's asking?" "Someone who wants Zsinj dead as much as you do." The Rodian leaned forward. "I've got information. But it's going to cost you." Han slid a credit chip across the table. "Talk." The Rodian lowered his voice. "Zsinj's been running supply lines through the Quilii sector for months. Weapons, fuel, replacement parts. He's building something, a new flagship. But that's not the interesting part." "What is?" "There's a planet in the Quilii sector. Uncharted, unmapped. The locals call it Dathomir." The Rodian's eyes gleamed. "Zsinj's been using it as a base. But there's something else there, something the Imperials are afraid of." Han leaned forward. "What?" "Witches. Force users. The natives call them the Nightsisters." The Rodian shrugged. "I don't know if it's true. But the Imperials are scared of them. They've been trying to keep them contained for years." Han filed the information away. "Where can I find this planet?" The Rodian slid a data chip across the table. "Coordinates are on there. But be careful, Solo. The Quilii sector is Zsinj's territory now. If he catches you there, you're dead." "I'll take my chances." Han pocketed the chip and slid out of the booth. As he walked back to Chewbacca's position, he pulled out his comm link and keyed in a secure channel to the Rebel Dream. "Wedge, it's Han. I've got something. The Quilii sector, there's a planet called Dathomir. Zsinj's been using it as a base. I need you to cross-reference with our recon data. See if Face or MYN flagged anything in that system." Wedge's voice came back, tinny through the comm link. "I'll check the files. What's the connection to the Hapans?" "I don't know yet. But the Rodian mentioned something else. Force users on Dathomir. Nightsisters. Zsinj's been trying to contain them." "That's not in any of the reports." "It is now. I'm sending you the coordinates. Have Piggy run a full analysis, supply routes, patrol patterns, the works. I want to know everything Zsinj's been doing in that sector." "On it. And Han? Watch your back." "Always do." Han pocketed the comlink. "Come on, Chewie. We've got work to do." When Leia answered her door chimes at the Alderaanian consulate, she found Han there, his clothes rumpled, a data tablet in his hand instead of a gold-wrapped box. "Look, Han, if you've come back to apologize, I forgive you, but I really don't have time for this now. I'm supposed to meet Princess Isolde in a few minutes and some variable spy wants to talk to me." "I'm not here to apologize," Han said. "I'm here to show you something." He held up the data tablet. On it was a star chart, a sector of space that Leia didn't recognize. What is it? The Queelii sector. Uncharted, unmapped. Han's eyes were intense. Zsinj's been running supply lines here for months. Weapons, fuel, replacement parts. He's building something. He zoomed in on the Dathomir system. I cross-referenced with the recon data. Face Lauren flagged unusual activity in this sector 6 weeks ago. Cargo ships traveling without transponders, no flight plans, no NAV beacons. MY and Danos tracked a ghost convoy that vanished into this system and never came out. Piggy Sabinring ran the supply chain analysis, fuel, weapons components, medical supplies. All routed to a single planet. He tapped the screen. Dathomir. Leia studied the chart. You think this is where he's hiding? I know it is. This is where he's regrouping. Leia's breath caught. Dathomir. I've heard that name before. Luke mentioned it. Luke? He called me a few days ago. He said he was coming to Coruscant. He said he'd found something important. A planet called Dathomir. Leia looked at Han. He's been searching for Jedi records. He thinks there's something there. Han nodded slowly. Then we need to get there before Zsinj finishes whatever he's building. There's more, Han said. He pulled out a small box, wrapped in gold-colored foil. Open it. Leia untied the strings, pulled the foil open. It was a registry chip, one of the old kind with a hollow cube built in. She thumbed the switch, watched the planet materialize in the air before her, a scene from space showing Dathomir. Thin pink clouds shone at the edge of the terminus, dividing night from day, and generous storm clouds swirled out from the ocean. In the background, 4 small moons hovered. She studied the continents, green with life, vast purple savannas, exquisitely small ice caps at the poles. Oh, Han, she said, her breath coming ragged with excitement. Her whole face seemed to be lit up, glowing. What is its name? Dathomir. Dathomir? She frowned in concentration. I've heard of it, somewhere. Where is it located? In the Dathomir system. I won it from Warlord Omag. She looked at the hollow, watched it sequence into its first picture, giant green herd beasts, possibly reptilian, grazing on a blue plain. This can't be in the Dathomir system, Leia said with certainty. It's only got one sun. She went to her console, locked into Coruscant's computer network, asking for the coordinates to Dathomir. It must have taken the huge computer banks some time to locate the files, for they waited nearly a minute before coordinates came up on screen. Leia looked into Han's face, saw his manic joy turn into a frown. But that can't be, Han said. That's in the Queelii sector, Warlord Zsinj's territory. Leia smiled, not patronizingly, but with genuine warmth. You actually won a planet in a card game. That's remarkable, Han. Even if it is in enemy territory. He stepped back, disappointment clear on his face. The Queelii sector. It doesn't matter, Leia said. What matters is that you were trying to help. You were trying to give me something I needed. She touched his arm. Thank you. Han met her eyes. It's not just about the planet, Leia. It's about Zsinj. If he's using Dathomir as a base, we need to find out what he's doing there. This could be the key to stopping him. You really shouldn't go to this meeting, Isolde said. I don't like the idea of you traveling alone in the underworld. Leia smiled tolerantly at the prince. He was, after all, interested only in protecting her, but after tripping over his bodyguards for the past 2 days, she was beginning to wonder if he weren't overly protective. "I'll be all right," she said. "I've handled his kind before." "If his information is so important," Isolde said, "then why hasn't he given it to you already? Why insist on this meeting? He's a variable. You know how paranoid predators get when they're convinced someone is hunting them. Besides, if he really does have information about attack dates and battle plans, I'll need that information before we go to the Roche system. The Verpines have got to be warned." Isolde studied her with his clear, profound gaze. He wore a yellow half-cape, an enormous golden belt, and wide golden bracelets that accented the bronze color of his skin. He stepped forward, rested his hands lightly on her shoulders, and Leia's skin tingled at the contact. "If you insist on going into the underworld, then I am coming with you." Leia started to object, but he touched his finger to his lips. "Please allow me this. I suspect you are right. I suspect that nothing will happen, but I could not live with myself if anything should happen to you." Leia studied his eyes, wanted to object, but there had been threats against her life. Isolde hinted that factions on Hapes would object to the Union, and already she had heard reports through the New Republic spy networks that warlords on the far side of the galaxy were making efforts to sabotage the Union. They didn't want the Hapan fleets adding their ships to the New Republic. Leia was already getting a taste of what it would be like to be the Queen Mother, wielding her might. "All right, you can accompany me," Leia said, and she admired Isolde for having the courtesy to ask to accompany her. Han would have demanded it. She wondered if Isolde's good manners were a natural part of his personality, or if they had become ingrained simply because he was reared in a matriarchal society where women were shown greater respect. Whatever the case, she found it charming. He took Leia's arm, and they strolled out to the curb, flanked by Isolde's Amazon bodyguards, to wait under the marble porte-cochere for Leia's hover car. Old Threekinhorn came humming up the street in his repulsor chair. The broad streets here were fairly empty at this time in the morning, a couple of Ishitib strolling, an old droid painting the lampposts. Threekin greeted them casually, as if he just happened to be passing by, but he did not volunteer to leave. Instead, he thumbed the switch that stopped his chair and just sat, waiting for the hover car. "I hear that it's such a nice day up top," Threekin said, nodding toward the towering buildings above them, hover cars moving through slants of sunlight, "that I'm almost tempted to go sunbathing." "Almost." Isolde tenderly gripped Leia's arm, and Leia suddenly wished that Threekin would just get lost. She looked up at Isolde, and he smiled down as if sharing her thought. "Ah, here's your car now," Threekin said. A black hover car plowed down the street, slowed, swerved in close. The tinted glass in the passenger's window shattered as someone shoved a blaster barrel through. "Down!" one of Isolde's bodyguards shouted, and the woman leaped in front of Leia as the first volley of red bolts cut through the air. One of the bolts caught the woman in the chest, lifted her and threw her back. Gouts of blood glittered in the air, and Leia smelled the familiar stench of ozone and charred flesh. Threekinhorn cried out and hit a button on his repulsor chair. He went hurtling south as fast as if he were in a land speeder, shouting at the top of his lungs. Isolde pushed Leia back behind one of the broad pillars of the porte-cochere, and was a blur of motion as he whipped off his belt. Part of it, a small gold shield, he held in his left hand, and from somewhere he drew a small blaster. Leia heard a humming noise and a second volley issued from the car, but the red flaming bolts hit the air in front of them, exploded harmlessly. A thin, blue, circular haze shimmered before Isolde, white at the edges, like a ring around a moon on a cold night. Personal shielding, she realized. Leia was suddenly conscious that the remaining Amazon bodyguard was behind her, taking momentary advantage of the shielding to shout into a handheld comm link for a backup. A burst of blaster fire whizzed past Leia's head, hitting the marble above them, and Leia turned. The droid that had been painting on the corner fired a blaster at them. "Astarta! Get the droid!" Isolde shouted. The prince's shield couldn't cover them in the crossfire, and they couldn't count on the marble pillars for much protection. Leia lunged for the dead Amazon's blaster, fired off 2 quick rounds, enough so that the droid hid behind his lamppost. It was only then that Leia registered the oddly erect main body, the bullet-shaped head and long legs. An Eliminator assassin droid, Model 434. Astarta joined her in opening fire on it. The hover car stopped, and 2 men leaped out, firing. Leia knew that Isolde's personal shield couldn't hold for more than a couple more seconds. Personal shielding tended to provide minimal protection, because you couldn't get a power source strong enough to deflect enemy fire and still last for more than a moment. The second danger came from the shield itself. The energy shield got so hot that the wielders risked frying themselves if they accidentally touched it. Isolde held the shield before him, lunged at his attackers. 2 more bolts whizzed past his head, and Astarta fired. Leia looked just in time to see the Amazon's single bolt hit the assassin droid at mid-torso. Metal bits flew into the air, followed by a massive explosion as the droid's power plant exploded. The prince swung his shield as a weapon, and its energy field knocked his attackers backward. Blue sparks erupted in the air as it made contact. One man cried out and dropped his blaster, holding his burned face. Isolde raised the shield over his head, spun it, and tossed it at the last attacker. The shielding caught the assassin in the chest, sliced through him like a lightsaber, and then Isolde stood alone with his blaster, aiming it at the remaining assassin, who was screaming in agony, clutching his face. He once had been a handsome man, Leia thought. Too handsome. A Hapan. "Who hired you?" Isolde demanded. The assassin screamed out. "Leril! Remarm! Ta'a Larvin?" Isolde asked in Hapan. "At Remarm," the assassin begged. Isolde kept the gun leveled at the assassin a second longer, and the man shouted again. A piece of burned flesh tore away from his face. The man leaped into the gutter for his gun, and Isolde hesitated. The assassin fumbled for the gun, pointed it at his own face, and pulled the trigger. Leia turned away. Suddenly Isolde's bodyguard was pulling at Leia's arm, yelling, "Inside! Get inside!" And Isolde grabbed Leia, took her back into the house. There was an alcove by the door where guests could hang their coats, and Isolde pulled Leia toward the alcove, then stood protecting her, breathing hard and looking out into the hallway. The bodyguard, Astarta, had bolted the door. As on most of the consulates, Leia's door was made of ancient blast plate, and could withstand even a sustained assault. The bodyguard was yelling into her communicator again. Leia couldn't understand Hapan, but the guard was making a lot of noise. "Who sent them?" Leia asked. "He wouldn't say," Isolde answered briefly. "He only begged me to kill him." Outside, through the walls, Leia could hear New Republic forces shouting as they sought to secure the area. Isolde stood panting, listening intently, probably trying to eavesdrop on both his bodyguard and the police outside, make sure it was safe. He held Leia lightly, protectively, and her heart hammered. She pushed at him gently and said, "Thank you for saving me." Prince Isolde focused on the sounds around him so strongly that at first he seemed not to notice that she was pushing him away. Then he looked down into her eyes. He lifted her chin, and paused. You're shaking, he said. I almost died, Leia said, her voice steady despite her trembling. That tends to have an effect. Isolde smiled, not the practiced smile of a diplomat, but something more genuine. You're remarkable, you know that? Most people would be in hysterics. Most people aren't diplomats. And most people haven't been shot at as many times as I have. He studied her for a long moment. Leia, I know this isn't the time or place. But I need you to know, what I said at dinner was true. I didn't choose you because of politics. I chose you because I believe in you. Because I think you could be the leader Hapes needs. Leia met his eyes. That's a lot to put on someone you barely know. I know. But I've been watching you since you arrived on Hapes. I've seen how you handle yourself, how you negotiate, how you inspire loyalty, how you refuse to compromise your principles even when it would be easier to do so. He took her hand. I'm not asking you to love me. I'm asking you to consider the possibility. Leia looked down at their joined hands. A part of her, the part that had been alone for so long, fighting for so long, carrying the weight of her people's future, wanted to say yes. Wanted to accept his offer and let herself believe that peace was possible. But another part of her, the part that had seen too much betrayal, too much manipulation, too many people who wanted to use her, held back. I'll consider it, she said quietly. But not now. Not today. I need to think about what happened here. About who sent those assassins. About what it means. Isolde nodded. Of course. Take whatever time you need. Outside, New Republic security forces were securing the area. Isolde's bodyguard was still shouting into her comlink. The adrenaline was fading, leaving Leia tired and shaky. The front door burst open. Han Solo stood in the doorway, blaster drawn, Chewbacca at his back. Leia! I heard the shooting. Are you all right? Leia straightened, pushing away from Isolde. I'm fine. Isolde's bodyguards handled it. Han's eyes swept the room, assessing the situation. He took in the bodies, the scorch marks, the lingering smell of ozone. His gaze lingered on the remains of the Eliminator droid, then on the dead Hapan assassin, studying the man's face, the way his hand still clutched the blaster he'd used to kill himself. He shot himself? Han asked, his voice flat. He begged me to kill him first, Isolde said. When I wouldn't, he did it himself. Han knelt beside the body, examining the assassin's face. He studied the neural implant visible at the base of the man's skull, a small silver disc with distinctive markings that matched the intelligence files he'd been reviewing for months. Leia. This is Project Chimera. Leia knelt beside him, studying the disc. The markings, they're familiar. They should be. Project Chimera. Han's jaw tightened. Zsinj's brainwashing program. We've been tracking it for months. The gun of command, Leia said, her voice barely above a whisper. The Hapans brought it here. The same technology. And now we're finding Imperial brainwashing tech on a Hapan assassin. Han nodded grimly. That's not a coincidence. If Zsinj's tech is on Hapan assassins, then either he's infiltrated the Hapan court, or someone in the Hapan court bought his technology. Isolde stepped forward, his expression dark. If my aunt is using Imperial brainwashing technology. He shook his head. I don't want to believe it. Neither do I, Leia said. But we can't ignore the possibility. Assassins, Han said flatly. Hapan? The man who shot himself was Hapan, Isolde confirmed. But the droid was an Eliminator Model 434, standard Imperial assassin droid. Which means the assassins could have been hired by anyone. Han holstered his blaster. But you think it was your mother's enemies? Isolde's expression tightened. I think it was someone who wants this marriage to fail. Whether that's my mother, my aunts, or the warlords who fear a Hapan Republic alliance. I don't know. Or someone who wants to make sure Zsinj's operation stays hidden, Han said. If the marriage goes through, the Hapan fleets join the Republic. That means more ships hunting Zsinj. Someone doesn't want that. Leia stepped between them. What I know is that someone tried to kill me. And that means we need to figure out who, and why, before they try again. Han nodded. I've been running intelligence on Zsinj's operations. If the warlords are involved, there might be a connection. Then we need to investigate, Leia said. Together. Han and Isolde exchanged a look, not hostile, but wary. I'll start with the intelligence files. I'll have a full analysis run on the assassin's implants, see if we can trace the conditioning signature back to Zsinj's network. Isolde, you work your contacts in the Hapan fleet. Leia, you talk to Mon Mothma. Let's find out who's behind this. In the sterile white corridors of the Rebel Dream, Han leaned against a wall and considered his options. The assassination attempt changed everything. Someone, on Hapes, in the Republic, or among the warlords, wanted Leia dead. And if they tried once, they'd try again. And if the conditioning on those assassins was Project Chimera, and it was, then Zsinj's hand was in this somehow. The conditioning signatures matched the intelligence files perfectly. They'd seen it used on prisoners, on captured spies, on anyone who got too close to his operations. But this was the first time they'd found it on a Hapan operative. That meant Zsinj had infiltrated the Hapan court. Or someone in the Hapan court had bought his technology. Either way, the implications were terrifying. We need to get her off Coruscant, he realized. Somewhere safe. Somewhere no one would think to look. He pulled out his data tablet, scrolling through the intelligence files. The Quilii sector. Dathomir. Zsinj's supply lines. If Zsinj is building something there, we need to find out what it is. And if Leia is in danger, we need to get her out of harm's way. He keyed in a secure channel to Wedge. It's Han. I've got something. The Eliminator droid was Model 434, standard Imperial issue. The Hapan assassin's neural implants showed conditioning signatures consistent with Project Chimera. Zsinj's fingerprints are all over this. Wedge's voice came back grim. I was afraid of that. We've been tracking similar conditioning signatures on prisoners taken in the Outer Rim. Zsinj's been perfecting the technology for years. Then we need to move. I'm taking Leia to Dathomir. It's the only lead we have on Zsinj's operations. But I need you to keep the recon teams on the supply chain. If Zsinj's moving resources, I want to know where. I'll keep them on it. And Han, be careful. If Zsinj's conditioned operatives are on Coruscant, he's more desperate than we thought. That's what scares me. Han pocketed the comlink. His mind was already racing ahead, to Dathomir, to Zsinj, to the assassins who tried to kill Leia with Imperial brainwashing technology. Zsinj's fingerprints are all over this. The supply lines, the brainwashing tech, the timing of the Hapan proposal. He didn't know how it all fit together yet. But he knew one thing with certainty. Dathomir was the key. And he was going to find out why. Captain Astarda, the prince's personal guard, woke Isolde in his room later that night. She was a woman of rare beauty, with long, dark red hair and eyes as dark blue as the skies of her planet Terraphon. "Flared a Rellerin? Was dinner spiced well?" she asked almost casually. As Isolde lay in bed, he watched her eyes scan the room more thoroughly than normal, her scrutiny moving from dresser to bed to closets. Her movements were fluid, cat-like. "Dinner was spiced well," Isolde answered. "I found the princess to be charming, good company." "What is wrong?" "We picked up a coded message just an hour ago. It was beamed to all the ships in our fleet. We suspect it was an assassination order." "The signal came from Hapes?" "No. It was beamed up to our fleet from Coruscant." "Who was to be assassinated?" "The order did not name the target, or the time or place," Captain Astarta answered. "The complete message reads, 'The Temptress seems too interested. Take action.' I know it's cryptic, but to me at least the meaning is clear." "Did you notify New Republic security that Leia is in jeopardy?" Astarta hesitated. "I'm not convinced that Princess Leia is the target." Isolde did not say anything. If he died, the royal line would fall to his Aunt Sichia's daughter. Someone had also killed Isolde's betrothed once before, Lady Elier. They had found her drowned in a reflecting pool. Isolde could not prove his beliefs, but he was sure that his Aunt Sichia was behind the killing, just as he was sure that his aunt had hired the pirates who had assassinated his older brother after sacking the royal flagship. The pirates would have known that the Chumda was worth a great deal to his mother, yet they had killed the boy without seeking a ransom. Isolde asked, "So you think I am to be the target this time?" "I think so, my lord," Astarta answered. "Your aunt could blame it on the outsiders, on factions within the New Republic, on some warlord who feared the marriage union, even on General Solo." Isolde sat up in bed, closed his eyes, thinking. His aunts and his mother, all were vicious women, cunning and deceitful. He had hoped that by marrying outside the Hapes royal line he would find someone like Leia, someone untainted by the avarice that plagued the women of his family. It hurt him to think that someone had managed to plant assassins in his own fleet, assassins conditioned with Imperial brainwashing technology. "You will notify New Republic security of the threat. Tell them the assassins showed signs of Imperial conditioning, Project Chimera. General Solo will know what that means. If the warlords are trying to sabotage the marriage, we need to know which ones." "And if it's not the warlords?" Astarta asked. "Then it's someone closer to home. And we need to know that too. Beyond that, you will assign half of my personal guard to protect Leia." "And who will protect you?" Astarta asked. Isolde could see the sense of betrayal in her eyes. She loved him, could not neglect him. He had always known that. It was what made her so good at her job. Perhaps Astarta even hoped a little that Leia would die. Yet Isolde knew that Captain Astarta would follow his orders. Above all, Astarta was an excellent soldier. He pulled a blaster from under the covers of his bed, saw the flicker of surprise in Astarta's eyes at having missed the presence of a gun pointed at her chest. "As always," Isolde said, "I will watch my own back." Chapter 6. Han sat in a booth in a cantina on Coruscant. It was a tame place by any standards, clear air, couples dancing slowly to the sound of Ladurian nose flutes. Chewbacca sat across from him, nursing a drink. But Han wasn't there for the atmosphere. Wedge Antilles sat beside him, a datapad open on the table between them. "Faces recon came in an hour ago," Wedge said. "Supply chains confirmed. Fuel, weapons, medical, research equipment, all flowing to Dathomir." "Piggy's analysis match?" "Yeah. It's not a ship. He's building a facility. Han studied the data. Containment units. Research equipment. He's setting up a lab. That's what the Wraiths think too. Wedge paused, then added quietly. For a guy who faked his own death, Zsinj sure does order a lot of medical supplies. Han snorted. Maybe he's planning on getting sick. Or maybe he's building something that needs a lot of beds. Let's hope it's the first one. Han turned to 3PO. What about the Imperial records? 3PO consulted his memory banks. The interdiction order was signed by Grand Moff Tarkin approximately 8 years ago. The stated reason was unauthorized force activity and local population of concern. The Nightsisters, Han said. Indeed, sir. But the more recent records indicate heavy Imperial transport traffic between the Queelii sector and known Project Chimera sub-facilities. Materials, personnel, and research data, all flowing toward Dathomir. Han exchanged a look with Wedge. He's moving the operation there. That's the pattern, Wedge confirmed. And if he's combining the Nightsisters' abilities with his conditioning technology, then we've got a problem. Han's jaw tightened. Keep the Wraiths on the supply chain. If he's moving something big, I want to know. Wedge closed the datapad. I'm heading back to the task force. And Han, be careful. I know. Wedge left. Han turned to 3PO. You've been closer to Leia than I have. She's been looking into Dathomir? Yes, sir. She's been reviewing intelligence reports extensively. She's also been in contact with Master Luke Skywalker. Han nodded. Keep me posted. And don't tell her I asked? Threekinhorn looked his best, dressed in a long, dark green waistcoat and white pants, his thinning hair meticulously curled so that ringlets danced around his ears. Leia noticed that he didn't look as fat as usual when he stood under his own power, and he was standing now at the podium. As you all know, I have called this session of the Alderaanian Council so that we can discuss preparations for Princess Leia's marriage to Prince Isolde, the Chume of Hapes. The crowd erupted into vigorous applause. The plush council room with its curtained walls and plum-colored chairs could hold nearly 2,000 people. Yet only 100 members of the council were present. The rest of the seating was occupied by curious onlookers, while the back of the hall was a gleaming forest of metallic media droids. Leia sat in her seat on the front row, only a couple of meters from where Threekin stood on the podium. Han sat in a back row, dressed casually in a white shirt and vest, looking very much the way he had when they'd first met years ago. Chewbacca sat beside him. Leia had intended to discuss her plans here bluntly but hadn't been prepared for so much media attention. In the past day, she suddenly found her entire life in the spotlight. The attempted assassination of the morning before had been covertly filmed from 8 different angles and was playing on all the stations. Zsinj's fingerprints are all over this, she thought. Conditioned operatives. Project Chimera. He's got people everywhere. New Republic intelligence officers had swept the embassy for bugs this morning and found microphones with open channels to 15 networks. It seemed that the only thing the public liked better than a royal marriage was a royal assassination, and the media hounds were lapping this up. Leia's only consolation was that if another assassin struck, he or she would have to shoot through the camera operators to get her. She looked out at the forest of media droids and the cheering crowd. If the Empire wanted to kill democracy, she thought, they could have just given everyone a holocamera and let them do the work themselves. Ah, well, best to get this over with. Threekin, members of the council, Leia said, standing. I would like to thank you all for coming here, But don't you think this is a bit premature? I agree that this seems like a marvelous offer, but I haven't consented to marry Princess Leia yet. She sat down again. Oh, Leia, Threekin said with a condescending smile. Often in the past your clear head and cautiousness have served you well, but in this particular case... He shrugged. I've seen how you two look at each other, and you have agreed to a 6-month excursion with the soldier, touring the worlds of Hapes. I think it's a grand idea. It will give you and Isolde a little time to grow closer while the royal house of Hapes gets an opportunity to see how well that pretty little head of yours wears a crown. The crowd tittered with nervous laughter at the jest. Let's put it before the council. Threekin waved at the seated assemblage. Don't you all think that Leia and Isolde make a beautiful couple? Most of the professional politicians remained somewhat somber, but many of the traitors snickered while members of the media and audience cheered and clapped. This didn't look at all to Leia like a normal council meeting, this looked like a carnival. You can't plan my wedding without me. Isolde and I are not engaged, formally or informally. I'm going to Hapes to negotiate an alliance. If they want to attach marriage to it, that's their condition. But I haven't agreed to anything, and I won't be pressured into it. She realized the truth as she spoke. Isolde was taking her to Hapes so the planetary dignitaries could study her. And she was going so she could have time to assess him. No matter how she tried to deny it, everyone else in the galaxy could see what was happening. She glanced over at Han. He was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read, not jealousy, not anger. Something more like concern. She sat down, trying not to blush, intensely conscious that this encounter was already being carried live over dozens of news nets. Han watched the council meeting unfold with a growing sense of frustration. Threekin was maneuvering Leia into a corner, using the media and public opinion to pressure her into a decision she wasn't ready to make. Chewbacca growled softly beside him. I know, Han whispered. But this isn't the time to make a scene. He could see Leia struggling to maintain her composure. She was a diplomat. She'd been trained to handle this kind of pressure. But even she had limits. She needs an out, he realized. Something that gives her time to think without the constant pressure. Indeed we can't plan your wedding without you, Threekin assured her from the podium. We wouldn't think of it. We are only making plans in the eventuality that you marry Isolde. Leia sat in silence, trying to find her way out of the trap. Threekin had maneuvered her perfectly. If she argued, she looked petulant. If she agreed, she was trapped. She glanced at Han again. He was gone. Chewbacca was gone too. He left, she realized. He walked out. She wasn't sure if that made her feel better or worse. Han found Leia in her quarters an hour later. She was still in her formal robes, staring out at the city lights. That was brutal, he said quietly. Leia didn't turn. You left. Couldn't stay. Would have said something I'd regret. That's unusually restrained of you. I'm learning. Leia finally turned to face him. What do you want, Han? 3PO said you've been looking into Dathomir. Leia's expression shifted. You've been spying on me? No. But I need to know if we're on the same page. We are, she said. Good. Because Wedge just confirmed, Zsinj's setting up a facility there. Research. Containment. Project Chimera materials. The assassins, Leia said. It's all connected. Yeah. Leia was silent for a long moment. I've been reading the Imperial files. There's something the Empire was afraid of on Dathomir. The Nightsisters. Force users. The Empire interdicted the planet because of them. And Zsinj wants to combine their abilities with his brainwashing program. Exactly. Han met her eyes. We can't let that happen. You think we can stop him? Han's voice was flat. I spent 5 months chasing him. The rogues and wraiths lost people trying to bring him down. He paused. I'm not done yet. Leia studied him. And the Hapan Alliance? Political solution to a military problem. Might work. But I'd rather do this ourselves. She nodded slowly. I'd rather that too. Then let me help. Not as some jealous hothead, as someone who knows how to find him. Leia's lips twitched. You know, for a man who commands fleets and hunts warlords, you do whine like a Gamorrean when you don't get your way. I don't whine, Han said. I make observations. Tactical observations? He shrugged. Maybe. That's what I thought. I said I'm learning? I didn't say I was good at it yet. Leia shook her head, but she was almost smiling. Aboard the Bith Counselor's ship THPFFTHT, Luke studied the data he'd compiled. Dathomir. The Chuanthor. Imperial Interdiction Orders. Patrol logs. A single casualty report from a scout ship that had ventured too close. The Nightsisters, he thought. The Empire was afraid of them. And now Zsinj's moving his operation there. It's not just a military threat. It's a force threat. It's both. He felt a disturbance, something dark, powerful, stirring at the edge of his awareness. Leia. He keyed a message. I'm coming. Trust Han. Watch for conditioned operatives. The Bith technicians completed their tests. The ship jumped into hyperspace. On Coruscant, Han and Leia stood in her quarters, the city lights glittering below them. So what's the plan? Leia asked. We go to Dathomir. We find out what he's building. We stop him. That's not a plan. That's a goal. It's a start. Han met her eyes. The rest we figure out together. Leia held his gaze. Then she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Han hesitated, then returned it. We're going to figure this out, he said quietly. I know, Leia said. That's why I'm still here. Chapter 7. That afternoon, Leia and Isolde strolled through a secluded forest in the botanical gardens of Coruscant, a garden where plants from hundreds of thousands of New Republic worlds flourished. Leia was showing Isolde the Oro woods of Alderaan, forests where the graceful, clean-limbed trees climbed hundreds of feet into the air, but every inch of the tree's bark was covered with iridescent lichen colonies that glimmered in colors of cinnabar, violet, and canary, like the effluent of rainbows. White Kairoka birds fluttered from limb to limb, while tiny brilliant red deer with golden stripes fed among foliage on the ground. On Alderaan the Oro woods had occupied only a dozen small islands, and Leia had only traveled there once as a child. Still, seeing that even a piece of her home world still thrived lightened her heart. Isolde walked hand in hand with her. He said, I called my mother on Holovid. She was pleased that you planned to come visit. She's bringing her own personal vehicle to carry you back to Hapes. Vehicle? Leia wondered aloud at his choice of words. You mean she's bringing her own personal ship? In this case, Isolde said, I think the word vehicle is more appropriate. It's thousands of years old and rather eccentric in design. Still, you will like it. The woods were quiet. Isolde's bodyguards had spread out among the trees, except for the woman Astarta, who walked at their backs. Leia smiled, stopped to smell a violet, trumpet-shaped flower. The flower had been uncommon on the plains of her home world, a pungent-smelling weed. "This is an arrowroot," Leia said. "Folktales said that if a new bride found one growing in her yard, it was a sign that she would soon have a child. Of course, the bride's mother and sisters always made it a point to plant an arrowroot in the newlyweds' lawn after the wedding, and of course they had to do it at night. It was considered bad luck to get caught." Isolde smiled, fingered the flower. "When it dries," Leia said, "the petals fold in and the seeds get trapped in the dry flower. Mothers then give the dry flowers to their babies to use as rattles." "How charming," Isolde said, and he sighed. "It's sad to know that it's all gone, all destroyed. Except for what's here on Coruscant. When our refugees find a new home," Leia said, "we plan to take some of these specimens with us, establish another garden on a new world." Comm link tones sounded, and Leia flipped her comm link on reluctantly. "Leia, Threekin here. I have great news. The New Republic has cancelled your mission to the Roche system." "What?" Leia asked, stunned. She had never been pulled from an assignment. "How did this happen?" "It seems that relations between the Verpines and the Bearbells are disintegrating at a faster rate than we anticipated," Threekin answered. "So Mon Mothma has escalated the level of intervention in hopes that we can avert a war. General Han Solo will be assigned to lead a fleet of Star Destroyers to the Roche system to protect the Verpines until the crisis is resolved. Meanwhile, Mon Mothma personally will be handling this crisis with a team of her most trusted counselors." "What crisis?" Leia asked. "Customs agents boarded a variable cargo ship outside the Roche system this morning and found the thing we all feared." Leia's stomach turned at the thought of lockers filled with Verpine body parts, hard frozen in the depths of space. In spite of her attempts to overcome such prejudices, the more Leia dealt with species of carnivorous reptiles, the more she anticipated such atrocities. Still, she told herself, you couldn't judge an entire species by the actions of a few. "What of Mon Mothma? Won't she need my help?" "She and I both feel that there are better ways for you to serve the New Republic," Threekin said. "Mon Mothma has temporarily relieved you from duty for the next 8 standard months. I trust your time will be well spent." The undertone to his voice clearly indicated what he desired, but he said it outright. "You may leave for Hapes at your earliest convenience." Threekin's image flickered off the communicator, and Isolde squeezed Leia's hand. Leia considered momentarily, and knew she could not argue against Horm. The Verpines really would be better off with a New Republic fleet at their side, and Leia had felt overwhelmed by the assignment all along. As a diplomatic counselor she had great skills, but the Bearbells were never impressed by stirring speeches or elaborate arguments. The Bearbells, who had evolved as communal predators dominated by a pack leader, would respect Mon Mothma for handling the affair. The simple fact that the pack leader, for the entire New Republic, had jumped into the fray would disorient the Bearbells, force them to regroup and rethink the situation. In fact, now that Leia looked at it, she realized that Mon Mothma didn't need her at all. Leia had been so curious, trying to understand why a Verpine hive mother would be allowed to go feral, that she had been planning to attack the problem from the wrong angle. She should have been looking at the Bearbells all along. Perhaps the only thing that didn't make a great deal of sense would be to send a New Republic fleet to the Roche system. The Verpines could protect their hives. With their ability to communicate via radio waves, the fact that their colonies were built in an asteroid belt that was non-navigable, at least by human pilots, and their swarming attack style and high-speed B-wing bombers, the Verpines would make a formidable foe. Unless, Leia thought, Threekin's real goal isn't protecting the Verpines. Unless his real goal is getting me away from Han. Isolde stepped closer. Why are you frowning, little one? Just wondering about something. No, you are worrying, Isolde said. Don't you think Mon Mothma has things in control? Too much control, Leia said, and she looked up into the stormy seas of his gray eyes. You aren't ready to leave yet, are you? Isolde asked. Leia started to speak, but Isolde added, No, that is all right. Leaving all of this behind. He gestured to the Oro woods around him. Will be a big step for you. It will feel as if you are leaving it for good, and perhaps, if you so choose, you will indeed be leaving these worlds, this life, behind. He held her hands, and Leia smiled wistfully. Isolde said, Take a few days. Spend some time with your friends. Say your goodbyes if you feel that you must. I understand. And if it makes you feel any better, then just repeat what you said to the Alderaanian Council. You are coming to Hapes for a visit, nothing more. There are no strings attached, no obligations. Leia looked up at him. Thank you for understanding. Isolde put his arms around her, and Leia allowed herself to lean into his warmth. For a moment, she was tempted to say something, to promise him something she wasn't sure she could give. But she held back. I'm not ready, she realized. Not yet. I need to figure out who I am before I can promise myself to anyone. Isolde whispered softly into her ear. I will wait for you as long as it takes. Han Solo sat at the console of the Millennium Falcon, running dodge maneuvers through an orbital junkyard of space debris off Coruscant's smallest moon. Doing computer checks of all flight systems on his ship was one thing, but Han had long ago decided that only a live test was sufficient. Flying through a junkyard was much like negotiating through an asteroid field, except that the junk here tended to be all heavy metal, unlike those nice, soft carbonaceous asteroids. Threading his way through the debris somehow seemed to ease Han, tranquilize him. He dipped under the slowly tumbling busted stabilizer wing of a TIE fighter, and then came up to the skeletal hull of an old Victory Star destroyer, long since gutted for salvage. Just what I want, he thought. There were some systems aboard the Falcon that just couldn't be tested in friendly space, and where Han was headed, he didn't expect to meet any friendlies. He slowed to match the Star Destroyer's velocity, nosed into the main exhaust nacelle up to where its turbo-drive generator had once been housed, then carefully set the Millennium Falcon down. Han flipped on his modified Imperial IFF transponder, switched it to option 14. As his ship's radio signals bounced against the metal shielding of the fission chamber, Han's proximity indicators screamed in warning of approaching enemy Income Y4 passenger ships in every direction, their blue-gray metallic images flickering on the head-up holo display. Han had salvaged the transponder code from a military transport ship attached to Warlord Zsinj's Marines. The transport ship had been carrying a 12-member team from Zsinj's Raptors, a special forces organization supposedly devoted to surveying planetary defense systems, then infiltrating said planets and demolishing their defenses. But the Raptors were developing a nasty reputation as the strong arm of Zsinj's secret police. Ultimately, on many thousand worlds, the Raptors ruled. Secure in the knowledge that his new transponder signal would identify him as one of Zsinj's ships, Han flipped on his jammers, and so much static and radio traffic came over his sensors that the ghost ships blanked out on his head-up display. Han smiled inwardly. Both the new transponder and the high-powered jammers were working fine. He'd need them in unfriendly space. Now that he'd tested his hardware, Han fired his sublight engines and carefully lifted the Falcon out of the rusting innards of the old destroyer. As he maneuvered through the orbiting junkyard, the call he'd been waiting for came on audio. Leia said, "General Solo, I hear that you'll be taking a fleet to the Roche system tonight." "Yeah, that's what they tell me," Han said. "I'll be sorry to see you go. I was hoping we could get together for a few hours before you leave." Han was silent for a moment. Leia knew about the Roche assignment, which meant Threekin had already made his move. But she didn't sound like she was saying goodbye forever. She sounded like she wanted to talk. "I'm kind of busy right now," Han said carefully. "Testing some systems. But I could meet you at 1500 hours at your place aboard the Rebel Dream." "That sounds good. I'll see you then." Leia signed off. Han glanced at the timepiece on his console. Chewbacca and 3PO were supposed to meet him on the Millennium Falcon at 1700 hours. Time to make a decision, he thought. When Han came to Leia's door, he had a tired smile on his face. He gave Leia a quick hug, then entered the hallway to her quarters. She stepped back to look at him. His hair was mussed, eyes fatigued. He didn't look happy at all. "Can I get you a drink or something?" Leia asked. Han shook his head. No." He didn't say anything else, just stood, looking at the walls. In Leia's bedroom, the dull lights shone from the gems of Galanor on her dresser. The twin suns above the salab tree had gone dark, as if they were on a night cycle. "You aren't happy about your transfer to the Roche system, are you?" Leia asked. "Well, to tell the truth, I'm not going," Han admitted. "Not going?" Leia asked. "I resigned my commission." "When did this happen?" Han shrugged. 5 minutes ago." He walked into her bedroom, stood staring down at the bed, glanced at the gems on her dresser, the piles of treasure from Hapes. Part of Leia was still surprised to have it here. If she'd had any sense, she told herself, she would have had it locked up. "Well, where will you go?" Leia demanded. "What will you do?" "I'm going to Dathomir," Han said, and Leia stood with her mouth open a moment. "You can't go there," she said. "That's in Zsinj's territory. It's too dangerous." "Before I resigned, I ordered the Indomitable to run a strike and fade against some of Zsinj's outposts on the edge of New Republic space. Zsinj will be forced to fortify those outposts, drawing any ships away from Dathomir, and I should be able to just slip between the cracks. He won't even know that I'm there." "That," Leia said loudly, "is an abuse of authority." Han turned his interest from the gems, looked up at her and grinned. "I know." Leia didn't say anything else. When he got in one of these headstrong moods, she knew she couldn't talk any sense into him. He shrugged again. "No one will get hurt. I ordered them to attack only with long-range drones. Our soldiers will be okay." Leia shook her head. "You're not going alone." Han looked surprised. "What?" "I've spent my whole life making decisions based on what others need from me. Threekin wants me to be the perfect ambassador. Isolde needs a partner who can stand up to his mother. Mon Mothma needs the Hapan Alliance. But what do I need? I need to see the truth. And Dathomir might be the only place where I can find it." Han stared at her. "You're serious?" "I'm serious." Leia met his eyes. "I've been reviewing the intelligence files. Dathomir is the key. If Zsinj is there, we need to know what he's building. And if the Nightsisters are there." "How do you know about the Nightsisters?" "I have my sources." Leia smiled. "Just like you." Han was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. You'd be putting yourself at risk. If Threekin finds out. Threekin won't find out. I'll tell him I'm going to the Roche system with you. By the time he figures out what happened, we'll be in the Quilii sector. And Isolde? Leia hesitated. I'll tell him I need more time. He understands. Han studied her face. You're really doing this. I'm really doing this. She stepped closer. I've spent my whole life making decisions for other people. For my people, for the Republic, for everyone except myself. This time, I'm making a decision for me. She met his eyes. And the decision is that I'm not going to let anyone else define my future, not Threekin, not Isolde, and not you. If I'm going to Hapes, it's because I choose to. Not because someone decided it for me. Are you sure that General Solo has resigned his commission? The Queen Mother asked. Isolde nodded. He resigned 5 hours ago. He's been meeting with Leia all afternoon. Then he's planning something, Ta'a Chume said. Find out what? Corporal Zsinj had somehow managed to work in the military for 7 years in relative obscurity, never attracting the praise or attention he felt to be his due. All too often, that is how it went in military intelligence. You scraped and slaved for years to break a big case, hoping that some useful information might cross your way. That is why he planned to send this report to Warlord Zsinj directly, for his eyes only, signing his name to the documents so that none of his superiors could take credit. It was only fair. Corporal Zsinj was the only person to notice it. 3 strike-and-fades over a period of 9 days, maneuvers designed to draw off Zsinj's fleet. Obviously, the New Republic was planning some sort of an attack, hoping to open enough of a hole to send a fleet through. And it had to be a fleet, something more important than a mere spy ship, for anyone to have spent so much money ensuring that the ships got through the corridor safely. Zsinj could feel it in his bones. Something big was coming. So he had calculated the vectors, gauging possible military targets, had narrowed his list to 6, ranking them by possibility. So much territory to cover, and so much uncertainty. Zsinj pondered the possible targets one last time, and looked beyond the obvious possibilities. There, far off on his charts, was Dathomir, and Zsinj studied the planet, felt an odd tingling in his bones. Dathomir was already well protected, so far within Zsinj's territory that the New Republic could not possibly know of the Warlord's operations there. The shipyards? Could the New Republic be planning to attack the shipyards? No, that didn't feel right. They wanted something on the planet. Such a rugged, dangerous place. There were a number of prisoners on the planet that the New Republic might want, if the New Republic even knew of the penal colony, but no one would be stupid enough to try to land there. Zsinj had met the natives, and the very notion of landing on Dathomir sent a chill creeping down his spine. Still, the planet seemed to beckon to Zsinj. Here. They are coming here. Once, when Zsinj was in his early teens, he'd watched a military parade on Coruscant with his father. The Imperial walkers had thundered past in perfect formation, but Zsinj's attention had been fixed on the reviewing stand, where Grand Moff Tarkin stood in his crisp white uniform, observing with the cold detachment of a man who saw everything and approved of nothing. As the parade ended, Tarkin's gaze had drifted across the crowd, and stopped on Zsinj. Just for a moment. Just long enough for the boy to feel the weight of those pale, pitiless eyes. Then Tarkin turned away, speaking quietly to an aide who nodded and made a note on a datapad. 2 days later, an Imperial recruiter arrived at Zsinj's family's door with a simple message. Grand Moff Tarkin sees potential in you. Report for preliminary evaluation. Reason had never forgotten that chill of being noticed, or the certainty that Tarkin's interest was not a kindness, but a test. He had passed, and he had served ever since. Hesitantly, Reason suggested reinforcements for Dathomir despite his belief that the New Republic would not attack, then keyed in the sequence on his computer terminal that would send the encrypted warning to Zsinj. The Warlord was a thorough man. Zsinj would take care of it. On the Rebel Dream, Han and Leia stood on the observation deck, looking out at the stars. So, Han said, we're really doing this. Really doing this, Leia confirmed. You know, if we find what we're looking for, it changes everything. The war, the Hapan Alliance, your future. Our future, Leia corrected. This isn't just my decision anymore. Han was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. Our future. He extended his hand. Leia took it. Chapter 8. Leia awoke to the familiar hum of the Millennium Falcon's hyperdrive engines. She was lying in one of the ship's bunks, fully dressed, a blanket tucked around her. She sat up, disoriented. The last thing she remembered was making a decision, a choice to join Han on this mission to Dathomir. A choice to take control of her own future. She found Han in the cockpit, Chewbacca in the co-pilot's seat. 3PO was standing behind them, his golden plating gleaming in the dim light. Thank you, Han. How much longer until we arrive? Leia asked. We'll reach the Quilii sector in a few more hours. Leia slid into the seat behind him. What's the plan? Han pulled up a star chart on the display. Zsinj's supply lines run through the Quilii sector. Dathomir is at the center. If he's building something there, we need to find out what it is. And if there are Nightsisters? Then we deal with them too. As soon as the Biz ship dropped out of hyperspace near the maelstrom of rubble that circled the Roche system, Luke knew there was trouble. He couldn't feel Leia anywhere nearby. He went to his room, called the New Republic's ambassador to the Verpines over subspace radio, and got the old man out of bed. What's so important? The ambassador snapped. What has happened to Princess Leia Organa? Luke asked. I was supposed to meet her here. The ambassador frowned. She ran off with General Solo a couple of days ago. Something about a military operation. I watch the holovids when I can, but I'm a busy man. I don't have much time for such nonsense. You could always call Coruscant, if it's that important to you. Luke frowned. His status as a war hero didn't give him enough pull to make hyperspace calls on holovid. Besides, a call wouldn't get him any closer to Leia. He needed to go back to Coruscant, start from there. Do you have any ideas where I might find Han and Leia? The ambassador yawned, scratched his bald head. Who do you think I am, the chief of espionage? Nobody knows where they are. Eyewitnesses claim to have sighted Solo on at least 100 worlds. Invariably it turns out to be only a rumor, or some lookalike gets nabbed. I'm sorry, son, I can't be any help. The ambassador flipped off the communicator, and Luke sat, puzzled. He seldom received such rude treatment from anyone, much less dignitaries. He guessed that the operator hadn't told the ambassador who was calling. Luke closed his eyes, stretched with his senses. Sometimes, in his sleep, he would dream about Leia. Usually, if she was within the same star system, Luke could feel her presence. She was nowhere nearby. He decided to get his fighter out of storage and head for Coruscant. Han was working in the galley, trying to make sense of the limited supplies. Chewbacca stood at the viewport, watching the stars blur past. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Han admitted. Chewbacca growled a question. I mean, we're going into enemy territory blind. We don't know what Zsinj's building. We don't know what's on Dathomir. We don't even know if the Nightsisters are real. Chewbacca growled again, this time, more pointedly. Yeah, I know. I'm worried about her too. Leia appeared in the doorway, leaning against the frame. I can hear you, you know. Han turned, startled. I wasn't. You were. Leia stepped into the galley. You're worried about me. Of course I'm worried about you. You're my... He stopped himself. You're what? Han met her eyes. You're the most important person in my life. You always have been. And I'm terrified that I'm going to screw this up. Leia stepped closer. You already screwed it up. I know. But you're trying to fix it. She touched his arm. That counts for something. 4 days later, the Millennium Falcon dropped out of hyperspace above Dathomir, and the proximity indicators screamed in warning. Leia came running, leaned over Han's pilot's seat to look out. Star destroyers littered the sky while shuttles and barges plodded up from a small red moon in a solid line toward a huge mass of metal piping and struts. 10 kilometers of gleaming scaffolding that floated in space at an L5 point. It looked like some giant insect, but docked around it were thousands of craft, one superstar destroyer, dozens of old Victory-class models and escort frigates, thousands of box-like barges. For one moment, Han stared at them in awe and then breathed angrily. Trespassers! Leia drew a deep breath. Well, Han, you've certainly struck the jackpot this time. Why, this planet must have more enemy fighters than a Hutt has ticks. Han glanced over at Chewie. The Wookiee was trying to pull up the NAV charts for the Audiobook star system. On the head-up holo display, 2 red fighters began vectoring up from a star destroyer. Can the sarcasm, Princess, and get yourself up to the gun well, we've got company. Han nodded out the view screen to the TIE interceptors screaming toward them. Leia knew enough not to ask if Han could outrun them. He couldn't. Seriously, Leia, you better get up there, Han said. Once they get close enough to see that we're not an Income Y4, they won't wait to shoot. Leia ran up the corridor to the stairwell. Over the Falcon's radio, a controller began querying. Income Y4 Raptor, please identify yourself and your destination. Income Raptor, please identify. Captain Brovar, Han answered, carrying an inspection team for the planetary defense systems. Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was the part he always hated, waiting to see if they'd swallow his story. After a delay of 4 seconds, Han knew the flight controller was querying his supervisor. Always a bad sign. The controller said after a moment. This planet doesn't have a defense system. Chewbacca glared at Han, and Han keyed the mic. I know. We're here to inspect the sites to install the planetary defense system. The controller remained quiet too long, so Han added lamely. We have an extra one, or parts of an extra one. I mean, you've got to store these defense systems somewhere, right? Income Y4 Raptor, a gravelly voice called over the same frequency. Do you have some kind of strange modifications to your ship? The interceptors were coming into visual range and Han couldn't rely on stealth anymore. He reached up to switch on the signal jammers, and Chewie winced. It's all right, Han promised. We won't fry our own circuitry this time. I tested it before we left. Han flipped the switch and prayed. Chewbacca roared in fright and Han glanced over. The NAV computer had gone down. As Han watched, the run lights for the hyperdrive motivator died, along with the rear targeting computer. Han realized belatedly that he hadn't tested the jammers with the NAV computer working. They wouldn't be jumping to hyperspace anytime soon. Chewie growled in terror, and Han dipped toward the glittering shipyard, diving toward a quad escort frigate. All that metal would have to play hell with the sensors, and even though the TIE interceptors were technically faster and more maneuverable than the Falcon, Han would match his flying skills against these Academy jocks any day. Bolts of blue blaster fire ripped across the Falcon's prow, bounced off the hull, and Leia shouted over her radio. "They're in range!" 3PO stood behind the pilot's seat watching the blaster fire, shouting, "Oh ah!" and ducking with every near miss. Han heard the welcome blam, blam, blam of the quad cannons as Leia returned fire. The Falcon screamed toward the scaffolding and the frigate beyond. Huge beams of plasteel flashed past, and Han flipped the Falcon sideways to slip through the scaffolding. Han locked his forward targeting computer onto the frigate's primary sensor array. Without active shielding on, the huge frigate was just another hunk of space debris, and Han's first blast enveloped the sensor array in blue lightning. He fired his proton torpedoes in rapid succession, and they flashed in a brilliant ball that would have fried Han's eyes if he hadn't looked away. Among the brightening mushroom clouds, Han reversed thrusters, fired 2 concussion missiles into the thin stem of the frigate, the walkways that joined the frigate's monstrous engines with its forward arsenal. As the slowing Falcon dove for the breach in the frigate's hull, chunks of shrapnel burst against the forward concussion shielding. Chewie roared and shielded his face with his hands. The Falcon slammed into the yawning hold of the frigate, and warning sirens screamed. The control panels darkened as the concussion shielding overloaded, brightened again as it died. Smoke was rising from Chewie's panel, and he growled. "Sure," Han hissed, putting his hand over Chewie's mouth. Both of the TIE interceptors screamed into the frigate and exploded. The corridor that the Falcon had crashed into filled with light and fire. "That's the problem with those transparent steel windows on the TIE fighters," Han thought. "The worthless things darken when they detect a blast, and then you can't see anything for the next 2 seconds." He'd counted on it. Han flipped off his radio jamming, began shutting down the Falcon. Leia came running down the corridor. "What in the hell do you think you're doing? You almost got us killed!" "Listen," Han said, raising a hand for quiet. Between the concussion of the torpedoes and the fighters, and a few well-placed ion blasts, the frigate's orbit was already destabilizing. The ship was peeling away from the docks as Dathomir's gravity well sucked it down. "Oh, great," Leia said. "I'm supposed to be happy that we're going to crash into the planet instead of blow up in space." "No," Han said. "Our concussion shielding should have kept us from damaging the Falcon too badly, and now that our sensor jamming is off, Chewie should be able to get the NAV computer back online. Meanwhile, Zsinj's navy thinks we all crashed, and as the frigate drops toward the planet, we'll quietly move out of their interception range for 10 minutes or so, plenty of time for us to plot a course. Then we just casually ease our way out of here and head for home. Trust me, I've done this before." Han took a deep breath and prayed. "Go ahead, Chewie, turn the NAV computer back on. Show her." Chewie growled, shot Han a nasty look and flipped the switch. The monitor stayed dim. Chewie frantically began testing other switches. The hyperdrive motivator stayed off, as did the rear deflector shields. 3PO had been watching behind the pilot's seat, and he began gesticulating wildly but refrained from speaking. When he saw that the motivators wouldn't go on, he shouted, "We're doomed!" Han jumped out of his seat. It's okay, nobody panic. We just have a little fried circuitry here. I'll fix it." He shoved his way past 3PO and ran down the corridor to the engineering station and pulled off a faceplate to get to the motivator circuitry. The NAV computer he could sort of live without, for 10 minutes. Just make a quick jump to get out of the solar system, then take a few days to try to fix it nice and leisurely in the cold of space. But the motivators, he needed those now. He pulled off his vest, wrapped it around his fist, jerked back the faceplate. Fire erupted from the charred slag in the circuit box, and Leia appeared behind him with a fire extinguisher. She began spraying the circuitry and Han stepped back, saw that it was useless. It's okay, he muttered and ran back to the cockpit, fired all his circuits and let the diagnostics computer begin a readout. The forward sensor arrays had been smashed during the crash. That's okay, I don't need sensors as long as I can see where I'm going, he groaned. Concussion shielding gone. Top radio dishes clipped off. Most of the rest of it looked pretty good. As long as the diagnostics were correct, they could fly out of here. As long as they could break free of the wreck and no one shot at them and no one caught them and they didn't try to make it off-planet. Han's head began to whirl, and he realized that the frigate must be spinning as it sank toward Dathomir. Hang on, folks, it's going to be a rough ride down, he muttered. He glanced back at Leia, saw that she wasn't mad, wasn't berating him. Instead, her pale face was set in fear, and her eyes seemed dilated. The hair on her scalp had raised. Han had never seen her so scared. What? What? He asked, glancing frantically at the diagnostics display. I feel something down there, Leia said. On the planet. Something. What? Han asked. Leia closed her eyes. She didn't have Luke's sensitivity yet. But Han knew she had the potential. I see, drops of blood on a white tablecloth. No, more like sunspots, black against the brilliance. Only the black spots are filthier than that, loathsome. Leia frowned in concentration, inhaled, sucking deep breaths, her lower lip trembling. Leia's eyes blinked open, and her face was pale again, stark with terror. Oh, Han, we can't go down there! Han grabbed her shoulders. We don't have a choice. The Falcon's too damaged to jump. We have to ride this down. We could try to get to one of the escape pods. There aren't any escape pods on this wreck. And even if there were, you saw those TIE interceptors. They'd shoot us out of the sky before we cleared the hull. Leia's eyes were still wide, still terrified. But she nodded. All right. We ride it down. Han held her gaze for a moment longer. I'm sorry, Leia. I didn't mean for this to happen. Nobody means for crashes to happen. They just do. She took a breath. Focus on flying. We can talk about it later. The frigate's descent was a blur of noise and fire. Han fought the controls, trying to keep the Falcon from being crushed by the collapsing wreckage. Chewbacca howled, 3PO screamed, and Leia held onto her seat with white-knuckled hands. Then, with a final, shuddering impact, everything stopped. Han opened his eyes. The cockpit was filled with smoke and the acrid smell of burned circuitry. Chewbacca was groaning, 3PO was sputtering about his circuits being jostled, and Leia was pulling herself out of her seat. Is everyone all right? Han asked. I'll live, Leia said, her voice hoarse. But that was not one of your better landings. Han managed a weak smile. I've had worse. Let me guess, you did it on purpose. Of course. Han looked out the viewport at the alien jungle beyond. We're exactly where I wanted to be. Leia followed his gaze. The jungle was dense, dark, alive with sounds she didn't recognize. And somewhere out there, the darkness she'd felt in her vision was waiting. "No," she said quietly. "We're not where you wanted to be. We're where the Force wanted us to be." Chapter 9. At Han's apartment on Coruscant, Luke felt the walls. It was an odd apartment, one without decorations, without warmth, the kind of place a person sometimes inhabits, but does not live in. The building had been ransacked. Han's military uniforms lay scattered on the floor with a ripped mattress, torn pillows. The floors were littered. Dozens of people had already searched the place, but not the way Luke planned to search it. Luke touched the desk, closed his eyes. He could feel Han's desperation, a cold, focused determination, not panic. And beneath it, something else, the thrill of a breakthrough. Han had found something. A lead. A path forward. Luke stood. Such strong emotions carry a unique scent, and he ran his fingers along the wall, tasting it, followed the scent down Coruscant's long avenues. Sometimes the scent would elude him at a corner, and Luke would stop for a moment, concentrating. After hours of following the taste of that cold determination, he found himself in the upper layers of the underworld, in an ancient building that had once been a gambling hall but now served a different purpose. He stood, looking at a shadowed room where information changed hands, whispers, data cylinders, credits. He went to the manager, a bat-like reader who watched over his domain with half-open eyes while gripping an overhead cable with his toes. Luke asked, "Do your security droids keep a visual record of transactions? I need to see who passed through here recently." "Why?" the reader asked. "I run an honest Plax. Are you trying to imply that my deals are not safe?" Luke was tempted to roll his eyes at the reader. Their paranoia was a species trait, and could lead to problems if Luke didn't placate the creature quickly. "Of course not," Luke said. "The thought never crossed my mind. But I have reason to believe that a friend was here recently. If the films are available, I'd like to see the video. I could pay you." Luke handed him a credit chip worth 100. The reader shoved the chip into some hidden pocket in its vest, showed Luke how to scan through the video display unit that could not have been less than 100 years old. It was rusting and crusted with dirt, but the rewind on it went incredibly fast. Luke hit pay dirt within moments, stopped the video. There was no sound, only the grainy images captured by ancient security cameras. In the footage, Han sat across from a massive Dathomir warlord. No sabacc cards. No gambling. Instead, Han slid a data cylinder across the table, a thick, encrypted military-grade cylinder. The Dathomirian took it, examined it, and nodded. Han passed over a credit chip, a substantial one, from the way the Dathomirian's eyes widened. The Dathomirian handed Han a second data cylinder in return. An exchange. Intelligence for credits. That was the source of Han's breakthrough. He'd purchased something. A backdoor into Zsinj's territory. "Who is the Dathomirian?" Luke asked. The reader's eyes flickered furtively between the image and Luke. "Hard to say. They all look alike to me." Luke pulled out another credit chip. "Yes, I remember now," the reader said. "Warlord Omag." Luke knew the name. "Of course. Only she would have access to that kind of military intelligence. Where can I find her?" "Gambling," the reader said. "When she is not here, she plays elsewhere. Dathomirians do not sleep." Luke got the names of Omag's haunts, closed his eyes and let his forefinger drift down the list. It stopped at the third name on the list, a nearby place down 4 more levels in the underworld. He drew his robes tight around him, felt the lightsaber hanging at his side. Something in the air warned him to keep it handy, so he undipped it, put it in a pocket. The trip down took only a few minutes, but it seemed as if he'd entered a different world. The air down lower was stale, the lights dimmer than above. Hundreds of levels down, there were places in the underworld where even the bravest humans wouldn't venture. Already living down here were aliens from races that Luke had never seen. A large turquoise, bioluminescent amphibian walked by, flapping on webbed feet, eating some type of fungus in its broad mouth. Something huge, with tentacles, slithered over the wet stones. Luke didn't know if it was sentient or some form of vermin. Luke found the place he was searching for by a dim light over its door. The stowaway. He walked in, squinted into the gloom. The only light in the place came from the headlamps of a cleaning droid and from bioluminescent amphibians like the one Luke had seen outside. Down here, the creatures did not use artificial lights. And in the depths of the shadows, Luke heard choking sobs that could only have been death cries. Luke whipped out his lightsaber, and its brilliant blue glow cut through the shadows. Dozens of aliens screamed and covered their eyes in pain, and many shouted in dismay as they leaped for the door. A dozen rat people scurried deeper into the shadows to watch the fray with glittering eyes. At the far back of the gambling room, at a table, 3 humans stood over the Dathomir. 2 of them held her with her back pinned to the table, while the third worked desperately to pull off her helmet, open her to the oxygen atmosphere that would surely poison her. The Dathomir fought them, digging into their arms with her talons till she drew blood, kicking at them with clawed feet, batting at them with her tail. 2 other humans were already on the floor, but the Dathomir was near the end of her struggle. The men had her pinned now. All 3 of the men wore infrared goggles, a sign that they were not accustomed to life here in the underworld. "Let her go," Luke ordered them. "You stay out of this," one of the men said in Basic, using an odd accent Luke had never heard. "This one has information." Luke stepped forward, and the Inquisitor who had been ripping off Omag's helmet pulled up a gun, fired at him. Blue sparks shot from the gun and enveloped Luke, and for a portion of a second Luke's mind went blank. It felt almost as if his head were immersed in freezing ice water. He blinked and let the force flow through him. The 3 men had turned back to their task, apparently satisfied that the confrontation was over. "Let her go," Luke repeated louder. The Inquisitor glanced up at Luke in surprise, pulled the gun again. Luke waved, used the force to rip the weapon from his hand. "Get out of here, all 3 of you," Luke warned. The men stopped, stepped back from the Dathomir. She lay gasping on the table, fighting the effects of the oxygen that leaked past her helmet seal. One man said, "This creature has information that could lead us to a woman who has gone missing. We will get that information." "This woman is a citizen of the New Republic," Luke said, "and if you do not take your hands off her, I will take your hands off you." Luke swung the lightsaber threateningly. The men looked nervously at each other, backed away. One pulled up a communicator, began speaking into it quickly in a foreign language, obviously calling for reinforcements. The rat people in the corner scurried away, unwilling to brave the situation any longer, and the room seemed strangely quiet, with only the dull hum of food processors in the background. Within 10 seconds, a female voice spoke behind Luke. "What is going on here?" All 3 of Omag's attackers folded their arms, bowed their heads. "O Queen Mother, we found the Dathomir warlord as you requested, but she has been loath to answer us. We could get no information from her." Luke turned to look at their leader. She was a tall woman with a gold circlet and a golden veil to hide her face. Every inch of her spoke of regality and wealth. She wore a long flowing dress that could not disguise her shapely figure. Behind her were at least a dozen armed guards, blasters at the ready. "You tortured her, a foreign dignitary?" the Queen Mother asked, eyes flashing behind her veil. Luke could feel her wrath, but he wasn't sure if she was truly angry at her men, or angry that they had failed. "Yes," one of the men muttered. "We thought it best." The Queen Mother grunted in disgust. "Get out, all three of you. Place yourselves under arrest." For a moment Luke wondered if this were all an act, and he further tested the force of the newcomer. She was not surprised or appalled by her men's actions, but that told him little. Leaders tend to become jaded, hardened. "I owe you a debt of gratitude for stepping in here," she told Luke. She gestured, and two of her guards hurried to the fallen Dathomirian, made sure her gas mask fit snugly over her snout. Omag was still gasping but seemed to be coming around. She moved her arms, and her tail twitched feebly. The guards lifted her to a sitting position, adjusted the valves on her backpack, increasing the amount of methane she received. She inhaled deeply. "I'm terribly sorry," the Queen Mother said to the Dathomirian. "I'm Ta'a Chume, of Hapes, and I asked my men to find you, but I did not order them to question you like this. They are already under arrest. Name whatever punishment you think just." "Make them breathe methane," Omag hissed. The Queen Mother bowed her head slightly in sign of acceptance. "It will be done." She paused a moment. "You already know why I have come. I need to know where General Solo is. It is said that you provided him with information, coordinates for a covert operation. I will pay whatever price you ask, within reason. Do you know where he went?" Omag studied Ta'a Chume for a moment. The Dathomirians were noted for their generosity, but they were an independent people and could not be coerced. They had been fearless opponents of the Empire, and could only loosely be considered allied to the new Republic. They resisted coercion to the death. Omag glanced at Luke. "Is this what you want, too?" "Yes," Luke answered. The Dathomirian studied Luke a moment. "You have saved my life, Jedi. Your reputation precedes you. Namam your reward." The Dathomirian hesitated, and Luke understood. She would tell him where Han had gone, but she did not want to speak in the presence of Ta'a Chume. Yet Luke could feel something from the Queen Mother. Confidence? If Omag truly had planned to send a party after Han, and the New Republic was offering enough of a bounty to make that reasonable, then Ta'a Chume had probably already done her homework. She knew which ship Omag would take, perhaps had even questioned crew members and bugged the ship so that they could follow it. "As my reward, I ask that you leave General Solo to me, and that you not reveal the name of the planet to anyone, but that you look into my eyes and think of the name." Omag glanced up, and the dark orbs of her eyes shone from behind the wisps of green methane in her helmet. Luke let the Force connect him to her, and distinctly heard the name of the planet in his mind. Dathomir. The name struck Luke, and for a second he recalled the hollow of Yoda in a younger shade of green saying, "We tried to free the Chuanthor from Dathomir." "What do you know of the place?" Luke asked. Omag said, "For a Memethan brother, it has little value." "Thank you, Omag," Luke said. "The Dathomirian reputation for graciousness is well deserved. Do you need a doctor? Anything?" Omag waved Luke's thanks away, began coughing again. Ta'a Chume studied Luke openly as if Luke were some slave she might buy in a market, and finally he felt her nervousness. She wanted something from him. "Thank you for coming when you did," she said. "You have my gratitude." I'm a friend to Leia and Han, Luke said simply. The Queen Mother nodded, seemed loath to leave him. Our fleet will leave tonight for Dathomir. She must have seen Luke's startlement when she spoke the name, for her voice took on a note of confidence. Omag made the mistake of running a course check on her NAV computer. Once we learned that she planned to make the trip, we had no trouble finding where she might go. Yet I see no reason that Han would choose to go to such a world. Perhaps it holds strategic value, Luke said. A hidden base. A place to regroup. Of course, Ta'a Chume agreed. A probable choice for a general who has just received classified coordinates. So you agree that it is worth checking out? I'm not sure, Luke said. I'll check it out, Ta'a Chume said thoughtfully. I have not seen a Jedi since I was a small child. Even then, the one that I met was an old man, balding. Nothing like you, but interesting. I would like you to join me on my ship for an hour or two for dinner. You will come tonight. Her tone did not invite refusal, though Luke sensed that it would be permissible to decline her offer. But something else struck him, the casualness with which this woman served out life or death, the way she accepted the execution of her own men. This woman was dangerous, and Luke wanted to probe her mind further. I would be honored to join you, Luke said. Chapter 10. As the Millennium Falcon dropped out of hyperspace on the edge of the Dathomir system, Chewbacca roared in alarm and pointed at the tactical display. Han leaned forward, his jaw tightening. I see them. The display showed a network of orbital platforms, not standard Imperial STAR destroyers, but something far more sinister. Dark, spindly satellites ringed the planet, their arrays angled toward the surface like frozen spiders. A faint shimmer of energy connected them in a WEB. Night Cloak, Han said. Vumper and Levian all over again. Chewbacca growled a question. Yeah, that's what worries me. If he's gone to this much trouble, he's not just hiding here. He reached under the console and pulled out a small transponder module, Imperial design, with markings that Leia didn't recognize. What's that? She asked. Scavenged from a Raptor-class transport at Jurox. Han slotted it into the Falcon's IFF array. Should buy us a few minutes. Chewbacca adjusted the sensor spoofing arrays, his massive fingers moving with surprising precision across the controls. Leia slid into the co-pilot's seat. Tell me what you need. Watch the orbital patterns. If any of those platforms start moving toward us, I need to know before they lock on. Got it. The Falcon slipped forward, riding the ghosted sensor trail. For a moment it seemed to work, the orbital platforms remained stationary. Then a red warning light flashed on the console. Chewbacca roared. They've got a directional sweep, Han said, his voice tight. They're not looking for ships, they're looking for anything that doesn't match the atmospheric background radiation. The ship shuddered as a turbolaser bolt grazed the shields. Incoming! Leia called out. 4 platforms have us locked. Another 2 are powering up. Han studied the display, his mind racing. The defense grids networked. Zsinj using his Chimera relay stations as comm hubs. It's not just automated, it's adaptive. Can you spoof it? Leia asked. Not fast enough. Chewie, kill the main engines. Now. Chewbacca roared in protest. We're not going to outrun them. We have to look like debris. As the Millennium Falcon plunged toward Dathomir, Chewbacca roared in fear and clung to his chair. The spinning of the ship nauseated Leia, but the Wookiee, having been raised in the trees, perhaps felt more distress from the free fall. "It's getting hot in here," Leia said, stating the obvious. They had hit the atmosphere, and without much in the way of atmospheric shielding, the big frigate would burn. "I can't believe we actually did this," Leia said, gripping her seat. "Get us down in one piece, Solo." Han leaned forward over his control panel. "Sorry about this, Princess, but it looks to me like Dathomir is going to be your new home, at least until I can get this thing fixed." Han pressed a button, turned on the Falcon's acceleration compensator, and the sense of falling abruptly stopped. He began pushing more buttons, pulling levers. The engines roared to life, and Han said, "Let's get out of here." The Falcon lifted and made loud crunching sounds as something metal scraped the roof. Han began backing out of the wrecked frigate to the accompaniment of screaming metal. "Nothing to worry about," he said. "It's just our antenna getting pulled off," he muttered under his breath. "We have to pull out slowly, stay near the frigate so they can't pick up our exhaust trail. I figure that when the frigate hits, the heat from the explosion will hide us pretty well for a moment. Still, we'll have to land nearby." The Falcon eased free of the wreck, and Leia saw that they were still several thousand kilometers above ground. The Falcon tumbled as it dropped, and for a moment they would see the stars and moons that looked very distant now, then they'd glimpse the planet. It was night down there. "At least we're falling toward land rather than water," Leia thought. They were over what looked like a temperate zone, a huge area of rolling hills and mountains on the edge of a dune sea. It didn't look hospitable, but it might be livable. The mountains were dark with trees. Leia had flown over hundreds of planets, and ones like this always gave her the creeps. It was so dark down there, so lonely looking, without the cheerful lights of cities. The recognition of how desolate this place was sent a chill through her. "Han, stabilize us before we get any lower," Leia said, "and get a readout from the sensors. Look for any sign of life." Han flipped some buttons. "We don't have any sensors." "We've got to have sensors," Leia shouted. "Where are you going to get the parts to fix this thing?" "Over there!" 3PO shouted. "I see a city over there." "Where?" Leia asked, following the vector of 3PO's pointing finger. There was something on the horizon, a slight glowing, maybe 150 kilometers off. "Take us that direction!" Leia shouted. "I can't just fly in there," Han said. "We've got to land within half a kilometer of the crash site, or else the infrared scanners on those STAR destroyers will pick us up." "Then take us half a kilometer in that direction," Leia shouted. Han grumbled something under his breath about bossy princesses. The ground rushed toward them, and in only seconds they were falling between the peaks of incredibly tall mountains. The night sky was clear, and by the ample light of the moons Leia could make out forests of high, twisted trees. They were almost at ground level when Han pulled them out of the dive. The sky filled with brilliant white light as the frigate crashed, and the Falcon whisked over the treetops for a portion of a second, skimmed over a mountain lake and dipped in under the forest canopy. They skidded through some thick underbrush, came to a jarring halt. A fireball rose behind them, shooting its light across the lake. Han looked up through the viewscreen at the tall trees. "Well, this is the place." He shut down the Falcon. "Oh, Han," Leia said. "Even if we can get parts to fix the Falcon, you've seen all that fried circuitry. How are we going to carry it back here?" "That's what droids and Wookiees are for," Han said. Chewbacca grumbled, shot Han a feral look. "I quite agree," 3PO told Chewbacca. "No one would blame a Wookiee for eating a lazy pilot." "Do you think we made it?" Leia asked. Are you sure they didn't pick us up on their scanners? I'm not sure of anything, Han said. But if Zsinj's men follow Imperial procedure, they'll come down here to check out that slag heap of a frigate as soon as it cools. At the very least we'll need to get out and cover our skid marks, hide the Falcon. Pardon me, sir, 3PO interjected. But might I point out that Zsinj's men aren't Imperials, at least not in the strictest sense, not since the Empire has been overthrown. Yeah, Han grimaced, without stating the obvious fact that most of Zsinj's men had been trained by the Empire. But look at it this way, what space jockey could possibly pass up the chance to come down and look at a really neat wreck? Believe me, we've got plenty of company coming, and unless you want to throw a picnic for them, we'd better get to work. The four of them went down into the hold and got out the camouflage nets. The nets worked in 2 stages. A baffle net of thin metallic mesh went over the Falcon to hide its electronics from detection by sensors, and then a second camouflage net went over that to hide the ship from visual inspection. Then they stepped outside. The air here was warmer than Leia had expected, the stars fiercely bright. The night felt liquid, as if it could melt the knots in the corded muscles of her back and neck. The woods were quiet. They could hear the fire from the wreck burning on the other side of the ridge, but there were no bird calls, no strangled cries of hunted animals. The smell of leaf mold and live sap came rich to her nostrils. All in all, Dathomir did not seem like a bad place. The four quickly threw down the mesh, then took out the camouflage net. It was a 35-meter-long piece of photosensitive netting attached to an activating strip. They pulled off the activating strip, then placed the netting over the leafy soil for a minute so that it would take a picture of the ground. Then they flipped the netting right side up and covered the Falcon. Generally, the chameleon-like quality of the netting would hide the ship from even the closest flyover. There were even cases where searchers had climbed over ships set in shallow depressions, never realizing that they were standing on top of their target. When they finished, they raked leaves over the skid marks in the brush, cut out a few of the badly mangled bushes and hid them. By dawn Leia felt weary, stood in the brush by the small lake, looking up at the fiery stars. Steam rose from the lake, a small fog threading its way up through the woods, and a light wind began to rattle the tree leaves up on the hilltops. She was tired, and Han came up behind her, kneaded her back. So, how do you like my planet so far? Han asked. I think I like it better than I like you, Leia said playfully. Then you must love it an awful lot, Han whispered in her ear. That's not what I meant, Leia said, pulling away. I'm not sure whether to be impressed with you for getting us down alive, or worried about what comes next. So you're confused. I seem to affect a lot of women that way, Han said. Did you really use that tactic once before? Leia asked. Of crashing into a larger ship and letting the wreck drop you into a blockaded planet? Well, Han admitted, it didn't quite work as good back then as it did this time. You call this good? It's better than the alternative. Han nodded up at the sky. We'd better get under cover. They're coming. Leia looked up. 4 stars seemed to be falling in unison out on the horizon. They twisted in the sky and vectored toward them. The little group hid in the Falcon for the rest of the following day, unable to see how large the search party was, whether a band of stormtroopers might be surrounding the Falcon as the fugitives fed on cold rations. Han kept the automatic blaster cannon lowered, just in case. Dozens of times during the early morning they heard fighters flying over, skimming the treetops. And at mid-morning, a steady barrage of missiles dropped for an hour, decimating the downed frigate. The Falcon rocked from the explosions, and the whole group sat there stunned, amazed that Zsinj's men would go to so much trouble to demolish a wrecked ship, wondering if some of the missiles might eventually be dropped on them. Once the bombardment stopped, the ship became quiet. But after half an hour, another group of fighters circled. 3PO ventured, "They're searching for us." Han sat, staring up at the ceiling, listening for the return of the fighters. Some of those craft had sensors that could hear a whisper at 8,000 yards. Leia closed her eyes, straining her senses. She could no longer feel the presence of the dark beings she had felt earlier, could feel nothing at all, and she wondered if it had been a hallucination. Early in the afternoon the fighters apparently gave up the hunt, and Leia wondered at that. If Zsinj's men believed they had made it to the planet, surely they wouldn't give up so easily. Certainly they would never have given up if they'd known that a new Republic general and an ambassador were aboard the ship. So obviously they didn't know the Falcon had landed safely, and they didn't know who its passengers had been. But then a more troubling thought occurred to her. Perhaps Zsinj's men weren't hunting because they didn't believe the group could survive on this wild planet. There had to be some reason that a planet this beneficent wasn't more settled. As the sun began to set, Han got up and stretched, put on a flak jacket and helmet, got out a blaster rifle. "I'm going to go on out and have a look around, make sure that Zsinj's men have left." Leia, 3PO, and Chewie waited in the ship. Chewbacca began to get nervous after half an hour. The Wookiee whined plaintively. 3PO said, "Chewbacca suggests that we go look for Han." "Wait," Leia said. "A big Wookiee and a golden droid are too easily spotted. I'll go look for him." She pulled on some combat fatigues, threw on a flak jacket and helmet, then went outside. Blaster turned to full power. She set off down a trail toward the lake, watching for stormtroopers. At the very least, she expected some kind of patrol on speeder bikes. But she found Han only 100 meters from the ship, standing by the muddy bank of the lake, watching the sun set in a wash of vibrant reds and yellows with muted purples. He picked up a rock, tossed it out over the lake and watched it skip 5 times. Some creature called in the distance, making a whooping sound. It was all very restful. "What are you doing out there in the open?" Leia asked, mad as hell at finding him in such reverie. "Oh, just looking around." He glanced down at the mud puddle by his feet, kicked over another flat stone. "Get back here under cover!" Han put his hands in his pockets and simply watched the sunset. "Well, I guess this is the end of our first day on Dathomir," he said. "It's been kind of uneventful. Think we'll survive the night?" "We'll survive if you get back under cover," Leia said. "It's all right," Han said. "I have reason to believe that Zsinj's troops have left already." "What could possibly give you that idea?" Han pointed down at the muddy shore of the lake with his toe. "They wouldn't hang around after dark with these near." Leia stifled a cry. What she had taken to be a mud puddle was in fact a footprint nearly a meter long, something incredibly big, with 5 toes. "He's cutting his power plant," Isolde said, watching the sensor display. "He's using the upper thermal boundary as a heat shield to blind their targeting locks." Luke nodded. "That's a Wraith trick. They used it during the Jurox campaign." Isolde studied the display. "I've heard of the Wraiths. Intelligence flagged them as a covert unit operating in the Outer Rim. They worked alongside Han during the hunt for the Iron Fist." Luke's voice was quiet. "They've been tracking Zsinj's supply chains for months." Isolde was silent for a moment. "Then Solo's not guessing. He knows what he's walking into." "That's what worries me." The shuttle shuddered as they followed the Falcon's descent vector, coming under fire from the orbital platforms. "Look at those localized telemetry pulses," Luke said, pointing at the display. "That's the ghosting algorithm." "He's spoofing their automated grid," Isolde said. "With Raptor transponder codes from the Jurox campaign." Luke shook his head. "He's been planning this a long time." The shuttle bucked as a turbo-laser bolt impacted the rear shields. "Those orbital platforms," Isolde said. "Hapan intelligence flagged missing convoy shipments heading toward Quilii. We thought they were diverted to Imperial warlords." "They were," Luke said. "Here. And the Night Cloak confirms it. Zsinj's operating a major redoubt." Luke closed his eyes, reaching out with the Force. The dark side presence he'd felt on Coruscant was stronger now, much stronger. It pulsed from the planet below, amplified through the orbital network. "The comm relays," Luke said, opening his eyes. "They're transmitting something. Something dark." Isolde's expression tightened. "Project Chimera. Whatever Zsinj's doing down here, he's using the Night Cloak to power it." Luke met Isolde's eyes. "He's not just hiding here. He's building something." "Then we need to get down there before Solo and Leia walk into it." The shuttle followed a rough trajectory after the Falcon's descent, taking heavy fire from the orbital platforms on the way down. "We're losing rear shields," Isolde called out. "There's a clearing ahead," Luke said. "I can put us down there." "Put us down anywhere. Just get us on the ground." The shuttle bucked, warning alarms screaming as they slammed through the upper atmosphere. Luke's hands moved with practiced precision, using the Force to guide the ship through the chaos. "They made it," Luke said. "Han and Leia survived." Isolde released a breath. "Then we have a chance." "We have more than a chance." Luke's voice was grim. "We have confirmation." "Of what?" "Whatever Zsinj's building here, it's not just a facility. It's a convergence." Luke looked at Isolde. "Military technology. Dark side Force power. He's combining them." Isolde was quiet for a long moment. "Then we'd better find Solo before he finds it first." Chapter 11. Leia stormed up into the Millennium Falcon, threw her helmet to the floor so that it bounced, and clattered into a corner. Han followed her up the ramp, around to the lounge where Chewbacca and 3PO were playing games on the hollow board. "Great, Solo, great!" Leia shouted. "This is insane! I'll tell you why Zsinj's men aren't searching for us. They figure we're all going to die, so why bother?" "Look, it's not my fault!" Han shouted. "They're trespassing on my planet. They're all trespassing. And as soon as we get out of here, I'm going to figure some way to evict the whole bunch." Chewbacca growled questioningly. Han said, Nothing much." "Nothing much?" Leia shouted. "There are monsters outside. For all we know, the planet could be crawling with them." "Monsters?" 3PO whined, rising from his seat, hands rattling. "Oh dear, you don't suppose they eat metal, do you?" "I don't think so," Han said sarcastically. "Outside of space slugs, I've never heard of anything that big that eats metal." Chewbacca growled, and 3PO asked, "How big are they?" "Let me put it this way," Leia said. "We haven't seen them yet, but if the footprints are any indication, one of them could probably eat all three of us for breakfast and then use one of your legs to pick his teeth." "Oh dear!" 3PO shouted. Come on now," Han said. "Don't frighten the droid. For all we know, these could be harmless herbivores. Han tried to put an arm around Leia's shoulder to comfort her, but she pulled away, waved a finger in his face. I sure hope not, she said, because if that track came from a herbivore, then you can bet there's something even bigger around here that eats it. She turned and looked away. This is the most dangerous thing I've ever done, Leia said quietly. And I've done some pretty dangerous things. Look, Leia, Han said, touching her shoulder again, trying to get her to turn to him for comfort. I'm doing the best I can. Leia spun and talked directly in his face. No! I'm not going to let you sweet-talk me. This isn't a game. This isn't a fun ride. Our lives are on the line. And right now, whether you love me and I'm supposed to be considering a Hapan prince, or whether I'm just trying to survive, none of that matters anymore. We've got to get out of here. Now! Han had seen Leia like this only very few times, always when her life was in danger. He had often thought that with his relaxed attitude, perhaps he enjoyed his life more than she enjoyed hers. But when he saw her fierceness rise to the surface, he realized that she loved life more passionately, more deeply than he could. Perhaps it was her Alderaanian heritage surfacing, her culture's legendary respect for any life, something Leia was forced to lay aside in her fight against the Empire. But always it surfaced, and Han kept finding that Leia was like that. She hid her feelings deeply, so deeply that Han suspected even she didn't know what she felt. All right, Han said. I'll get you out of here. I promise. Chewie, we're going to need some weapons. Let's get out the heavy artillery and the survival packs. We saw a city not more than a few days over the mountains, and where there is a city, there's got to be transportation. We'll just steal the fastest ship available and blast out of here. Chewbacca whined his concern over leaving the Falcon. Yeah, Han answered. Let's lock her up tight. Maybe someday we can make it back, salvage her. He swallowed hard, unable to speak anymore. 2 or 3 seasons out here in the mountains, in the rain and snow, and the wiring would get so rusted and shot that the Falcon would be practically worthless. And chances were that the New Republic wouldn't win its way this deep into Zsinj's territory for another 10 years. Leia stared at him, unbelieving. You always said that the Falcon was my favorite toy, Han said. Maybe it's time to give it up. He went to the storage locker, pulled out an extra helmet, some snap-on camouflage battle fatigues to hide 3PO's golden exterior. He went to find 3PO and get him dressed, but the droid was already standing at the bottom of the gangplank, his golden eyes shining as he gazed out into the forest in the dusk. Leia and Chewie were shutting down the Falcon, preparing her for storage. I've got something for you, Han said to 3PO. He pulled out the battle fatigues. I hope they don't baffle your sensors or impede your mobility or anything. Clothes? The droid asked. I wouldn't know. I've never worn clothes before, sir. Well, there's a first time for everything, Han said, moving behind 3PO to snap the fatigues on. Somehow, it made him feel uncomfortable. In some homes, the wealthy had droids dress them, but Han had never heard of anyone dressing a droid. I think it would be best if you leave me here, sir, 3PO volunteered. My metallic surface might act as a lure for predators. Oh, don't worry about that, Han said. We have blasters. There's nothing out there that we can't take care of. I'm afraid I'm not designed to travel in this kind of terrain, 3PO argued. It's too wet and rugged. In 10 days, my joints will squeak like a rue gnat, if they aren't frozen altogether. I'll bring some oil. If Zsinj's men come looking for us, 3PO said, they'll be able to home in on my circuitry. I'm not equipped with any kind of electronic countermeasures that would let me conceal my presence. Han bit his lip. 3PO was right. His very presence could likely get them all killed, and there wasn't a thing they could do. Look, Han said. You and I have been together for a long time. I never turn my back on a friend. A friend, sir? 3PO asked. Han considered. In all likelihood this trip would kill the droid, and though they'd never been friends, he didn't really hate 3PO that much. Out in the darkness, some animal gave a whooping call. It sounded peaceful, not at all threatening, yet for all he knew it could be the alien call of some giant predator saying, "I smell dinner." "Now don't you worry about a thing," Han said as he finished dressing the droid. He placed the helmet on 3PO's head, and the droid turned to him, looking somehow forlorn in the bulky clothing. Han tried to think of some way to get 3PO to stop worrying. "You're a protocol droid, and if you really want to be helpful, you'll help me figure out how to get Leia to fall in love with me." "Ah," 3PO said, obviously excited by the idea. "Don't concern yourself, sir, I'm sure I'll think of something." Good, Han said, and he walked up the gangplank just as Leia came out with a pack and rifle. As he turned the corner, he could hear 3PO telling Leia, "General Solo is a very brave man, isn't he, Princess?" "He's something," Leia said, her tone unreadable. Han chuckled, got his pack, a heavy blaster rifle, an inflatable tent, infrared goggles, and a handful of grenades that he thought might be especially effective if he tossed them down a giant predator's throat. Then he walked outside, and they raised the gangplank, sealed the Falcon, and headed into the dark woods where moonlight silvered the white bark of trees. Overhanging branches left the grass and underbrush highlighted in a patchwork where light furtively played tag with the shadows. The woods smelled clean, the way that they will in early summer when the sap is still fresh, the leaves new, and summer dryness puts a halt to the decay of leaf mold. And yet, despite the calming familiarity of the woods, Han felt keenly aware that he was on an alien world. Gravity here was too light, adding a springiness to his step, a feeling of power, near invincibility. Perhaps, he thought, the low gravity had led to the evolution of larger creatures on the planet. On such worlds, the circulatory systems of large animals did not become strained, bones did not snap under their own weight. But Han could feel the alienness in the trees, too tall and willowy thin, rising 80 meters above, swaying in the warm night air. Han sat with his back against a moss-covered boulder, staring out at the alien jungle. The Falcon was hidden under camouflage nets, but the sound of distant patrols still echoed through the valley. Leia settled beside him. She didn't speak. She just sat, close enough that her shoulder pressed against his. "You know," Han said quietly, "I've done a lot of stupid things in my life. Dragging you into this might be the stupidest. I volunteered. That doesn't make it smart." She was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "What you said on Coruscant, about asking me when the war was over. Did you mean it?" Han looked at her. "I told you. I keep my promises. I just wanted to make sure you remembered." He waited. She didn't elaborate. "Leia, what are you saying?" She met his eyes. "I'm not saying yes. Not yet. I'm not ready for that conversation. But I want you to know, the answer isn't no. And I don't want you to think it is." He stared at her. "You're telling me you're open to the idea of saying yes. To me. Han Solo. Don't do that." "Don't do what?" "Make it into something you can joke about." He opened his mouth. Closed it. Then, Okay. I won't. She waited. He stopped. Rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't think you'd say that. I didn't say yes. I said the answer isn't no. That's the same thing. No, it's not. It's a placeholder. He almost laughed. A placeholder. That's what I am. A placeholder. You know what I mean. I know. He took her hand. I'm not asking for a commitment. I'm asking for a promise. She squeezed his hand. I can make that promise. They saw little in the way of animals. A few pig-like rodents in the underbrush scurried away when they got near, barreling through the foliage so fast that Han joked that they must have had hyperdrive units built into their posteriors. They hiked for 3 hours, and at the top of a barren mountain pass where rocks broke through a thin skin of grass, they took a breather and looked out toward their destination, the halo of a lighted city. Brown clouds had blown in, and blue-purple lightning crackled and flashed in the distance. As the thunder rolled over the shoulders of the mountains, it sounded almost like the roar of ancient cannons. It looks like a thunderstorm heading our way, Leia said. We'd better hurry down off this ridge and put up a shelter. Han studied the clouds for a moment, dark blue lightning suddenly flicking like a strobe. Not a thunderstorm, more like a dust storm or a sandstorm maybe, blowing up out of the desert. It seemed odd for the storm to be all concentrated in one place, as if a giant tornado had blown in from the desert, and now was dropping its weight here at the feet of the mountains. Yeah, well, whatever it is, I don't want to get caught in it, Leia said, and they scurried down the ridge, scree sliding under their feet. Once under the canopy of trees again, Han somehow felt more secure. They picked a campsite beside a fallen tree, among myriad boulders washed smooth by a mountain stream. The size of the boulders, many of them taller than a man, gave mute testimony to the ferocity of the floods that must have washed through here during the rainy season. Camping there didn't seem wise with the storm on its way, but it was a calculated risk. The huge boulders all around gave Han a sense of security. A person could easily hide here in case of an attack. They set their tents, ate a light meal from their packs and sterilized some water. You and Chewie take the first watch, Han said, throwing 3PO a blaster rifle. The droid fumbled with the weapon. But sir, you know that my programming doesn't allow me to harm a living organism. If you see anything, just shoot at its feet and make a lot of noise, Han said, and he went to sleep. He planned to lie on his air mattress and think a while, but he was so tired that he just swirled away into blackness. Only moments later, it seemed, he woke to the sound of blaster fire shattering rocks and 3PO shouting excitedly. Yoo-hoo, General Solo, I need you! Wake up! I need you! Han grabbed his blaster and jumped out of his tent just as Leia climbed out of her own. Something big and metal creaked. Not a dozen meters away stood an Imperial Walker, a scouting vessel with a 2-person crew. It perched on a rock like some long-legged, steel bird, twin blaster cannons aimed at Han and Leia. Han wondered dimly how in the world it could have sneaked up on the droid. Within the carrier, shielded behind transparasteel, the pilot and his gunner watched, their faces dimly lit green by their control panels. The pilot raised a mic, shouted in a gravelly voice. You two, drop your weapons and put your hands on your heads. Han swallowed hard, looked around. There was no sign of Chewbacca with his bowcaster. Is there some kind of problem here? Han asked. We were just out for a little fishing expedition. I do have a license. The pilot and gunner looked at each other. That split second was enough. Han grabbed Leia's arm and jerked her away, jumped behind a boulder for cover, fired at the transparent steel window, hoping his blaster would pierce through and hit the pilot, or at the very least blind the gunner momentarily. The shot bounced off the window. His little hand blaster didn't have the kind of power he needed, and he realized he'd left his grenades in the tent. They crouched behind the boulder for cover. "You two come on out of there, or we'll shoot your droid," the pilot shouted. "Run!" 3PO yelled. "Save yourselves!" The gunner cut loose with a barrage of blaster fire that sent rock shards flying around Han. Ozone and dust filled the air. A fragment bounced off a boulder behind them, drove a splinter into Solo's hand. Leia leaped out the other side of the boulder, fired with her blaster rifle, jumped back for cover. Solo searched frantically for some sign of Chewie, saw a shadow moving against the lower limbs of a silver tree, climbing stealthily. Chewie was there with his bowcaster. He crouched, fired a bolt that splattered against the Imperial walker's hull in a shower of green light. Metal screamed in protest. The pilot tried to swivel his cockpit to look behind them. Leia jumped from her cover, fired 3 rapid shots into the vulnerable hydraulics assembly at the walker's lowest joint. Chunks of metal flew from the walker, and it twisted from its perch, flopped to its side. The giant metal legs kept kicking. Han ran up to 3PO, took his heavy blaster and rushed to the windows. The walker's blaster cannons couldn't reach him. Han said, "Now you two just crawl on out of there real slow. You aren't going anywhere in that thing, unless you're going to die." The pilot frowned, raised his hands. The gunner popped the hatch above his head, and the two crawled out. Han muscled the two so that they stood side by side, stuck the barrel of his blaster up the pilot's nose. "This is an interdicted planet," the gunner shouted at them. "You'd better get off." "Interdicted?" Leia asked. "Why?" "The natives don't take kindly to strangers," the pilot said. Leia and Han looked at each other, and the pilot said in wonder, "You mean you didn't know?" "We'll take our chances," Han grumbled. "These natives don't happen to have 5 toes and footprints a meter long, do they?" Leia asked. The pilot's face took on a closed look. "Lady, those are just their pets." From the overturned walker, a voice issued over the radio. "Strider 7, report your status." "Verify, please, is this General Han Solo you've captured?" Chewie came from behind the shadows of a boulder, shot his bowcaster into the Imperial walker's radio, then grabbed each prisoner by the head and banged their helmets together hard enough so that the crack echoed through the woods. He growled and looked up the hill, asking them to hurry. Leia had already begun packing the tents. Chapter 12. When Isolde's battle dragon, the Song of War, prepared to drop out of hyperspace, Isolde was full of hope. Luke had managed to pilot them to Dathomir in 7 days, saving 10 days from the shortest route that the Hapan astrogation computers could devise. In fact, Isolde realized that he might even beat Han Solo to Dathomir. Yet when they dropped out of hyperspace, his heart left him. 10 kilometers of shipyard docks were being guarded by 2 Imperial STAR destroyers and a host of ships in dock. Automatic alarms began ringing, and all across the battle dragon, crew members rushed to their posts. Luke Skywalker stood at the bridge, gazing at the viewscreen. He pointed up to a frigate that had peeled away from the docking system and was plunging into Dathomir's atmosphere, flames shooting out of its sensor towers. "There?" Luke shouted. "Leia's in that burning ship!" Isolde studied the monitor quickly. "She's on that?" Isolde said, astonished. Even with all our rush, he wondered, have we arrived only just in time to watch her crash? "She's alive," Luke said firmly. And she's terrified but hopeful. I can feel it. They're going to try to land. I've got to get down there. He rushed off, heading for his fighter. Already Isolde could see dozens of old Imperial TIE fighters launching from Zsinj's STAR destroyers, pinpricks of light flaring out from their engines. Launch all fighters! Isolde ordered. Knock out that Super STAR destroyer at the docks along with anything else you can get. I want this to be messy. The Song of War's ion cannons opened fire as torpedoes screamed from their launch tubes. Though the Imperial STAR destroyers were 3 times the size and more heavily armed than a Hapan battle dragon, the Imperials had designed their ships using old-fashioned stationary gun emplacements. After a blaster cannon or ion cannon fired, it took several milliseconds for the cannon's giant capacitors to recharge. The net effect was that the gun was stuck idle 80% of the time. Not so with the Hapan battle dragon. Because the battle dragons were designed as huge saucers and the gun emplacements rotated rapidly around the rim of the saucer, idle guns moved on to recharge while fresh guns swung into place. Both STAR destroyers immediately retreated from the onslaught. Isolde glanced momentarily at Luke's back as the Jedi left the control deck. Though the Hapan battle dragon was a fearsome opponent, it would be no match for STAR destroyers once their fighters scrambled. The fighters would be able to penetrate the shielding and knock out the rotating gun emplacements after they idled. Isolde's own fighters could keep Zsinj's war birds at bay for a time, but the Hapans couldn't hold them off indefinitely. Captain Astarda, Isolde said, glancing at his bodyguard. Take over the attack. I'm going down to the planet. My lord, Astarda objected. My job is to protect you. Then do your job well, Isolde said. I need enough confusion to cover my escape. My mother's fleet won't be here for 10 days. Warn them what to expect, and jump back into the fray with them. I'll be monitoring radio signals from the planet. If I can, I'll rendezvous with you at the first sign of your attack. And if you don't fly up within 5 minutes, Astarda choked, then I'll kill every one of Zsinj's men in this solar system, and we'll scour this planet until we find you. Isolde grinned, touched her on the shoulder, then ran from the control room, down the corridors of the Song of War. So much of the ship's power was being diverted to guns that the corridor lighting had dimmed, and he made his way to the flight decks by marking the emergency light buoys. The decks were pretty much empty, the normal complement of fighters having scrambled. Skywalker was already powering up an X-Wing, not his own, Isolde noticed. A dozen launch techs were checking his guns, lowering his astrogation droid into its seat. Problems with your fighter? Isolde shouted across the room. Luke nodded. Weapons didn't check out. Can I borrow one of yours? No problem, Isolde said. Isolde grabbed a flak jacket and helmet from their hangars and tied his own personal blaster on. The launch crew saw him and began readying his own fighter, Storm. A glowing feeling of pride stole over him when he glanced at his fighter. He'd designed and built it himself. In one startling moment of clarity, Isolde realized that he was much like Solo, perhaps too much. Solo had his Falcon. Isolde had Storm. Both of them had worked as pirates, both were drawn to strong, capable women. And all through the trip to Dathomir Isolde had asked himself why he was coming. His mother knew where Han had run to. The Hapan fleets could retrieve Leia. Isolde didn't need to risk his life in this senseless encounter. But when Isolde considered it, he realized that he wasn't coming to claim a prize. He was coming because she needed help, and because, for the first time in his life, he wanted to do something that wasn't about politics or duty. He wanted to do something because it was right. Luke settled into his fighter, and Isolde shouted, "Skywalker, I'm coming with you. I'll be watching your tail." Luke turned to Isolde, did not take off his helmet as he gave a thumbs up. With a surge of adrenaline, Isolde ran across the flight deck, leaped into Storm's cockpit, and fired up the control panel. Overhead, the flight techs battened down the transparasteel bubble as Isolde activated the turbo-generators and armed his missiles and blasters. The techs were taking extra time, rechecking his systems, and Isolde revved the generators as if he would take off, sent them scrambling for cover. Then he erupted into space. He flipped his transponder settings to identify himself as a Hapan fighter, then screamed over the Song of War's top saucer. From space, he could more easily see how the battle was going. The STAR destroyers had backed off in unison and spread apart so that Astartes was forced to choose one of them as a primary target. Instead, she had taken the battle dragon over the docks at the shipyard and had begun pummeling the helpless Super STAR destroyer that waited for repairs, doing more damage to the costly machinery in one strafing run than she could ever have accomplished in a pitched battle. Neither of the active destroyers was hurrying to stop her. Two of the Victory-class destroyers at the docks must have been partly operational, for TIE fighters and old Z-95 headhunters were scrambling from their decks. The skies were littered with swarming fighters, chunks of twisted shrapnel, and scattering debris from destroyed ships. Isolde flipped a switch on his radio, let it search the Imperial frequencies until he could hear the chatter of the enemy fighters. Luke Skywalker was already circling out past the edge of the Hapan dragon, and Isolde followed the Jedi out, closing on his tail. "Red 1 to Red 2, Luke called over the radio. "There's a lot of debris falling from the shipyard." Just as he spoke, a kilometer-long section of scaffolding took a hit, went spinning down into the gravity well while other segments blew out of orbit. "I'm going to shut off my engines and follow some of it down in a minute. But before I do, I want to take out a couple of enemy fighters." Isolde considered a moment. He and Luke couldn't land without being detected. He'd have to eject, then let his ship crash. "I'm right with you, Red One," Isolde answered. Luke accelerated to attack speed, spun out toward a phalanx of 20 incoming headhunters that glowed red on the scopes like flaming gems. Isolde followed at his right wing, put double power to the front shields, listened to the headhunters chatter strategic codes over the Imperial bands. He hit his jammers, and the headhunters went silent. He checked his head-up display, noticed something odd, called out, "Luke, your deflector shields aren't up." The headhunter's jammers shot static at him, and Isolde shouted again, "Luke, your shields!" Through the crackling static, Isolde heard Luke shout, "My shields are up!" "No," Isolde shouted. "Your shields are not up!" But Luke threw a thumbs-up sign, trying to calm Isolde, and then the zebra headhunters were on them, blaster fire lighting up the skies. Isolde picked a target, fired simultaneously with ion guns and a homing missile, twisted his stick abruptly to the right. From the corner of his eye he watched Skywalker take a hit to the top right wing, fall into a spin, simultaneously take a hit to the front sensor array. Skywalker's ship began tumbling through space, breaking apart, and the astrogation droid was hurled from the vehicle. The headhunter in front of Isolde exploded, and 4 or 5 blaster shots hit Isolde's front deflectors. The shields collapsed. Isolde couldn't take another run. Luke rattled around in his falling ship, thrown against the transparasteel like a doll. Isolde silently prayed, then aimed his life sensors at the cockpit. Nothing. Skywalker was dead. Isolde cursed, and knew that he could do nothing now but feign his own death. He ejected a thermal detonator out the back of his ship, counted to 1. A brilliant explosion pierced the sky behind him, and he flipped off his transponder, powered down, and let the storm drift and fall beside Luke's ship. The explosion should have fooled the enemy sensors, and with a pitched battle going on, Zsinj's men wouldn't have time to check the wreckage too closely. Under Isolde's display console was a storage area. From it, he pulled a reflective blanket, unfolded it, and turned it so that it held his body heat in. Any sensors close enough to detect him would register that his body had cooled, show him as dead. For a moment, Isolde watched Skywalker's corpse tumbling in his ship, and little explosions seemed to go off in Isolde's brain. After all the help Luke had given, the Jedi was dead. Isolde had warned Luke that his shields were down, and Luke hadn't believed him. Such things didn't result from technical glitches. The X-Wing fighter had to have been sabotaged somehow. Isolde did not doubt that Ta'a Chume had murdered the young Jedi. Isolde gritted his teeth, pulled the blanket over his head like a shroud, and waited to make planetfall. Leia pushed through a tangle of creepers under the cover of darkness, looked up the slope to the top of the plateau. In the light of the double moons, she spotted several huge rectangular slabs of black stone. Somewhere in the midst of each rectangle, a hole had been carved in the shape of an eye, and within each eye socket, a huge round boulder served as the pupil to the eye. The rectangular slabs were jumbled, elevated at different levels, so that different eyes pointed half a dozen directions at once. Leia halted, stared up there for a long moment, mystified. Up on the plateau in the brush beyond her line of sight, something roared, ran across the stone on slapping feet, leaped from the other side of the hill and landed in thick brush, then clambered off through the trees. Leia stopped, heart pounding. "What was that?" Han asked, standing still to catch a breath. Chewie and 3PO had stopped just behind her. "Something alive, about the size of the Millennium Falcon, I'd say." Leia sighed, grateful only that the thing had run off. "I'll bet it had 5 toes. At least it wasn't carrying a blaster." Han waved his blaster at the sculptures on top of the ridge. "What do you think this means? The eyes pointing off in different directions?" "I don't know," Leia said. She looked back downhill at Chewie and 3PO. "Any ideas?" Chewie only whined, but 3PO looked around at the hills. "If I may say," 3PO answered, "I think it's a kind of symbolic writing used to instruct creatures of limited intelligence." "What makes you say that?" Leia asked. "My data files contain similar structures found on 2 other planets. You see, a lookout sits in a particular spot, watching in each direction indicated by an eye. In this instance, the eyes seem to point toward different valleys and mountain passes. Using this method, creatures with superior intelligence can use inferior beings as lookouts." "Great," Han said. "So whatever just ran off, went to tell the boss that we're here." "It would seem so, sir," 3PO said. Han swallowed, looked back down the valley they had come from. The trees were extremely thick, and they had just hiked through a deep bed of plants with tall, thick stems and enormous round leaves. "Great. Well, I haven't heard any Imperial walkers since we went through that thick patch of jungle. I think that might have slowed them down." "We've been running for hours," Leia said. "We've got to stop and rest soon." She wiped the perspiration from her brow. Chewie growled a question. "He wants to know why there aren't any speeders yet," 3PO translated. Han nodded. "Yeah, I don't get it. If Zsinj wants us, he could send speeders through these woods pretty effectively. But so far they've just brought the walkers. That doesn't make much sense. Why just come at us with walkers?" Maybe Zsinj's men feel they need the armor, Leia said. Or the heavy guns. Or both, Han agreed. He pointed to the ridge top, the ancient stone statues of eyes that stared tiredly from the hill. I want to go up there. He began scrambling up the steep hill, grasping roots and the trunks of small trees to pull himself along. Wait, Han! Leia called, too late. Han was already a third of the way up. She ran up after him, fought her way through some heavy briars that would have sliced her hands to shreds if she had not noticed them in time. When Leia reached the top of the moonlit ridge, Han stood on the lookout point. They were at the base of a mountain where three valleys met, and this small plateau was a single, smooth, windswept rock. A star carved into the stone marked the spot where a lookout would stand, and as 3PO had said, if Leia stood in that spot and looked out, the top of each eye marked a pass or a valley that needed to be watched. Very simple instructions, except that by triangulation Leia calculated that the lookout must have stood between 12 and 15 meters tall. A hole gouged into the stone was filled with rainwater. Leia took a drink. Han walked around the plateau, blaster drawn, gazing down the slopes with his infrared goggles. Whatever was up here, it's gone. Still, in a place like this, there's not much to see. An army could walk through some of these forests and never be spotted. Maybe they're not so interested in watching all of the passes, Leia said. Maybe this valley is strategically situated, and it's more important to be right here, to watch this spot, than it is to watch those ridges. Distantly, over the mountains, borne on a slight breeze, came a roaring cry that shook Leia's bones. It's coming back, Han said with certainty. I'd say it's 2, maybe 3 kilometers away. Leia ran off the small plateau, jumped downhill in a dozen strides. Chewie and 3PO were already backing down the hill. Han followed. Come on, you guys, Han said. Let's have an organized retreat here. Fine, 3PO said. You organize while I retreat. The droid took off down a valley through the brush as fast as his metal legs would move. Chewie shot one glance back at Han and Leia, then followed 3PO. Han rushed past Leia, and she whispered at his back. Some hero you are! Han caught up with Chewie and 3PO and tried to get them to slow down, but both of them were running scared. Leia didn't want to be left behind, kept looking over her shoulder as they made their way down a hill, turned up a valley and began following a small creek through thick trees. At one point, Leia felt sure that she had heard a low grunt behind her, but the shadows under the trees were so deep that she could have imagined it. How long is the night cycle here? She wondered, realizing that she knew nothing about the planet's rotation, its tilt, its seasons. It seemed that dawn couldn't be far off. They were running uphill, toward 2 pillars of stone that pointed upward like jagged canines. Chewbacca was in the lead, but he stopped, wavered in his steps. They had been running in a group for the past few minutes, so scared that none dared to take a step without the other, and that proved their undoing. Behind the stone pillars stood 4 Imperial walkers. Floodlights blinded them, freezing them in their tracks. Halt! A voice shouted over a loudspeaker, accompanied by the boom of blaster cannons that exploded at Chewie's feet. All of you, drop your weapons and place your hands on your heads. Leia dropped her blaster rifle, almost relieved to see the Imperial walkers. Chewie and Han did the same. Better a prison camp than whatever lived out in those mountains. 2 of the walkers circled the pillars. Their searchlights played through the trees, then turned back to Leia and the others. You, droid, pick up the weapons and carry them in your arms. Dump them over the side of the trail. 3PO took the weapons from Han, Chewie, and Leia. I'm terribly sorry about this, He apologized, piling the guns into his arms. He carried them to the side of the trail, tossed them into the brush. Han's eyes smoldered as he glared at the walkers. All 4 walkers were 2-person affairs, scouting models, the only size small enough to maneuver through this mountainous terrain. "Turn around and head back the way you came," one pilot shouted over the loudspeaker. "Move nice and easy, and don't try anything. If any of you try to run, your comrades will be shot first." "Where are you taking us?" Han demanded. "By what right? This is my planet. I have a deed." "You're in Warlord Zsinj's territory now, General Solo," the pilot said over his mic. "And every planet in this sector belongs to Zsinj. If you want to protest this arrangement, I'm sure Zsinj would be happy to discuss it at your execution." "General Solo?" Han asked. "You think I'm General Solo? Look, if I were a new Republic general, what would I be doing here?" "We'll be very happy to pry those answers out of you, along with your toenails, during your interrogation," the pilot said. "But for now, turn around and start marching." A cold chill went through Leia, and they began marching downhill through the woods, the tall trees with their silver bark graceful in the moonlight. The harsh glare of the bobbing headlights on the Imperial walkers made a surreal track. The skeletal rotting leaves at their feet seemed to dance and weave. After a while, Leia realized that Zsinj's men weren't wholly preoccupied with their prisoners. While 2 of the walkers kept them covered, the other 2 played their searchlights on the path ahead and to the sides. From the lights of their control panels, Leia could make out the faces of the pilots and gunners, like the faces of frightened children, eyes darting back and forth, sweat dripping down their foreheads. "These guys are more scared than I am," Han whispered in Leia's ear as they walked along. "Maybe that's because they know something you don't," Leia shot back. When they had been marching for 2 hours, Leia began to wonder in earnest when dawn would come. The night air felt cold on the back of her neck, and her eyes felt gritty. The shadows of trees closed in about them like standing sentries. Then the attack came. 1 second they were walking along, and the next she heard heavy footsteps rushing behind. The 2 walkers on the flanks got tackled from behind by creatures well over their 7-meter height. The middle walkers swiveled to fire their blaster cannons, and for a moment the gunfire flashed like lightning. Leia spotted one of the huge beasts involved in the attack, its saber-like canines snapping the air. Something enormous behind Leia smashed a walker using a huge club, grabbed the walker next to it, and tossed all 3 tons of its armored hull toward a rock where it crashed in a heap of rent metal. A gunner kept firing into the air as a beast clubbed his walker, smashed it again and again, and in the gruesome blue actinic flashes, Leia saw the beast and her heart nearly stopped. It stood 10 meters tall and wore a protective vest of woven ropes with bits of stormtrooper body armor tied on it. Yet in spite of its attire, there was no mistaking those oddly grotesque arms, the gaping curved fangs, the hunched stance of the warty beast with bony headplates. She had seen one before. It had been smaller than the ones here, perhaps only a juvenile, but it had seemed enormous at the time, in the prison beneath the palace of Jabba the Hutt. Rankers! Han yelled, turned to run, and tripped. Chewbacca took off leaping through the woods, and one ranker chased him 3 steps and threw a weighted net. The net caught the Wookiee, knocked him to the ground. Chewbacca roared in pain and remained on the ground, holding his ribs. Leia stood, heart drumming, frozen with fear. Yet the sight of the enormous beasts attacking in their wrath was not what frightened her. In less than 10 seconds, the blasters of the Imperial walkers were all silenced. The machines lay in smoldering ruins at their feet. Leia looked up at the 3 giant rankers, each more than 10 meters in height. On the creature's neck sat human riders. One of the riders bent low, her dark hair shimmering in the light of the burning walkers. She wore a high-collared tunic of glittering red scales, and over it a supple robe made of leather or heavy material. On her head she wore a helm with fan-like wings, and each wing was decorated with ornaments that bobbled as she moved. She held a very ancient force pike, its vibroblade rattling and in need of adjustment, the handle carved and decorated with white stones. If the costume and mount were not impressive enough, the woman's very presence struck Leia like a blaster bolt to the ribs. The woman seemed to radiate power, as if her physical body were a mere shell, and beneath it hid a being of terrible light. Leia knew she was in the presence of someone strong in the Force. The woman swung her pike overhead, motioning for Leia and the others to stay, cried out in an alien tongue. "Who are you?" Leia asked. The woman bent low in the shadows and sang softly in her own language, then spoke cautiously, as if listening to her own voice, trying to catch the meaning. "Is this how you form your words, off-worlder?" Leia nodded, realized that the woman was somehow using the Force to communicate. She spoke brief orders to the other two women. One of them scurried down from her rancor and began gathering weapons from the corpses of Zsinj's troops, while the other urged her rancor over to Chewie. The rancor unwrapped the injured Wookiee and carried him in one hand. Chewbacca cried out and tried to bite the rancor, but Han yelled, "It's okay, Chewie. They're friends, I hope." The woman with the force pike leaned over Leia, pointed at Han and 3PO. "Keep your slaves marching, off-worlder. We will take you to the sisters for judgment." Chapter 13. Isolde gritted his teeth, watched the desert swell toward him as storm plunged toward the planet. There was nothing he could do to save his ship. Firing his engines would ensure that Zsinj's forces would detect him, so Isolde only hoped that he could eject at the last possible second, let his parachute open briefly and carry him down, hoping it would slow his fall enough so that he wouldn't break any bones. Off in the distance, 80 kilometers to the west, a small city lit the darkness. Other than that, there were no bright spots in the desert, not even the headlights of a speeder to show a sign of habitation. Isolde reached under the control panel to his fighter, pulled out a survival kit. Above him the parachute bolted onto R2's ejection seat opened, and the droid jerked upward. Luke's demolished X-Wing tumbled through the atmosphere. Isolde cracked the transparent steel bubble of his fighter, let the wind catch it, and fling it open. He unbuckled his safety harness, checked the small pack that held his parachute to make sure it was strapped tight, slapped his blaster, then leaped from the ship, soaring in freefall. The wind whistled through the crenellations in his oxygen mask, and he watched as the ground rushed toward him. The ample light of 2 small moons let him see every rock, every wind-twisted tree, every gully and switchback. He waited until he could wait no more, flipped the release to ignite the explosive charges that would send up his parachute. Nothing happened. He yanked the emergency cord, kept tumbling. He flailed his arms, shouting, and miraculously, some type of repulsor lift field hit him, slowed him so that he dropped as softly as a feather. For one wild moment he imagined that the flailing of his arms was somehow carrying him, and he dared not stop flapping till he hit the ground. The broken hull of the X-Wing fighter dropped past him, several hundred meters off, crashed into the ground in a fireball. When Isolde's feet hit rock, his knees shook so badly that he could hardly stand, and his heart raced. Isolde threw off his helmet, gasped the warm night air, looked around at the rocks and sparse trees of the desert. Storm had also settled quietly to the ground, but nowhere could Isolde see a sign of the repulsor lift mechanism, no generators, no anti-gravity dishes aimed into the air. He looked all around, then saw something above, Luke Skywalker sitting with his legs crossed, eyes closed in concentration, and arms folded, floating to the ground. Skywalker, Isolde thought. Perhaps that is how his ancestors got their name. When the Jedi had floated within inches of the rock, he opened his eyes and jumped, as if dropping from a ledge. How did you do that?" Isolde asked, the hair prickling on the back of his arms. Until that moment, Isolde had never felt like worshipping anyone or anything. "I told you," Luke said. "The Force is my ally." "But you were dead," Isolde said. "I saw it on my scopes. You weren't breathing, and your skin was cold." "A Jedi trance," Luke said. "The Jedi Masters all learn how to stop their hearts, drop their body temperature. I needed to fool Zsinj's soldiers." Luke scanned the desert, as if getting his bearings, gazed up into the night. Isolde followed his line of sight. Far above he could make out the warships, pinprick flashes of blaster fire, tiny ships bursting into flames like distant stars gone nova. "When I was a boy on Tatooine," Luke said, "I used to love to stay up at night with my binoculars and watch the big space freighters fly into port. The first time I ever watched a space battle was from my Uncle Owen's moisture farm. At the time, I knew that men were struggling for their lives, but I didn't know it was Leia's ship or that I would become caught up in that struggle myself. But I remember the thrill it gave me, and how I yearned to be up there, in the battle." Isolde looked up, felt that gnawing desire. Part of him wondered how Astartes and his troops were faring in the battle, and he wished that he could be up there in the fighter, protecting the ship. Overhead, the huge red saucer shape of the Song of War suddenly accelerated away, blurred into hyperdrive. "You feel the pull, too, the bloodlust, the call of the hunt," Luke said, pulling off his flight suit. Beneath it, he was dressed in flowing robes the red color of desert sandstone. "That's the dark side of the Force whispering to you, calling you." Isolde stepped back, fearing that Skywalker had somehow learned to read his mind, but Luke continued. "Tell me, who do you hunt?" Isolde hesitated. He had come to Dathomir with a purpose, but now, under the Jedi's gaze, it felt different. "A man," he said finally. "A man I've never met. I don't know his name yet. But he's out there, and he's the reason I'm here." Luke nodded thoughtfully. "Are you sure?" Luke asked. "You have hunted other men before. I feel it. What was the man's name? What was his crime?" Isolde didn't speak a moment, and Luke walked around him, watching Isolde carefully, looking through him. "Harrivan," Isolde said. "Captain Harrivan." "And what did he take from you?" Luke said. "My brother. He killed my older brother." Isolde felt lightheaded, dazed, to be so interviewed by a man he had thought dead only moments before. "Yes, Harrivan," Luke said. "You loved your brother very much. I can hear you, as children, trying to fall asleep in the same large room. Your brother sang to you at night, making you feel safe when you were frightened." Isolde felt confused, and tears stung his eyes. "So tell me," Luke said, "how your brother died." "Shot," Isolde said. "Harrivan shot him in the head with a blaster." "I see," Luke said. "You must forgive him. Your anger burns in you, a black spot on your heart. You must forgive him and serve the light side of the Force." "Harrivan's dead," Isolde said. "Why should I bother to forgive him?" "Because now it is happening again," Luke said. "Once again, someone has taken a person that you love away from you. Harrivan took your brother. Now Leia is in danger. Your rage, your hurt from one ill deed long past colors your feelings now. If you do not forgive them, the dark side of the Force will forever rule your destiny. What does it matter? Isolde asked. I'm not like you. I don't have any power. I will never learn how to float through the air or raise myself from the dead. You have power, Luke answered. You must learn to serve the light within you, no matter how dim it may seem. I watched you on the ship, Isolde said, thinking back to Luke's behavior on their journey out. Luke had seemed inquisitive, but kept himself aloof. You don't talk like this to everyone. Luke gazed at him in the moonlight, and double shadows played over Luke's face. Isolde wondered if Luke was trying to convert him because Isolde was the Chunda, the consort to the woman who would become queen. I talk like this to you, Luke said, because the Force has brought us together, because you are trying to serve the light side now. Why else would you risk your life, come here to Dathomir with me to save Leia? Vengeance? I think not. I came because I didn't know what else to do, Isolde said. I came because I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Does that count as serving the light? Luke laughed softly, as if Isolde were some schoolboy who did not know himself. It was a peculiarly disconcerting sound. Have it your way, then. But you will come with me, won't you, to rescue Leia? Isolde gestured to the desert, spreading his arms. Where do we look? She could be anywhere, 1,000 kilometers from here. Luke nodded toward the mountains. Over there, about 120 kilometers. He smiled secretively. I warn you, the trip will not be easy. Once you choose to walk in the light, your path will lead you places you do not want to go. Already the forces of darkness gather against us. Isolde studied the Jedi, heart hammering. He wasn't used to thinking of the world in terms of forces of darkness, forces of light. He wasn't even sure he believed such forces existed. Yet here was a Jedi no older than himself who had floated from the sky like thistledown, who seemed to read his thoughts, and who professed to know Isolde better than he knew himself. Luke looked off to the horizon. His droid was floating down on a parachute, a couple of kilometers off. Are you coming? Isolde had acted almost without thought until now, but suddenly he felt frightened, more than he would have believed possible. His knees threatened to lock, and he found his face burning with shame. Something frightened him, and he knew what it was. Luke wasn't just asking Isolde to follow him to the mountains. Luke was asking him to follow his teachings, his example. And in the process, Luke promised that Isolde would inherit detractors, enemies, in the same way that all Jedi did. Isolde considered for only a moment. Let me get some things out of my ship. I'll be right with you. Rummaging through storm, gathering a spare blaster, Isolde found that he became calmer. All of the Jedi's spooky talk really meant nothing, he realized. Perhaps there were no forces of darkness lurking out there. Following Luke around in the mountains really meant nothing. It didn't mean that Isolde himself would necessarily have to learn the ways of the Force. Luke could very well be deluded, a harmless crank. But he floated from the sky. I'm ready, Isolde said. During the first part of their journey, the country was incredibly rugged, gullies washed through ground split by crevices. The bones of huge herbivores littered the crevices, creatures with long hind legs, stubby tails, flat triangular heads and tiny front legs. The skeletons showed that the beasts had been large, perhaps 4 meters from nose to tail. Often the bones had dry, gray scales lying about them. Yet they found no living beasts. Instead, it seemed almost as if the creatures had died out in the recent past, within the last 100 years. Little grew in this blasted desert. Short, twisted, leathery trees, stubby patches of purple grass as pliant as hair. Luke made light of the journey, sometimes jumping 10 meters into a crevice where Isolde had to climb tediously down. Isolde soon found himself drenched with sweat, but the Jedi did not sweat much, did not pant, showed no sign of being remotely human. Instead, the Jedi's face was locked in concentration. It took the better part of the night to reach the droid, and Luke would not leave without it, showing uncommon devotion to the small lump of circuitry and gears. So they made their way toward the mountains following a tedious route that the droid could navigate, until they reached a desert hardpan that ran over rolling hills. There was no sign of water, and the sun began to rise over the desert, casting an ethereal blue glow. Luke said, "We'd better find some shelter for the day back there." He pointed to one of the last cracks, went and pushed Artu over, then jumped in. Isolde followed them down into the crevice, rested on his haunches in the sandy soil, and drank half of his water. Luke took a small sip, sat and closed his eyes. "You had better get some sleep," Luke said. "It's going to be a long day, and a long walk tonight." With that, the Jedi seemed to fall asleep, breathing deep, evenly. Isolde cast an angry glance at him. Isolde had been wakened in the early morning from his sleep cycle, and as far as he was concerned, it was only midday. He had always had difficulty changing his sleep schedule, so he sat with his arms folded, trying to feign sleep, or at least show some portion of control worthy of a Jedi's disciple. Nearly half an hour later, just as the sun was breaking over the desert, Isolde heard the earthquake. It started as a distant rumble moving down from the mountains, growing louder and louder. The earth began to shake, and chunks of dirt broke from the sides of the crevice. The droid Artu whistled and beeped in alarm, and Luke jumped to his feet. "What is it, Artu?" he asked, and Isolde shouted, "Earthquake!" Luke listened to the sound a moment, shouted back, "No, not an earthquake!" Suddenly a huge shadow flitted overhead, then another and another. Large reptiles with pale blue scales were leaping over the crevice. One tripped and nearly fell on top of them, used its tiny forelegs to pull itself upright and rush forward. "Stampede!" Isolde shouted, throwing his arms over his head. Artu whistled and wheeled in a circle, seeking shelter. Hundreds of reptiles leaped over the crevice. The roaring quieted after several moments, and one huge reptile leaped into the ravine not a dozen feet from them, stood panting, loose folds of light blue flesh jiggling at its throat, as it studied them. The last of its fellows leaped away. The beast had blood-red eyes and black teeth shaped like spades. The scales at the top of its head shone slightly iridescent, almost lavender. Its breath smelled musky, of rotting vegetation, and it stared down at them, curious. "Don't worry, we won't harm you," Luke said, gazing at the creature steadily. It moved forward, put its nostrils to Luke's outstretched hand, and sniffed. "That's right, girl, we're your friends." Luke poured some water from his canteen into his hand, let the beast lap it up with its long, black tongue. The creature made belching noises, plaintive whining sounds. "What are you doing?" Isolde said. "That thing is drinking all of our water." "It's 80 kilometers through the desert to the mountains," Luke said. "A difficult journey even for a Jedi, and there is no water between here and there. Only sand. But every evening, these creatures run to the hills to feed, and every morning, they run back here to hide from predators and the day's sun. That's why we saw so many skeletons here in the crevices, where their old ones have died. They call themselves the Blue Desert People. Tonight they will carry us to the mountains. We won't need all this water." "You mean they're intelligent?" Isolde asked doubtfully. Not much more so than most other animals, Luke said, gazing at Isolde. But smart enough. They care for one another and have their own kind of wisdom. And you can talk to them? Luke nodded, stroked the reptile's nose. The force is within us all, you, me, her. It binds us together, and through it I can read her intent, make mine known. Isolde watched them a moment, then sat down, troubled for some reason that he could not express, could not quite grasp. He slept part of the day, ate from his pack, drank his water. All day long the beast slept beside them, laying its head out flat on the ground so that it could sniff Luke's feet. That evening, just before the sun began to set, the beast raised its head, made a honking noise. Several other beasts answered, came to its call. Time to go, Luke said. Isolde climbed up from the ravine while Luke closed his eyes, levitated R2 up, then climbed up himself. The blue desert people were everywhere, climbing out of their holes, snorting loudly and looking at the sunset. They seemed unwilling, or perhaps by some virtue of genetic memory were unable, to begin the journey until the sun had dropped below the mountains. Under Luke's guidance, Isolde climbed on the back of a large male, set himself just beneath its arms. When the beast stood, it was a precarious position, but Luke carried R2 up to the same spot on a larger male and seemed to balance fine. As the bottom of the sun touched the top of the mountains, the blue desert people bellowed, lowered their heads, lifted their tails out straight behind them as a counterbalance, and raced across the sand on their powerful hind legs. With the beast's head down, Isolde found that his position was quite stable, even comfortable, though R2 whistled and groaned about it at first. The blue desert people thundered across 80 kilometers of pan and towering dunes, their red eyes seeming to glow a glittering black in the darkness, grunting and snorting. Isolde listened to them talk, realized that the grunting and snorting came from animals on the perimeters of the herd, and that they were issuing instructions. If reptiles snorted 2 or 3 times on one side of the herd would veer away. But if animals issued contented grunts, the herd would stay on course. By early nightfall they reached a wide muddy river where tall grasses and reeds grew in the shallows. Birds with long necks and leather wings swooped low over the river in the moonlight, taking long drinks. Here the blue desert people stopped to water and feed among the rushes. This is where we get off, Luke said, and they dismounted. Luke patted the nose of each of their mounts, thanking them with soft words. Can't you make them carry us farther? Isolde asked. We've still got a long way to go. Luke flashed an annoyed glance his way. I do not make anyone do anything, Luke said. I do not make R2 follow me, just as I did not make you follow me. The blue desert people agreed to take us this far, and now that we have water, our own legs will suffice for the rest of the journey. Isolde suddenly realized why he found Luke's behavior toward the blue desert people so discomforting. Among the royal family on Hapes, they did not treat their servants so well. Women were accorded greater respect than men, industrialists more respect than farmers, royalty more respect than them all. But Luke treated his droid and these dumb animals as if they were Isolde's equals, or as if they were Luke's own brothers, and that alarmed Isolde, to think that the Jedi saw him as no more important than a droid or a beast. And yet Luke showed the blue desert people such tenderness that Isolde found himself feeling jealous of them. You shouldn't do this, Isolde found himself saying. The universe doesn't work this way. What do you mean? Luke asked. You're treating those beasts as equals. You show my mother, the Ta'a Chume of the Hapan Empire, the same degree of cordiality as you give a droid. This droid, these beasts, Luke said, all have a similar measure of force within them. If I serve the Force, how can I not respect them, just as I respect Ta'a Chume? Isolde shook his head. Now I see why my mother wanted to kill you, Jedi. You have dangerous ideas. Perhaps they are dangerous to despots, Luke said, smiling. Tell me, do you serve your mother and her empire above all else? Of course, Isolde said. If you served her, you would not be here, Luke countered. You would have been content to marry some local despot and sire your heirs. Instead, your heart is divided. You tell yourself that you have come to rescue Leia, but I believe you have really come to Dathomir to learn the ways of the Force. A thrill coursed through Isolde as he realized that it might be true, and yet, the very idea sounded absurd. Luke was saying that Isolde's every small impulse, each mad decision, could be taken as evidence that Isolde was his disciple, a servant to some higher power that Isolde was not even convinced existed. True, Luke had floated through the air, carried Isolde's ship to safety, but couldn't that power have issued from Luke's own twisted mind, rather than from some mystical force? Anthrakia was a race of insects with genetically transmitted memories who worshipped their own power to speak. Apparently the insects all remembered that in the recent past they had communicated only through scent, and then one day they discovered that they had the ability to communicate by clicking their mandibles. After 300 years they were all still overawed by the fact that they could communicate this way, and all of them took it as a sign that they had been gifted from some higher being. But it was just their stupid mandibles clacking. As they walked off through the low hills, following the course of the river, Isolde watched the Jedi and wondered. Was Luke truly led by some mystical force? Or did he simply follow his own conscience, fooled into believing that his strange powers and crazed notions came from some outside influence? With each step they took toward the mountains, Isolde had to wonder, are my footsteps guided by the light side of the Force? And if so, where will this Force lead me? Whatever answer Isolde found to that question, he knew it would change every future moment of his life. This concludes Part 1. Thank you for listening to this Makati audio production. The complete audiobook with chapter breaks is now available on Patreon for subscribers. Please consider joining our Patreon page to support the channel and help cover the costs of bringing these projects to life. Part 2 will be coming to the channel soon, or you can click here to start it right now if it's already live. Thank you for subscribing.